YouTube help stream is excellent.
Agree.
Yo, 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 what it do? We are live. Back in effect, ready to trade the market, man. What's good with it?
MVV.
What's good with it, y'all boys? We here, man. YouTube help stream is excellent. Nigga vibing right now, you feel me? Early bird gets the worm. Jwett here, man. Intel down 2%. We got some puts on that. So we're gonna take profit at open. Where's the Qs right now? Oh, the Qs might go positive. That's good. And we're positive on the APLD calls too. But before all that, let's do the intro, man. We gotta tap in with the intro real quick. Real quick, real fast, nigga. Oh, bro. Oh, I'm tripping.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are tonight's entertainment.
Nah, we here, nigga. Nah, we here, motherfuckers. We here, man. Speaking of Bitcoin, where that shit at right now? Anyways, it broke out of that channel. Yeah. Damn, if it could reclaim that trend line, that would be decent. Alright, man. So we here. Let's do the I know we gotta do the quick sound check real quick. Gotta know what the audience listening to and shit, feel me? And let me put the audio back. Whoa.
Today, after hours, we got a an operational update. Italian Oil switches gas processing partner and boosts production to 30 mmcfd and 1200 BOPD. So they increased their production a lot for January here. This drove the stock
Mic check,
higher.
1 2,
Again,
mic check.
the big move happened here this morning. So looks like this is a reaction to some of the cold snap that we got over the weekend, which again, I don't know how it was for your forecast and stuff like that, but like on Saturday, our forecast was like there's going to be some snow tonight, 1 inch to 2 inches maybe. I woke up on Sunday and there was 4, 5, maybe even 6 inches of snow out there. I feel like we got way more than forecasted. I feel like some of the storm was worse than people were kind of expecting. Maybe we're seeing that reaction play out in the stock. Okay, enough of my rant. 14.2% of the float is shorted on this name with 4.38 days to cover. That happens because on average the stock trades 441,000 shares a day. Today it's done 125 million, folks. I don't think there's going to be any trouble with anyone finding volume here today, whether it's the short or the long side. The float on BATL here is 3.5 million. So this is right in our wheelhouse there. Looking at this formation, knowing what you know about what's going on, what do you think here?
Well, this company does already have revenue, and it's got a good cash position. So I'm not really thinking that they're going to need to do a capital raise any time soon. They may not need to do it at all if production's ramping up. That's going to have them see more revenue. So don't think that we're going to see any offering out of this one here today. But the price action was pretty good this morning. I even took a pre-market trade, which I don't normally do, but the setup was just too good, so I went with it. My exit was at 650, and that's kind of where we went a little bit past and then came back in. So I was looking at that area as resistance. I still think it's going to be resistance, but continue to hold above the VWAP here and use that as support. I think the more we hammer the 650 area, the more likely we're going to see a move through it. This area of consolidation here, that's just under 580. That's gonna be a demand zone that if we do come back down there, I would think that support kicks in. Now, if we do lose the VWAP, then I think that the momentum is shifted at that point, and we could be looking at some downside levels from that point on if we can't get back above VWAP. So the 65 EMA is going to kick in, 450 support's going to kick in. That's what I'd be looking at here, and we might actually get this move up to 650, possibly through here if we do get this momentum to pick up here as we approach the open for PATL.
Okay, just let me ask you, just personally, you nervous or worried about a stock that's up 400%?
Well, it was only to play for that the short moment that I was in it. I was in it for about 10 minutes, and yes, that was something I was thinking about. I was like, man, this thing is up a lot, but the setup looks really good. I'm going to try it, and if it goes down to a certain point, I'm out. And then it didn't work. It did though. It worked. I'm out, and I would like to see this get over 7. But we've already seen this. This is almost up 400%, and this is news from Friday. So it's had some time for the market to digest it. I don't know how much of a run it's going to go on, but it could still. It's got a low float, so it could push past the 680 high that we put in and go higher. But that's one of the things I was thinking about when I was taking this trade. Is like I'm going to keep my stop, or I'm going to keep my limit orders tight. And if it goes to a certain period, I'm out. At a certain level, I'm out. And then I'll just consider that a bad trade. But it worked out very well, though.
Really good stuff, really good discipline on that. That's kind of what I was poking at there, so thanks for taking me along that walk. Okay, next here, this is going to be another crazy one, and I know we've talked about this before, multiple 100% runners. Well, that's in fact what we have. In fact, these top two here are above 200%. One of them is above 300%. Next one here is going to be BNAI, and I feel like we've talked about this one quite a bit here. We've actually traded this off of the relative volume scanner. Lo and behold, look at what is happening here. BNAI, this actually had a decent move on Friday into a 21 handle, kind of settled for the rest of the afternoon, but in the after hours, a massive move up towards 60. We got another massive move here today, a couple of spikes here in the morning. And here's what's going on. So first of all, on Wednesday, they had secured this loan for $2.05 million for AI licensing partnerships in products, or excuse me, in Africa. I beg your pardon. And then I was looking at this BNAI. It looks like it's just continuing to move on this sentiment. Doesn't look like there's really anything brand new here. No. On Friday after hours, we're talking about the $2 million Valio Technologies deal in here. Mm-hmm. It's delivering $2 million worth of capital infusion, effectively, excuse me. Beyond the upfront capital, BNAI secures a 25% equity stake in the new entity and a 35% share of revenue. I think that's really helping it here, generated from all of its software. Now, just looking at all of this, given all of the news here, I just want to kind of put this out as the backdrop. Does it really make sense that it is up this much? Okay, thank you for answering that. Really quickly, just to finish this off, short percent of float. But you went exactly where I was hoping you would go. Short percent of float, 29.2%, 1 day to cover here. It on average trades 7.7 million shares. It's only traded 4 here today. The float's 4.2. 13, take it away on this. What should we expect here from BNAI?
The unexpected.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
So, I was looking at this one this morning, and I was thinking to myself, it's having a hard time with VWAP. If it continues to fade, we're coming down to the 65 EMA. I'm betting we're going to see some support there. Sure enough, we just got that support to kick in. There's also another support area down at around 45. 45 to 50, I would say, if we do end up coming down that low. I think this is probably going to end up coming back in. But the thing is that we do have this trend line set up here, and we're trying to hit this VWAP again, which could result in a breakout going into the open. But at the same time, I still feel pretty nervous about this one. I really can't justify this kind of move and how extended this is, and be like, oh yeah, let's start buying this up here. If there's a trade that sets up and it looks like it's going to give you a good return, then of course, it'll let me stop you from doing that. But this is a little bit more high risk here, up here with how big how pricey this stock already is. I mean, going from what it was like $17.50 when it closed, or I'm sorry, $16.50 when it closed, and now it's up over $60.
Yeah, it was up over 80 in the pre-market. I mean, unless this chart's wrong, 80s. I mean,
I think I would just be quite careful with this company. It still needs cash, so there could be an offering coming at some point here. I don't think this value deal is going to do a whole lot for them. Maybe that's completely wrong, because look at the reaction the market's had to this deal. It's taken it up over 260%. I can't see. I mean, I'd have to read more into it in order to learn more about what's going on with the deal. But $2 million, I don't think that's gonna be enough.
So I'm with you here. So Dara, I appreciate this. Dara here saying, what's the required execution price that's needed for the warrants to be exercised on BNAI? I didn't know the answer to that. Thankfully, Dara went and answered the question. I won't be surprised if this thing hits 115. That's the price needed for warrants. So first of all, Dara, I appreciate you doing any of the legwork here for the group on all of this stuff. This is a really good idea because it at least gives us some targets. I'll say this though, I don't know that this is going to go to any specific price. The one thing that I'm thinking, the stock's up 41 points here today. A simple pullback of 20 points is going to be nasty for people that are taking new buys here. And I think that's the big thing here. Just know what it is that you're trading. Know where this thing came from.
And that's likely going to be split adjusted, because this did a reverse split at the end of, or at the beginning of last month. 1 for 10.
I wonder if that's part of the confusion here.
Well, here's the thing. If you look at a daily chart, you can see that. Here's the thing. If you look at a daily chart, you can see 2024. It was topping out at around that 115, more like 111. But that 115 area that she's, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. If you look at the daily chart, you can see this thing ran up to almost that same area that we're talking about there. And then we just we spiked up above that all the way to 200 and came right back in, but that was before the split. So I'm thinking that that's probably accurate to what he's saying there, because I haven't looked, and it might just end up being a split adjusted now that it's 7 to 1 for 10.
Yeah, I'm. Be careful on these. Anytime we're talking about multiple percent. I'm sorry, it's a Monday. Anytime we're talking about multiple hundreds of percent runner, it really begs you to be careful with that. You might have some better opportunities. Just know where this thing came from and where it can go. Okay.
And real last point about this. I think that's a really smart that they pointed that out, because now that I'm looking at the chart and I saw the price action we had here this morning, 84.46. There was a candle from May of 2024 that went up pretty close to that same area. So I think I'd be leaning on a lot of these past movements, these past candles, for areas of support and resistance. If this does go on more of a rally that takes it higher, I'd be leaning on these for where these the price might go.
Okay. All right. Next one here, just kind of going with the theme that you had briefly mentioned. If it has AI in the name, maybe it's moving. Well, the next one on our list is in fact GXAI. This is Gaxos.ai. You can actually see on Friday we had a little bit of a move higher on some elevated after hours volume. Today in the pre-market, it basically came back down to the balance and then ramped again when the volume showed back up. Now, what's going on with this? Gaxios launches a flexible $3 million at the money stock offering. This was news that we got after the close on Friday. Again, that initial reaction, it traded up on this news, and we're seeing it trade up again. But this is what we have here in the newsfeed. Quick peek at the short interest on this name, 3.92% with 1.19 days to cover. On average, the stock trades 171,000 shares
this
today.
is
It's
dropping
traded
like a
just
fly
shy of
right now.
68 million. Float on this one, 6.89 million. 13, what do you think here on GXAI?
Well, I don't know that there's going to be a whole lot more upside to this. We might get over the VWAP, but I'm looking at a daily chart. We have the 500-day SMA that showed up in February of last year. And since that's shown up, that's been a resistance area. If you look
Oh,
at
there
the
it
blocks,
goes.
we went
Below
right to it, got rejected, came
43.
back down, haven't been
Wow,
up
it was
there
just below
until
43.90.
this morning when we printed slightly above it with that 265 rate. The current valuation of the 500-day SMA is at 232. So it'd be interesting to see if we can get back above that after we open. I'm a little less
There we go.
confident.
Now you're back
We'll
on the
probably see that
43.90.
'cause
Let's
this
see.
news isn't like the other.
Dropping like a fly,
companies where
baby.
they've actually got a deal,
I'm telling you, this pattern
deals in
worked,
place
man.
where
The
they've
shooting
put
star
bring
pattern
money
on the
in.
weekly,
This is
and it was
bringing money in
overbought.
waiting
Yeah.
for their, diluting their shares or potentially diluting
Yeah,
their shares.
that
This is at
was-
the money, so it's not.
bounced back a
They're
little
not
bit.
selling it right away. They're just deem it necessary. So maybe when they start announcing that, hey, we're going to sell some of this, that's when the stock actually goes down. But they do need to raise cash because it didn't seem like they had a lot of operating capital going forward. As far as the charts go, VWAP resistance, we came up close to it just about 5 minutes ago. Haven't been able to get back above it yet. If we lose some of these other smaller EMAs, I have support down at 185 and the 65 EMA.
Okay, I've got that down there at about 160, that 65 EMA. Okay, we'll see how we do here on GXAI. Moving right along here, next one here is going to be NAMM, and this is Namib Minerals. So this is likely moving on just kind of the geopolitical thing that's going on here. You can see on Friday, this initially spiked out of the gate above 550, but really pared back. A lot of those gains actually ended up going red. Today, we're basically back to where we were trading on Thursday. So this thing was volatile. It was up on Thursday, volatile on Thursday. We're basically back into that exact same range right now. I've got no fresh news on this stock at all, at least not that I see here in the newsfeed. Last thing I have was from Thursday, where a number of precious metal stocks were trading high on those ongoing geopolitical tensions. So nothing fresh here. Quick peek at the short interest. I actually don't have a float reading here, but I have about 242,000 shares held short. Do you have a float reading at all?
My broker says it's 422 million shares.
Okay, so it is super thick. Not a whole lot of short interest here.
No, 4.22 million shares. I'm sorry if I said that wrong.
Yeah, even so, it's still not a whole lot of short interest here. I don't think it's going to come into play. On average, the stock trades 5.9 million shares. Today, it's traded 7.4 million already. 13, what do you think here on NAMM? Do we maybe retest 5, which seems to be a resistance area?
So I think a couple of things that's going on with this is that if you look at a daily chart, the past 2 days that this really was going, which was on Wednesday and Thursday, had some pretty high volume, and then we sold.
Where's BBAI?
Led into a relative volume play, and then we.
BBAI, man, we gonna get paid soon, boy.
On top of that,
Big
you also
Jwett
have the
loading.
whole minerals theme coming back, so it's I think it's getting a lift from both of those events. Being that there's no news here on this. So with that in mind, I think that's what you're seeing here. I don't know how great this is going to end up being.
Where's Rich
on
Tech?
Friday, this thing started
Rich
by
Tech's a
going
little
up out of
down
the
right
gate
now.
up to 568 and then spent the rest of the day selling off. So looking at the past couple of days, I'd be using that as levels of support and resistance. We're coming up to, there's some pretty tough resistance around the 465 to 475 area that the market kind of has been experiencing this morning. We haven't quite got up to that level, but if you look at the 5 minutes, you can see it on your chart out there. There's a lot of selling pressure once we get up to that 465 area. But we also have this trend line that we have going on with some of the pre-market price action. So maybe we get a little bit of a break over that. I just don't know how high it's going to go. I'd say probably 530 could be, or 525, 530 might be a good place where this ends up going before it comes back in. I can't say with this one because it's just going to be all dependent on how well the whole metal materials and metals theme works out today.
Okay. All right. Nonetheless, pretty good breakdown. NAMM. Next one here. This is one that we talked about last week. This is EVTV. So this, just kind of looking at the 5-minute chart here, going all the way back to when we first discussed this on Monday, January 12th. You see this stock initially, really quick, just made a run from penny territory, about 45 cents, up to $4, back down here to 175. Now it's popping again here in the pre-market. This pop takes us to where we broke down on Thursday of last week. You can see midday we broke down on volume right from the area where this is getting resistance here today. Now, if I flip over to the news feed here, we do have some fresh news as of today. Envirotech Vehicles announces delivery and installation of 40-foot immersion-ready AI data center container. So while this doesn't have AI in the name, it does have AI in the news here. This is announces an execution milestone under AI infrastructure program with delivery, installation, and connection of a 40-foot AI data center container purpose-built for immersion-cooled computing. See if that takes off here. That's the PR we're getting. Stocks up 44%. Negligible negligible short interest on this name with less than 1% of the float shorted and 1 day to cover, probably less than that. On average, it trades 25.5 million shares. Today, it's done 40 million. 13, what do you think here on EVTV since we've traded this recently? And I'm actually going to step away. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Okay. I don't recall all the different financials of this one. Let me take a quick look here. Okay, so they do need to raise capital unless they've done that between their earnings, but they're still losing money. So they're probably going to be one of those companies that is at risk of needing to raise capital unless they've already done that. See that they've got a lot of contracts here, but I don't. I have to see a more recent.
Intel go below $44, man.
Financials.
Go below $44, man. You want to get that gap up down there, man.
I'm sorry, the 260 area. Trying to get up to through VWAP, which I have at 294. If we can't get above VWAP, then this may just come right back in. There's maybe support down around 230 from all the sideways price action.
We gotta go.
If this does end up coming back up through VWAP and trying to go higher, I have some concerns about I'm seeing on the daily chart, particularly
next earnings report in 102 days. Okay.
The 325 to $4 area. Lots of consolidation from the very beginning of last year. That could be problematic. But the encouraging part here with this company is that the price did run up over to 5, come back in, get support from the 200-day SMA, which we haven't had in a long time. Maybe a year and a half. So if we can continue to hold that 200-day SMA, I think that there could still be some potential upside. But it's like I said earlier about that consolidation from the beginning of last year. Could be some trouble getting through that. It's 325 to 4.
Okay. Good stuff there on EVTV. We'll see if this gives us a trade here today. Okay, next here, I just have a couple. I know we're running out of time here. I really briefly want to look at this. I don't know how much time we need to spend here. Next one here is going to be NVVE. This is New Holdings. The stock closed at about $2.50 last week. Popped over 550 here today, has done one of these things that we've seen a number of times where it retraces almost the entire move. So retraced about 80% of that here today. New Holdings subsidiary and Capture Energy enter into a framework agreement on battery energy storage systems in Europe. So
I like that word.
Yeah, I was going to say, awesome that this is part of the theme that we've been on with batteries and energy storage here. I'm curious to get your opinion on the news and the fact that it did retrace a large part of this. As far as the short interest goes, 11+% of the float shorted with 1 day to cover. That comes at an average volume of 3 million shares. We've traded 13.5 million here today. Float's only 1.45 million, so pretty much right in that butter zone that we look for some of these movers. But what do you think? Is this one that we should steer clear of, or might there be another opportunity here today?
We'd have to read some more into this PR, but it seems like this is meant to create some kind of power infrastructure that's off the main grid. I might be wrong in saying that, but that's kind of what I'm seeing when it comes to a lot of these battery plays. There's like this desire to not be, try to draw so much from the grid, or if it is, to have some backup systems to prevent brownouts and blackouts. That's what we've been looking at vanadium a lot. As far as this company goes, I mean, it might still be pretty young, even though it seems like it's got a really good product. But like I said, I don't know enough about this. Looking at the financials, they do lose a lot of money. They're going to have to raise capital at some point soon, unless there's been a capital raise in between their last earnings reports. But seeing that how they just regained NASDAQ compliance, I would think that maybe a capital raise could be coming, unless they did that to regain compliance. They did a 1 for 40 reversal not too long ago. But anyway, as far as how what this might do today, we could probably see this come back up to somewhere in the higher threes, but I don't know if we're going to get back above feedback. Wait and see what we end up getting here. Because keep in mind, this is very, very low float stock, 1.45 million shares, so we could see some wild price action. I just don't know what to expect with this one.
Okay, well, let's wait then, and maybe be a little bit cautious on this and wait for it to confirm a move. Okay, a couple of things here real quick. I know we're running out of time here, but Asani, good to see you again. Happy Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Sani here is mentioning that SKYT is getting acquired by Ionic at $35 per stock. He said I might $35 per share, I think is what he meant there. I might short it. Couple of things here. Number one, first of all, I dropped the link to the story that breaks down this deal in the chat. Just keep in mind that this deal is actually $15 in cash and $20 in Ionic stock. So this $35 mark that you're mentioning here, 15 of it is cash, 20 of it is stock in IONQ. Maybe that plays into your plan here to actually trade this. If you take a look at SKYT. If you take a look at the stock itself, you can see what it's trading at, not quite at that 35. So just be careful here. I would imagine if you're shorting it, you think that this deal might not go through. Let me know if you have any more context around your trade there. I don't have this trade. I'm not looking for this trade myself, but I'm definitely interested in what you see out there. Get in there, 13.
I was going to ask for some clarification. Which stock are you shorting? Is it SkyT or
Sky is
Ionic?
leading right now.
Okay, sorry.
Because I was just wondering, is that for Ionic, that's going to be that'll be cash leaving the company.
That's what I'm saying.
They may have to do some more
I
capital
might
raise
have
after
some
the
point where I just
merger.
take that and
I'm
that
just
put
kind of
down
wondering-
there.
They
It's
had
fine.
1.5 billion in cash
Oh.
on hand at the end of September,
No.
13.
But after the merger.
Yeah, well, so the whole merger here is 1.8 billion, but again, $20 of that is in stock. So they're going to use a substantial amount of their cash, but they're not going to use all of it. And just to be clear here, Sani, it looks like he is in fact trying to short SKYT as opposed to IONQ. Appreciate you answering that. Okay, we'll see how this one shakes out here. We got less than 2 minutes here. There are a couple more things I wanted to mention just very quickly, just to kind of go with your theme. ARAI, Arrive AI, and YYAI, which is ARWA. These were also movers here today that contained AI in the name. Did you have any of these that you wanted to cover at all, 13?
No, the only other I just saw that there was AI, and then the only other one I took a brief look at was, and some people were mentioning, was Ocean Power Technologies. That's
OPTT, that's not on the mover here because it's still a penny stock, but here's what's going on with that.
And I'm only been keeping an eye on it because this is in that the drone theme, but underwater, like submersible drones. I think that's going to be interesting, and this has been doing really well so far this year. Let me see where we've actually gone here on a daily chart. So we've we did get that move up. Okay, this is the highest it's been all year. So great moves that we're seeing here with this. I don't know how much more we're going to get today, but I'd be looking at around 67, 68 cents for a potential top today, because that's where I see some resistance. So we'll see what happens.
Okay. All right. Really good stuff. We are now less than a minute until we open. We're ready to go. Glad to
Less
have
than a minute
all
till
of you
market
here
open,
on
man.
Monday,
Time to get this
wherever you
money.
are, in California and Florida, folks. I hope you all are warm and all of that.
Battle.
ATL got it.
This is coming back up to that 650 area. It's right there right now. It looks like we might be getting a move through it as we open here.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, this is the setup that I was keeping an eye on here.
I'll be honest, I do agree with you that this is probably the best mover of the day. 13, I'll just admit to all of you right now, I am definitely nervous about trading a stock that's up 400%. I'm sorry, I just am. That's just how I'm wired as a trader. I would much rather have been in this room.
And like I was saying, the only thing that I think that is really going for us is the technical setup here.
Okay.
The more we hammer the 650 area, the more it looks like we're going to move through it.
Thank you.
I love it right now. Let's see what happens now.
Okay, we are open now. Let's see how this goes. Even BATL on the screen here, initially pulling back from this level right out of the gate.
BNAI also doing the same with 65 even in the process. So that one trading a little bit more along the lines of how I was expecting it to. GXAI kind of holding this area here for now. Now it's starting to lose it.
CXAI, that's a penny stock that we didn't really talk about. That's trading down a little bit here. So it looks like all of these movers here really kind of cooled off of the open.
Nom blasted through the trend line that we drew, and then it came right back in. 477 is the high. Now we're down here in Jwett. NVE, this one, of course, this is I don't think we're really expecting a whole lot out of this one, but now
I thought there's something wrong, boy.
But in given everything back, this could trade I'm not expecting to revisit
USAR, this looks like this is actually flirting with the VWAP right now. Now this had a huge spike and pulled back. I actually think I like it. As far as the trade goes, I think I like this one a little bit more.
Battle just put in new highs.
Battle did it. Big Dave.
I don't trust it.
Right, Big Dave. Yep. Made my money on Battle, done for the day. Big Dave, that was a big one here. Right above that 6. Let's see if we get 7 here. By the way, USAR is in fact moving through that VWAP. I think 34 could be a reasonable card here.
But let's not chase that move. We know that's an overbought. So we're not going to chase that. We know it's going to come back
BNAI, by the
down.
way, that halt that you just mentioned, that's a halt to the downside.
Yes. Okay, so with Lithium Americas, looking at a daily chart here, we just came up to an area where it's seen some significant resistance before last year. $7 looks to be the big area it needs to get through here, and we've been rejected.
See, that's why you take profits on gap up. That's why you take profits on gap downs or gap ups, right? You just take that. APLD is not doing what I want. You feel me? So we're not gonna fight the trade.
If you come back towards that, you're looking at $6 support.
Okay. Really quickly here, I just noticed this. AS, remember this is the parent company for the outdoor brand Arc'teryx that I have been in for a little bit. I really have been waiting for this thing to break 40 here and move to the upside so we can close that call position. Interestingly enough, did see an unusually, I want to say aggressive sweep here. It wasn't a whole lot though. It wasn't a lot of contracts. It was only 100 contracts. Trader only spent 27K on it. But nonetheless, an aggressive order. It looks like this moved higher in the after hours and tried to move higher here today. No new trade on this, but I will keep my eye on this because if we move above 40 here, I'm going to close this trade for whatever we get. Looking at the rest of the movers list here, noticing that Slumberger, this is one that we actually talked about with Anne-Marie on Friday. It looks like this is actually holding the closing area on Friday. This is up here today. CoreWeave, we talked about that one here earlier. CoreWeave, nice break from that pre-market high. CoreWeave trying to go higher. For all of you that are trading CoreWeave here, what kind of targets do you have? Billy, looking at you. Do you have a CoreWeave target? Ryan, I know you have been trading this one too. This is a swing for you though. Are you expecting more highs here on CoreWeave? Let me know what you think. Now halted to the upside.
I was going to ask about SLS saying it was fine.
Now we got this alert. So right before the APLD breaks out, we're gonna be alerted. You know.
From under $2, like $1.50.
So we alerted on all 3 phases, and then what's this right here? 4 to 20.
It looks like it's compressing right now, but as long as it holds above the 20-day SMA, it seems like it could go higher. But if we start losing that 20-day SMA, expect some more drops.
Yeah, SPHL. Chart here looks like kind of a pullback on SLS. Excuse me. If I back out, you can actually see this was a consolidation area that we launched from back on Tuesday, January 20th. That's SLS.
Oh, and thank you guys for mentioning NOM halted up. We did halt up through that trend line.
Sure did.
So let's see here. This
Still think 5 is a key level.
Yeah.
Still do.
and there's a large seller in the way at 9 that I can see right now, just kind of hanging out there. So once we unhaul, let's see what we get.
CISS.
Push through 9 or not.
IONQ on the back of that deal here. IONQ actually popping here. Sonny, keep me posted on what you think with this whole trade. By the way, I had asked for core weave targets from Lion. Lion, I appreciate the answer. Lion says he's looking for 110. Lion, weren't you a buyer in the 80s on this?
IONQ.
Point swing trade move, if my memory is correct. That would be a really nice winner. Also here, here's that other price target here that you guys gave. Thank you. Retro Texas says, I'd like to see CoreWeave back to the 140s.
DRMA.
Don't forget, you made a very incredible top call here on CoreWeave. And for the
Still waiting for this breakout on IONQ. Matter of fact, it all expired. Hold on.
Literally called the top here at about 166.64.
MG.
Let me ask you, folks. What?
The top and close. We did get a little bit of a higher print, but
Well, let me ask you, do you think maybe that we return back to that level? Here's why I'm asking you this. I actually did draw 2 trend lines from that high that we put in, and we are actually approaching a possible retest of this trend line that it also lines up with
NWAX plus.
support and resistance area. Why is it so tough for me today? So I can see this trading up higher. Do you think we break this trend and maybe put some of those highs back in play?
the things that I've been saying about CoreWeave, especially when we've been talking in happy hour, is that I can see this going to 120. What happens there? After that,
Alright, so
I really can't say.
Okay.
Because we still haven't seen a broader market correction, and if that ends up happening, I can see it taking down, blink out a lot of these tech stocks. That could be happening soon. So I still think that 120, if I was going to trade this, which I'm not in, but if I was taking a position,
Draghetti's looking for a breakout. It's consolidating.
Okay.
You see that? We're just waiting. We're not going to get into swing trade right now, but this is definitely a swing trade. Watch list.
LFS.
And
RGTI.
that lines up really
Bollinger
nicely
Bands
with
is
that
squeezing.
chart 13, so I think that's spot on line here. I apologize for getting your entry wrong. It was actually 78, so it was in the high 70s. Giddy up, Lion. Let me know when you looked at so I don't accidentally give you a register ring early and jinx your trade. I don't want that bad juju at all. By the way, quick look at the broader market here today. Resilience has been a key out there. I know that there was some talk over the weekend about Trump possibly floating 100% tariffs on Canada if they agree to the China deal. Several hours later, we had Carney come out saying, I don't think I'm going to do the China deal. Here we are with the SPY. SPY now ripping through 691 to the upside. We talked about maybe 691, 692 being a potential resistance area. We had also talked last week, 13, about 690 really being a key area that the stock needs, that SPY needs to close above. Let's see if we get it. Market here across the board, higher to the upside. SPY, Qs, Dow, all of them marching higher here.
So what do we call that with Carney? Is that a Putin trade or Putin trade?
A Putin trade.
Since we have a taco trade already with Trump?
Yeah, maybe we should do that.
I don't want to chase because outside the book, I know what's going to happen, man. I don't want to chase. Let's wait.
This is the Food Network.
We
Let's
are
be
already
kind
patient.
of guilty about that, and God forbid if Krispy Kreme puts out some news and starts running during all of this, we're going to have way too much food on our
Let's
hands.
be patient.
I say that in jest. I say that in jest. 692 coming on the SPY, folks.
Nam just opened, went to 5.
It's not the time to be buying right
We talked
now.
about him earlier. He's
RSI is at
it's not as big as it was before,
87.
but still
Outside
in
the Bollinger
place there,
Band
so,
stretched
now we're
out.
getting
Look
a
at
bit
this.
more.
Ellie.
Pull this back straight up.
I'm still thinking
yeah.
5 is going to be
Then it's starting to wick
significant
out.
resistance.
No,
I'm
we're
still
gonna wait.
thinking maybe we pop through it.
We're
Maybe
gonna wait.
that produces another run, but I wouldn't be surprised.
No, I think you're right. We're
Tess tells us, you know what? It's too late. It's
already about food.
So we shouldn't worry. Oh, Tess. Oh, that's good.
Looks like we are getting a really big pull here in if we hold above 425, we might turn around here. But right now we are still sinking.
Took the words right out of my mouth, and I will take that. Also, noticing some NVIDIA calls here. NVIDIA with the Qs. This is straight up out of the gate. We actually talked with NVIDIA about, pretty much with all of our guests here, things really been sideways since the end of last year. Maybe now we start trading higher. There's some aggressive sweeps there on NVIDIA, it looks like. And that's following a pretty strong open here for tech.
Looks like BATL is still trying to battle its way back up through VWAP.
Kids.
We have GXAI that's also trying to push higher, but not really
SPCB.
through this 215 area where I think there's some pretty good resistance. If we get some more volume, maybe we see the 230. Might get it right here. We'll see.
CoreWeave looks like this stopped here at about 108 on that impulse move. We talked about USAR earlier. It looks like it tried to recapture that VWAP, simply did not have the strength to do that. We're actually sub 30 now on USAR, as that is also pulling back. And then one more stock that I want to take a look at that's been part of our zeitgeist for some time here, Netflix. So we talked a little bit about Netflix. We talked about, is the bottom being confirmed? We actually asked Mark Petrino about this late last week. I know a lot of us kind of have entry points scoped out here for the low 80s. Netflix made a nice little move higher there on Friday. Tried to go higher here again today, but pulling back. This basically will be closed on Friday. Let me know, is anyone swinging Netflix here? Do we feel strongly enough about this yet? Curious what the group thinks on Netflix. Google, another one of our Mag 7 names here today. That's also popping. Seems somewhat unusual buying here, but nothing really outsized here. Don't want to take a whole lot there on NVIDIA. Okay, here we go. Another AS call sweep here. This is 450 contracts. These are for the June quarter. So this is expires June 18th. They're looking at the 42.5. They spent 180 grand on that trade, sweeping up 450 contracts. I've seen multiple call sweeps for AS, which is not a normally traded name on the
I
options
messed
market.
up on the APLD trade. I took it too early.
Awesome.
It's all good
That would
though.
be awesome. Tesla, by the way, I know, again, just kind of sticking with some of the Mag 7, they're going to report earnings on Wednesday after hours. Tesla pulling back here today. We'll see if Tesla maybe revisits 420. I think first here it's going to have to deal with 430, 435.
SLGB, CRWG.
Good mention here from MD Trades. Mike Intrader, the CEO of CoreWeave, is actually on CNBC right now talking about AI demand as his stock continues to pop 15+%.
SIFY.
So AI is still in demand.
CINT.
No question about it. Seems to be the theme here today.
MAXN.
Apple actually made a pretty decent pre-market move and is trying to go higher here. So it looks like 250 so far is holding on Apple.
UEC. DTI. OSTX.
Izzy was asking earlier about LAC, that I guess on the minerals theme that's going on here. LAC unfortunately pulled back basically to where it closed on Friday. We'll see if it bounces here. LAC in a 6-handle.
Yeah, that's where I'm looking for LAC to get support is around that $6 area. Because there was some consolidation earlier this month, right there. So I'd be looking at support down there.
YSXT.
Okay. Seems like still printing lower, but trying to find support. May get it from some of this consolidation in the pre-market, but it hasn't turned around yet. As a matter of fact, momentum looks like it still wants to send it lower, so we might see another print beneath 4, maybe the 65
SLGX, OSTX, SRTX,
APLD, this is another one on the AI theme here. This ripping out of the gate. Congrats to all of our APLD holders. I know there's been a lot of people in our ecosystem trading this from what feels like the mid-teens here. The stock now almost $41. And then Dr. Ben mentioning that IONQ is your trade here today. Remember, we talked about that news. IONQ above 50 and on the highs here. This actually already survived one pullback here today and is right back on to some of those highs. I've got to think here, IONQ, think 55 is going to be your next real big resistance there.
I'm looking at the daily chart for Ionic, and one thing that stands out to me is how it's riding the 200-day SMA up. But it's also struggling with the 50-day SMA. You can count the number of times this thing has closed over the 50-day SMA, and you get to 3, and it's like, nope, now it's closed beneath it. So no 3 closes above the 50-day SMA, but if we start there today, this will be the first of 3. So look for at least three closes above the 50-day SMA. That might be the signal we need that tells us this is going higher.
I'll tell you what,
EKSO.
IOMQ here, this actually does look like this is trying to push
EKSO.
higher here. This has some early strength here. Ben, let me know what kind of target you have and what the time frame of your trade is on this.
ALUR.
Again, more call sweeps here on AS. So I maybe I'm noticing this because I'm already in it and it's my own personal bias, but I don't often see repeat AS call sweeps here. Again, these looking out to $40 in the order.
EKSO,
Or the
AVTX,
June month, the June expiry, I
CVRX,
think I should say.
FMST,
Meta, which we talked about with our guest here. How's Meta doing
CVRX.
here today? This trading a little bit higher than
CVRX.
Friday's high, although really not pushing away yet. Some of these other Mag 7 names look to be a little bit better.
BLFY, LFS,
Palantir is trading higher, above 170. And
BLFY,
Bitcoin, by the way, that reversed a little bit, tried to recapture 88,000.
TWG,
You know what's going to be interesting when it comes to Meta is
AIRS,
whether or not their earnings are going to send this back over
ALMU,
the 200-day SMA or get a reversal.
TTAM, BCAM,
That's now the big moving average that's been keeping the price actually from going higher. 200-day
LFS,
SMA.
And don't forget, with Meta, we have earnings on Wednesday,
Right.
13, so
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
it's going to be interesting to see
AIRS.
if that's going to take us through or get rejected at that site.
yeah.
BNRG.
Shazar is asking, can you please suggest buy levels for
BWES.
Ondas? So very difficult for me to do that just because I have such a low cost
DTCX.
basis in Ondas, and this has been kind of a long story for me. But looking at the daily chart, here's kind of what we're thinking. We talked about this before. We talked about a pullback towards this 1170, maybe even 1150 area. If this holds, just based on looking at the chart, this might actually make a decent area for entry. But I just want to caution you a little bit. I think you can be patient on this, and I think you can wait and confirm that this holds. Right now, Ondas currently, a lot of these daily candles actually have wicks to the upside. This is in a downtrend from its recent push to 15. I do think if this can hold here, maybe 11, 1150, maybe we make another setup to try and take the highs out here on Ondas. This looks like a bull flag for you, though?
BRN,
It does look like it has a
TXMT.
really good setup to send it higher. I think the thing that I'd be watching is whether or not we can reverse off the 20-day SMA, which we've been getting support since Friday.
SLGB,
We're getting support from it today. So as long as we don't start closing
CVRX,
beneath that,
OPRX,
I'd say that
OPRX,
we could see this turn back up. 14 is going
Not
to be a
yet.
spot to get through if we do.
I know. After I do my thing,
If we
hold on. Let me do this.
20-day SMA start closing beneath that, I think this goes to 10.
ABV,
Okay, there you go. Good stuff. And then that 10 then would be another area.
Hold on,
if you
hold on,
want
hold
that,
on.
Perhaps that is a possible buy spot.
So, G?
Just understand, at least with my own personal position, now with the remaining shares that I have, my cost basis is under $1 on this. So when you're asking me about where am I going to add, I'd actually probably look to trade calls around this. I'm still kind of looking at this 1150-ish area. Good stuff, though. Appreciate that. Okay. Let's see, and this is actually bouncing all right here today. This looks like it's trading with the broader market, to be quite honest. Seeing some USAR calls here. This actually does look like this wants to roll over here, but seeing some call buying into this. Those are the 41 calls that expire March 20th.
Saul is saying that MP
LRHC,
materials
LRHC.
in the buy zone, it's oversold.
LRHC,
Take a look at MP.
Okay, let's do that.
MP's one of those that I've been keeping an eye on for a long time, ever since it came up. I think this was a SPAC, right? Ever since it SPAC'd.
CVRX,
This also pretty decent range on some of the news here with a lot of these minerals and rare earth, but this now pulling back here. It's actually down 3.5%+ today.
Big pullback from the opening position. I mean, it was the highest open we've had so far this year. It's actually the highest open we've had since October. And the selling that we're getting here, I don't necessarily think this is oversold. Maybe intraday it could be, but on a daily chart, we can still go much lower. I would think maybe 62. You should probably get some really good support if we end up going that low. That's where you have that's about where you have the 20-day SMA, but also historically that was a resistance area and a support area. Resistance last year, support this year. So if we do end up coming down there, I'd be looking at 62 as support.
LFS,
Okay.
TTAM,
Another, I guess I want to say popular AI name, NBIS. So this has recently been a somewhat volatile. It looks like this is doing a good job holding the 65 EMA on the daily here. So maybe this is setting up for a move higher. I got to be honest, I really wouldn't want this to break down beneath those low 90s. I'd probably just wait a little bit if that happened. We'll see if we can recapture 100 here. I would say that's definitely a key level for today.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Jay,
That's how I
bringing up a
wanted to
good
check.
point there. MP doesn't have the greatest action here today, and indeed
So
that's the case.
a bounce, dead cat bounce is coming. I want to wait for that bounce to happen before I buy puts again.
Got
You know?
whacked here. So
I want to keep smacking this
play.
play.
Play on some of that ice storm.
So let it bounce
all
back.
that. I think
Let's
13
keep this on the
inches
R
so
track.
that just
Actually,
works better
this is
with
perfect.
hurricanes.
Yeah, this is better as a hurricane play.
Absolutely, that seems to
So
be
let
the
it
kind. I know
bounce
there was
back.
some talk about
Did a
maybe
good trade on
preparing
that.
for the ice storm and the
Thursday.
winter storm, like we would prepare for a hurricane. I saw that from some of the weather folks that I follow on X, but clearly Generac not necessarily responding to that.
GRPN.
I think what we needed to see was a certain number of power outages in order for this
GRPN.
and other, portable or power generation companies to do really well. And even though there's been a substantial amount of homes that have lost power, I don't think it hit that magic number they were looking for.
SPHL.
Mine hasn't run. I've heard some in my neighborhood run, but not for very long. So it doesn't seem like the winter storm, at least in my area, has
ANTX.
had such an impact to where everybody.
This is very high on the
I
5.
think
I
that's
don't trust
what
it.
might be, but
I'm
yeah,
waiting for a
the
pullback.
Generac trade, that's much better for hurricanes.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the
Goes from
pullback.
June.
We did good today. It's Monday. We did good.
Robert
Let's
here
be
asking
patient.
about
Wait for a
SMCI.
setup.
You guys
Ooh,
think
I sold too
SMCI
early.
can recover the the $60 level with the AI push. All right, so that would be a double from where we're at here on SMCI. Remember, the big thing on SMCI was the big move down from some of the accounting issues that it had. When we had talked about that, we generally said, when stocks have accounting issues, this is probably a stay away. Looking at this chart here, I'll be honest. Could it trade back up and recapture the 60? Yeah, it could. And I think that the AI theme represents a catalyst to do that. I don't know that it's going to do this yet. And I'll be honest, I don't feel totally confident about this company yet with some of its reporting. I don't have a really good feeling on that one, Robert. I would say, anyone else? Strong feelings here on SMCI at all?
DTC.
I have strong feelings, not positive.
He's dry.
Yeah, I mean, well, I could maybe see this go back up to 40, but I don't know about 60. I mean, the accounting issues, as you pointed out, that was a big deal to me. And the more I read into it, the more I was like, well, they could just do this all over again. So if you're not dealing with the people that have caused the problem that it had before, you're going to show a report that basically cut the price of the stock in half and then cut it in half again. I don't know that I would want to necessarily touch this. I want to see completely new management if I was going to get into this, and I don't see that happening. So not a trade for me, not an investment.
Yeah, and I think that's actually one of the things we talked about when this was fresh in the news cycle, is that we actually wanted to see that management team really kind of be cleaned out before we felt better about it. Really quickly here, Yassine mentioned that NVIDIA reversed on the comments, and indeed that happened here. I don't have the CNBC interview. I didn't have the volume on. Thankfully, if you're a Benzinga Pro member here, you probably had Squawk on. Charlie has been squawking this. Looks like Jensen was talking about demand. He once again used the line, demand for our products is incredible. Not the first time he's been talking about that. That event inevitably caused NVIDIA shares to pop. Goes on to say, we're in the largest infrastructure build out in human history. Apparently, that is what reversed the stock and moved it lower. So perhaps there's some worry about how much is being spent here. Goes on to say, NVIDIA Home Depot spokesperson said all of our stores are open today. Okay, so this was a second squawk that got transcribed there. I apologize about that. But anyway, NVIDIA reversing its pop here, and it looks like that was on the back of Jensen's comments. He's still on NVIDIA, or he's still on CNBC. CoreWeave actually still holding about 14% higher on the back of this.
Lots of those stocks we were looking at this morning coming back in. BNAI down
SLGB,
EMA, 5-minute BATL, still having trouble with VWAP, getting rejected multiple times so far out of the gate. Now we're looking at potential test of the 65 EMA. These might need more time. The only one that seems to be doing really good right now is NAM, N-A-M-M. That just recently hit a high of 530.
Okay, and then Jacob, good to see you here. Thoughts long for GLSI. We had news from that last week, right? This is Greenwich Life Sciences.
I saw it was moving this morning too.
Yeah, so we had news here on Thursday in the pre-market. It caused the stock to pop. It did one of those things where it retraced like 80% of the move. Thursday here, that news was FDA approval for its commercially manufactured GLP-2. So this is going to be part of your GLP theme. Looks like we're getting a little bit of a trade back here today. I'll be honest, Jacob, let me ask about GLSI.
Hello?
Allô, Pam?
Yes, sir, come here.
Non, bien, grâce à Dieu. T'as pris une machine de vous, mais avant, c'est pas ça l'action pour moi. J'ai dit pour moi avant.
ABV.
Et ça n'a pas
SPCB. SPHL. Move.
Oh, okay, come on.
MTLS. FMST. FMST.
53,000?
Camp. Now. NASA.
That's not too bad. That's not too bad. It's the. Is it to Challenger RT?
Yes.
Is it, say it again?
Yes, RT.
It's RT?
Yes.
FMST.
What year? What year?
It is 2021.
Oh, yeah. Okay. How much they
VSA.
asking for?
ANPA.
ABV. CVRX. MICC. VSA.
Okay.
Pre. VSA. Move. VSA. Move.
Okay.
VSA.
The Silk Pump,
VSA.
parking picture,
MG.
McCarwell, or?
SLE.
Oh, okay.
VSA. VSA. Move. MG. Move. WLAC. CINT. CINT.
And they asking
CINT.
14.
CINT. CINT. KZIA.
And you just like transport say like, oh, that's why.
MRAM. MICC.
And how
SLE.
much,
SLE.
let's say I bid
ABV.
for. How many bid for?
VSA. SGCB.
Oh, nobody bid yet. Papa Monkey bid yet.
ABDT.
Oh, okay. Silka Point.
PESI. CGAU. Move. MRAM. MRAM. Move.
I'm sure because my gang, don't have a long gang on 12. Yeah. So and then maybe say you need to
MRAM.
MRAM.
OWLT.
Oh, so maybe say need this something lot.
MRAM.
Yeah, Silka the Sunday we met G, but yeah, okay,
RNTX.
okay, and then Mama TG put in machine number.
Oui, comme finalement ma propre tel bon.
Okay, où met relem lo pare.
Ou ça fait qu'à annuel, si nous pas il pas arriver dans compagnie, annuel là, c'est pas arriver dans compagnie, on avait on l'autre, attendez.
Okay, pas de problème. Okay, merci.
KZIA. CGAU. SUNE. Tajika. MRAM. SLGB. MRAM. SLGB. SLGB. Tajika. SLGB, 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 CHR, SPCB, ACT,
ABOS.
QTTB, VSA, VSA, FTK,
BNAI.
PMCB, MSGM, PESI, PMCB, AEC, MICC, CAMP, MYNZ, QTTB, Move, QTTB, MSGM, EVTV, CELZ, EVTV, EVTV, EVTV,
NAK.
MSGM,
NAK.
OCG, DTCX, ONEG, OCG, DTCX, OCG, KZIA, SLGB, DTCX, SLGB, EVTV, OCG, QTTB, OCG, QTTB, MYNZ, OCG, SPCB, ACET, SLGB, 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 CVRX, SLGB,
8NPA.
SLGB, SLGB, MICC, SPCB, VSA,
VNAI.
VSA, DTCX, ALUR,
NAK.
ARRAY,
NAK.
VSA, ARRAY, ARRAY, CGAU, KZIA, SPCB, GSXG, VSA, DTCX, VSA, Orla, MICC, FMST, PMCB, AXTI, VSA, DTCX, ALUR, ARRAY, ARRAY, ONEG, VSA, DTCX,
I need my shit there.
ONEG, VSA,
Now MP's down 6%.
GNAI.
PMCB, SLGB, MYNZ,
I still don't trust it. Nope. Not trusting it too
JL.
much, too high, man. They got ours. Got to reset a little bit.
Yeah, we had nothing fresh here. Yep. It was, in fact, the
SLGB,
piece of news that we
SLGB,
had the last day that this really
SLGB,
ran was that it was just
SLGB,
trading volume, probably from retail investors that was driving it. Looks like that's, again, here we are at the $3 resistance. They actually took it here. See if we build and move higher or pull back. I have no position on SLGB. I'm actually, I'm a little bit more conservative today than in
ARRAY,
general.
Yeah, it
ARRAY,
looks like 350 could be,
CINT.
350 or 4.
ARRAY.
Just looking at a daily chart,
ALUR,
potentially where this might
DTCX,
find more resistance if it doesn't find it here at 3. If this goes beyond 3, I'd say 350 is going to be your next big resistance area.
Okay.
Finally getting a pullback here with the kit.
Yeah.
So
MICC,
EVTV still holding above
PMCB.
VWAP, but there's a large seller in the way at 290. If he gets taken out, this probably will end up seeing 310.
PMCB.
I've got EVTV battling right now at the VWAP. We just crossed above it. By the way, SanDisk, more new highs here today.
DTCX.
SanDisk now up 3.65%. VZLA, this is Vizsla Silver. Shares of precious metals are trading higher as investors seek safe haven assets after President Trump recently announced he would impose a 100% tariff on Canada. So it looks like this was trading higher on that. This is actually down out of the open. 720 looks to be a key level there. That's VZLA, that's silver. A silver stock, I should say. Uh-oh, Peloton's on the scanner. What's happening there? Nothing. The volume's actually a little bit low there.
Yeah, you know, so it kind of makes you wonder what kind of game he would have had yesterday if Knicks hadn't Knicks ankle.
So my entire chat thread was in unanimous agreement that if Knicks plays yesterday, the Broncos win.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
Agreement.
That's kind of what I was thinking, and the fact that he wasn't there is, I think, the big reason why they didn't win.
That's a pullback.
I mean, it's just tough when you get put in that position. You just have so little time to prepare. SLGB really pulling back, by the way, now.
Lion here says, I own that VZLA. It has a big project. Can you give us any details on the big project? Like where is it? What is it? What kind of numbers are we expecting? Do you have any of that handy? And Izzy, I think I agree with you. I think that I was kind of saying with some of my other football buddies, it really kind of felt like the Super Bowl was last night with the Rams, Seahawks. We'll see here. Izzy, I'm in agreement. I think the Hawks win that game.
IPST.
Look at silver here. SLV 101 now. This actually looks like this is going to roll higher here.
The big project that you're referring to for Vizsla, is that the Panuco Silver Gold project in Sinaloa, Mexico?
Yeah, it's in Mexico. It's the high grade silver.
That's got to be the Panuco one then.
Are there? You said Sinaloa. Are there cartel worries with this project at all? Security issues, worries about any of that? I don't know. I'm asking out of ignorance. That's an honest question.
ELOG. IPST.
In Mexico, so they're developing all of that stuff. Okay, well, stock's responding to it today. Thomas wants to take a look at TMQ. Trilogy Metals. This should also be moving on the same thing. Interestingly enough, this actually came back in. What do you think? This holds the 200 EMA at 645. Not a whole lot of movement here. I actually think there might be a better shorter-term trade on this.
EVTV.
And Intel getting another mention. What's Intel at here today?
Lower.
So what did we talk about with this one? Oh, it sure did. It actually broke our trend line. Look at this, too. Look at this. It broke our trend line on Friday, back-tested our trend line, couldn't recapture, went lower. Lower we go here now. What's our next level here on Intel now that we're through this trend line that we wanted to hold?
Well, I need to see what happens with the rest of the day today, because this is the day that we are losing the 20-day SMA. But if we are going to close beneath it, then I'd be keeping
DRCT.
the price moving down to 50-day SMA or $40. That's the next area I think.
BNAI.
If we can't reverse and recapture the 20-day SMA, that's where we're going.
Yeah, to my eye here, 13. It sure looks like 40 is next to the downside, followed by 37.60 as your possibles.
And I know you folks are out there. Congratulations to everybody who was selling in the 50s.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, and Lion, another congratulations. You were saying that this was going to pull back for sure. It looks like we've already done that here.
Yep.
MICC.
Man, this thing continues to print new highs. Every time it pulls back to the VWAP, that's kind of been your entry. Even if you printed beneath the VWAP, that's been your entry because it's gone higher every time. Now, that's not going to last forever, so don't think that that's just going to be how it's going to end up the rest of the day. One of these times, it's going to start trading underneath the VWAP, and it's going to stay under it. That's not yet.
This is not NAM, dude. This is bowling. There are rules.
There are rules.
Sorry, I had to, man.
Market zero.
Market zero, dude. We talked about some of these financials. These sold off last week. COF, this actually might be bottoming here. See if it can recapture 220. That's COF. SKYT, this is another one that we had talked about. Grats on your short on this one. Whoever's calling, that was So9, right? We were talking about shorting SKYT. Looks like we really couldn't get above 34. Now we're probing some of these areas lower here. I gotta think this 3270, which is going to be your 200 EMA on the 5, probably where it tries its next support.
TMQ? What's going on with TMQ?
SOSX, remember we talked with X in direction here. Remember that SOXL and SOXS direction's best products here. These are mostly the most actively traded. You want me to take a look at TMQ 13?
I'm just looking, this is getting mentioned, so it looks like it's catching some support, trying to turn around here. Would need to see some more volume out of this. I don't know what it's going to end up doing once it reaches, once it reaches the 65 EMA. It seems like approaching that area, it runs into sellers. So need to recapture that and then pick up right above it.
CVRX, SPCB, NRXS, NRXS, ACCL.
What else is looking good? It looks like we're getting a pullback here from Move. That moved up to $21.95, almost $22, and now it's back down at VWAP.
CoreWeave, possible bounce from its pullback here to its VWAP. Actually, looking at this, I really think that the entry was probably better a point lower from here. This actually almost feels like a bit of a chase on that bounce. Ondas pulled back a little bit here. That actually lost 12. So for those of you asking about possible Ondas load zones, I really think you want to watch 1150 to 1175 now for a potential hold there. OPTT, this pulled back, found some support at the 65 EMA on the 5.
These over almost 192.
I feel like it was just yesterday when we were talking about the stock under $100.
This thing moves so fast.
Yeah, it really does.
I smack the shot. Right-handed guy, bro. Smack the shot.
I see that.
Yeah, GDV, this to me, 700 is still a story here. This is one that we've talked about quite a bit. Let's see here if GDV can really
I'm not even going to address it, little baby. You eat a dick,
Remember
nigga.
when we initially talked about this, we talked about an island
And
here.
I'm going to tell you why I'm getting that little baby.
Get rolling, but I really
I've
do
been
think
waiting
that
for
the
this.
690
I can't take it out on a nigga I don't know.
I'm gonna probably retry
tens
those
of millions of dollars, nigga. I'm taking it out on the
730s.
Yo, little baby, if this is what you believe or he believe, both y'all niggas eat a dick, nigga.
Yeah.
Whatever y'all niggas think, that's what it is. It's cool, whatever.
IDM.
Not bad, though.
Look at these.
What's the name of the team together all?
ASML seems those are some big cuts. Yeah, 1.46 million. Looks like wow. Those are in the money puts. $1.46 million trade bet there with earnings in 2 days. Wonder if somebody knows something there. Those expire January 30th. Those are this week.
PHG.
So they're taking an earnings trade?
AVTX.
I think so. Let me take a look here real quick. ASML.
Because that has earnings in 2 days.
I know that's what I'm just trying to decipher based on what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, I'm like, bruh.
So let me see if I can gain anything else from my broker here.
RFIL.
And you said those were what kind? The calls were puts.
RFIL.
Okay, these are they're puts. So here, sorry, let me try to find that again here. I lost it there. Okay, here it is.
ELOG.
Here's the trade itself. It looks like the 1460. Is that a 1460?
ELOG.
That ends, those are the weeklies, 1460. I'm sorry, it's the 1455. It's the 1455. There were 2,000 contracts traded at that strike here today. Looks like traders spent 1.46 million on that.
LE.
That looks like, okay, so really quickly, that looks like a bearish bet ahead of earnings on ASML. That's what it looks like to me.
I was going to say, that looks like they're just getting ready for the downside that's going to potentially happen, because I'm just looking at the daily chart. This thing has had a really nice run all year into the earnings.
ELOG.
What happens when the stock runs into earnings? It tends to sell off.
Yeah, those generally have been the earnings performers that have been less than desirable if they've run into earnings.
GLXG.
Now, if we do get this to sell, the 20-day SMA is down at 1250, and that's a little more than 11.5% away from where we're at right now. So I could certainly see something like that happening. It's extended on a daily chart. We're over 11% away from the 20-day SMA. 1300 looks like that's going to be a potential support area on the way down, but it might just be a bounce level. Yeah, I'd say that this looks like it could be coming back in off of earnings. Looks like that's an entire possibility. Entirely possible.
Bitcoin's still holding higher here, trying for 89K. We'll see if that retakes it. And then Netflix, we talked about Netflix pulling back a little bit out of the open here. Looks like it found some support there at 85.
After losing 150% of this move, battle is starting to reverse. Might only
Do we
come
feel
back.
better if it's shaking out some of those weaker hands that bought higher?
I don't know if we're going to see a very high prints above the 65 EMA. I would think 5 is going to provide the biggest resistance if we get back up there. I'm not sure we're going to see this one recover from such a big move out and a big drop. If it's going to come back, I don't think it's going to happen until later today, but this looks like it's going to end up going lower following a retest of the 65 EMA and $5.
I would agree with you here, and in fact, for this to go higher here, I would really like to see a recapture of the VWAP. I currently have that at 497 in my broker, 494 here in TradingView, so right in that same area. We'll see if it gets back up there. Then you folks are mentioning that the SPY and the Qs are up here, and indeed, we talked about the market actually. Market was resilient. It was lower this morning. It was lower in the overnight session. It got bought back closer to balance prior to the open, but since the open, the entire market has moved higher here. 693.30, your high print on the SPY.
Well, I saying that NAC is popping. I saw that he was saying NAC earlier. This is probably just up. Oh, here we go. The administration acquired a 10% stake in the company.
That's the US.
TAOX.
Now, what's interesting about this is that this is the one that needs the not just the Army Corps of Engineers approval, but also approval from the EPA to start.
I broke up with my best friend because she cheated on her husband, and I think that's a very valid reason to end a friendship, in my opinion. So my best friend, let's call her Bree, and her husband, let's just call him Sam. So my best friend Bree was dating Sam for about a year before he proposed, and that's literally all she could talk about.
To me, now, the headline from today,
she was like begging him to freaking marry her because she wanted to be a housewife, she didn't want to work, and he was like working freaking
so
all the
did they
time
previously take a stake in that?
No, this says. I'm sorry. It says USA Rare Earth. I'm sorry. You're right.
That's what I'm saying. I think this is moving in sympathy with that, as opposed to a direct thing.
Hey, yo, you're the Black Ranger. And I'm like,
so yeah, I think that if this is the case where they have to get to those goals, then that's what we need to wait for. We should be hearing more about this. I think at the end of January, I think maybe even today, we were supposed to get some news about the situation with the EPA. So there might be some more news coming with this NAK pretty soon. So sorry for misreading that. I thought this was the company that the administration had taken a stake in, but it was USA Rare Earth.
MLEC, RNTX.
So yeah, I would keep an eye on what's going on with the
IREX.
I saw some movement on IDAI today. Did we have any news out of that?
No, I don't think we did.
MLEC.
No, okay, so this was just some pre-market movement.
ACET.
Yeah, I don't see anything fresh here either. We're kind of waiting on news for that. That's the authentication, verification theme that we're kind of a little early on. This is one of our thinner, more owned names that we're just kind of holding. Nothing notable there.
Yeah, that's it's a large gold and copper project. That's right. But it's also in a very environmental sensitive area. There's also like salmon fisheries. Yeah, very same area. It's like $100 million a year industry out there that could be disrupted with mining. So that's kind of one of the hurdles that it's dealing with when it comes to the EPA, and then also the Iran Corp. So, still a bunch of hurdles to get through, but I think there might be some news coming with this pretty soon.
Christianity was in Africa before Europe.
And really quickly here, thinking about it was asking if USAR does uranium. I don't think so. This to me looks like magnets and the rare metals that are required for those rare earth magnets. I don't think uranium is part of this. I don't see it here. I don't remember that being the case. Yeah, this is all about mag. I don't see anything here with. I can also check the company homepage. No, this is about materials and magnets. This is not a uranium issue.
Okay. Just real quick, I'm trying to find some information here on NAK. Looking back at some of the past updates, they did talk about nominating or appointing a new independent director prior to the end of this month. I think that is what happened earlier this month. Yes, new board member and audit and risk committee chair. So they ended up doing that. Further down here, because I know that we're waiting on some of the court rulings on this. Don't see anything in there. I'm sorry, I don't have that court information, but they are going through some of the things they said they were going to do in their last update. So
Lightspeed wants us to feel bad for him that IShowSpeed or his production want anything to do with it.
To come across the world to try to like create a cool story.
You know it's Valentine's Day.
Oh, BNA is salted up now?
You know what? I took my eyes off that halt scanner. Good mention, Izzy. And then Izzy, regarding Netflix. So do you think the bottom is in? Do you think that what 82, 83 pretty much marks the bottom on Netflix? And then you're in that, so I think your trade is green. So I think you're looking for like 90 to 100 if I recall.
ATGL.
Let me know if you're going to stop if that thing breaks or if this is more long term on Netflix.
BNAI. Red.
That fingering? No, I just that fingered a letter, so kind of got the wrong result. I'm just trying to get some more information on the summary judgment brief from Alaska Federal Court. That's what I was looking for with regard to NAK. It's just something that has been interesting to me. I want to see if they're going to end up allowing this to happen or not. And the court process is going to probably end up dragging this on for a while. So we might not get any material update with NAK until later this week. Alright.
Actually, I see some more USAR clips getting bought. This chart looks no brainer here today. Good turnaround, but man, oh man, doesn't feel great here today. And then Boyle, just as a quick mention here, this is your natural gas widowmaker. This is the real wild ETF here. This is actually down from its pre-market highs, although it is trying to bounce.
CD.
Let's see if we've got that. All right, 13, you ready to do the wrap here for today?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's go back to our movers. Let's take a look and wrap up where our movers sit here today. We're going to start with BATL. Remember, we had these two humongous gappers this morning. Neither of them are higher here. So BATL sure looked like it was really flirting with maybe, I don't know, 780s in the pre-market there. Excuse me, 680s in the pre-market there, just shy of 7. This thing has lost its VWAP, it's lost its 20-day, its 65 EMA. We're really looking for maybe a support there on the 200 EMA. What do you got on BATL?
After losing that 65 EMA, that turns it into a resistance level. So coming back up here, what the price is doing right now, we're about to test this. We'll see if it can recapture it. If it does recapture that 65 EMA, the next resistance is going to be up at VWAP.
ATGL.
But this is really starting to spread out. See a lot of sellers at
RVMD.
5. So even if we do recapture the 65 EMA, it's going to be met with a bunch of selling. And this is also, it was up substantially this morning, over almost 400%. And now we're down to just 260%. I'd expect this to come in some more. And if we do get that, then you're going to see support around 350 and the 200 EMA in the 5 minute. But if we happen to reverse here and start taking it higher, those upside resistance areas I just mentioned, we're going to be looking at next.
Yeah, this is trying. It's trying to go to the VWAP as we speak. We'll see. Next one here is going to be BNAI. This too was like 230+% in the pre-market. This thing has lost all of its moving averages. It is trying to bounce here. But I think this is going to need to recapture at least the 200 EMA. You got any thoughts here on BNAI?
It might get back up to the 200 EMA, maybe even the VWAP, but this is another one that up significantly on news from Friday. So I don't think that this is it's gonna probably end up having the same amount of struggle that BATL is to hold up at these levels. I would think that this also comes back in, and if it does, you're probably looking at support around $20 if it loses that 25 area that it got from earlier.
GXAI, this ran into resistance right at its VWAP, got swatted down, actually lost the 65 EMA. Sure looks like the 200 EMA is next here. I see a lot of weakness, GXAI.
Yeah, this one will be likely also coming back in, and maybe this one ends up performing better later on in the day. Some of these, may come back later on, but for now in the morning, we're just seeing lots of downside. This is, following a bit of a trend down. So if we do turn around here, I'd be looking for a snap at that trend. But that's going to mean that it needs to retake the 65 EMA and the VWAP. So still haven't found support yet. Maybe that comes down around 145, but it's looking like this is going to visit the 200 EMA on the 5 minute.
Okay, NAMM, Namib Minerals. This is moving on the minerals macro headline here. This did actually break above the trend line that we put from our pre-market highs. We'll see if perhaps we backtest that. Currently, we're working on the 9 EMA. I've got the VWAP and the 15 EMA beneath this. What do you think here on NAMM?
Well, so far this morning, this going under
Nigga, hold on,
VWAP
man.
has
Hold on.
buying
I'm trying to see.
because it then comes back up through VWAP and goes higher. So don't know how long that's going to last. To me, it's starting to look like we might be seeing the end of that as the momentum has really slowed and it's starting to roll over. So if we start getting multiple 5 minute candles to close underneath the VWAP, I think that's a signal that this is probably not going to come back up. And then that means your support's going to be down at that trend line that we drew. Beneath the trend line, it's going to be the 65 EMA, but I think the thing to watch for, if we are going to get that rollover, is if we start closing multiple times underneath that VWAP.
Okay. All right, 13, really good stuff here. Really good start to the week. We're going to be back at this again tomorrow. Any closing words for the group?
Been a fun morning. Hope everybody's going to stay warm and keep all their pipes safe from breaking.
That's right.
Make sure that you're all taking care of yourself before you take care of your accounts. Don't want anybody.
I'm trying to see.
So until then, folks, I'll see you then. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Stay warm, stay safe.
CING.
All right, take care of yourself, 13. That is it for us today. We will be back at this again tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Monday out there, folks. Stay green, stay safe, stay focused. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm trying to see.
MICC. LDWY. MNTN CHR. OMDA EVMN.
If I get the 4Bs now, take the small loss.
EVMN. CD.
What's up, everyone? It's Carl with Money Vest. Welcome on board for our market open live stream. Hope you all are doing great and had a great weekend. A lot of crazy stuff happening in the world of geopolitics. And this week we also have the FOMC meeting. We've got the earnings calendar packed with a lot of companies reporting. And pre-market, we've got QQQs and SPY essentially flat. Volatility is slightly higher, over 3%, trading up to 16.5. But silver and gold, that's where the
Airs. Airs. MNTN. Airs. TGRN. TG. Here. SPCB Airs. OMDA. AFYA, INNV. RGTZ. OMDA. OMDA. MNTN. TG, RGTZ, DTCX, 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 MICC, SPCB, DTCX, Airs.
BNA on.
RGTZ. MICC. TG.
WSHP.
RGTZ. RNTN.
Carmelo Anthony?
Who's Carmelo Anthony?
The basketball. Oh. He made the park right there, but that was it. You understand? He never did nothing else for the HUD.
Yeah.
Akiway,
You my guy. But this why I gotta put you on your place, because you must be fucking high. First of all, who is Mello is crazy. Shut up. But for you,
everybody wants to be individually rich. I don't think anybody understands the power of collective riches.
They don't. That's the nail on the head. You don't understand the power of
collective riches. Because if all of us got it, then all of us got it, right? If we put in our money together, and this is honestly, this is socialism, right? This is the means of production. We own the means of production. We put in, so we all benefit from it, right? Mm-hmm. But the individualism is already set in place where it's like, what if
if you're able to trade under an LLC, all of the the resets, the education, anything trading related, you can put into a spreadsheet. So then at that point, actually treat it like a business. Now, obviously there's going to be less cost for having a personal account and more cost.
CING. TXMT.
That's why I didn't chase it. I know what I be talking about. That's why I didn't chase that.
CING.
Could have waited a little longer for enter. I definitely would have banked like 600 on that trade.
MICC. TXMT. DTCX. ROLR. MSGY. RGTZ. EVMN. EVMN. MTEN. MTEN.
feeling good, feeling great.
MTEN.
BNAI.
MTEN.
Where will gold and silver peak at in 2026?
First, it depends on the
MTEN.
economic climate, but I was talking to a stock club about this yesterday. The last time that gold and silver went up this much in tandem was pre-COVID, the European debt crisis, and the 2008 crash. I don't know about you guys, but I've never had these many conversations about gold and silver as we've had the past 6 months. Platinum is running, copper is running, of course, because of the AI investment. Worst case scenario, gold could shoot to $5,480 per ounce, and silver highest case can get to 153 or 105.47. What will make silver and
growing up black sucked, bro. Like, it just made everything way harder than it needed to be. I grew up as the only black kid in a white school. Then we moved into a really nice neighborhood, big houses, quiet street. Still the only black family. I'm obviously not posting my house, but this is like the neighborhood I was in. Cops would just like pull up on the side, like right there. I remember they would just sit outside our house and watch us. But one time I was walking home from the store and a cop said he'd escort me home just to make sure I wasn't lying about living there. Anyway, super crazy, but that's when it clicked for me early. I don't automatically belong. Like, I still have to explain myself and almost earn my right to just exist. School was the same. No one looked like me, just me and my two younger brothers. But thankfully, most people were really nice and I didn't really feel racism every day, except once. Grade 5, Can't really forget this day. So this kid in grade 8 walks up to me and just calls me the N-word, like just straight up. Hard ER2. And the crazy part is, I didn't even know what it meant at the time. Like, I wasn't on social media. I had Facebook, but I don't even know if that counts. I was just one of those kids that would play Pokemon on my Game Boy and kind of just chill at the park. I went home and I told my mom, and she lost it. She told me to call my dad, who was in Africa. And to this day, I still remember that conversation because that was the first time I ever heard my dad say this to me. He's like, that's unacceptable. If something happens, I won't be mad at you. So the next morning, I saw the kid. Bah! I didn't say shit. Just pulled up, punched him in the face. I broke his glasses, gave him a nosebleed. The 2-for-1 special, no fries, bro. Just straight action. Got sent straight to the office by 7:30 a.m. And that moment stuck with me. Not because of the fight, not because of what my dad said, but because when I was sitting down in the principal's office, I realized something deeper. No matter how quiet I am, how well I behave, how much I try to blend in, I don't belong here, bro. And that pattern followed me everywhere. Private school, same thing. University, same thing. So I did what a lot of kids do when they feel like they don't belong. I escaped. Anime, video games, music, like anything that just let me disappear. And I didn't realize this until years later, but when you grow up feeling like you don't belong, you don't build identity, you build performance. Like you get really good at fitting in, at adapting, at chasing other people's approval instead of your own. But none of that gives you the peace that you're looking for, and that's why fitness changed.
I didn't start trading to become rich. And I know y'all gonna be like, bullshit? Bullshit? Bullshit. That's the truth. Trading for me wasn't to become rich. Trading for me was...
I just still don't like to be corrected in front of people.
And you know, and this is what I'm saying too. If somebody cannot be corrected, they're never gonna grow. And if you're not growing, you're dying. What does that mean? If you're not getting back...
Here are my top 5 trading books that helped me become a profitable trader. First and foremost, you guys have heard me mention this one before. It's Understanding Options by Michael Sincere. This goes through everything options trading, so A to Z breakdown of different option strategies, the Greeks, how to trade options, so on and so forth. The next one is Technical Analysis by Clifford Pistolis. This one actually helped me really learn.
With you because I'm looking for a female that wants to do nothing but support.
Would you accept a $5, $10,000 ring? And she said, no, it got to be $30K. So I'm looking at her. Lady, I'm like, you're saying $30K. But I'm looking at her because that's what everybody say they want a 1% man. That's what most 1% men gonna do. They gonna look at you. Do you fit what he wants on his arm? So I'm like, $30K, and then I'm listening to what she said. She's like, yeah, I'm worth it. What makes you worth a wedding ring for $30K when you can take that $30K and put it into whatever investment vehicle, and now you up 140, 150K.
BLBX.
So a lot of people, especially in our community, that's why we have the highest divorce rate. A lot of people want to get married for the aesthetics, the wedding, the stuff. They're not trying to be married to be married. They're not trying to be married. They want the show. They want to post. They want to hire the photographer, the videographer to come do the wedding so they can post on Instagram for their friends. And it's like we seek validation from people who don't care.
If y'all been together, let's say y'all been married for 10 years. And you say I'm gonna starting the wedding, starting a marriage off like that. When you know these days marriages don't even be making it to 5. Because I've been seeing it too many times, bro. I didn't have friends that spent $40,000-$50,000 on their wedding just to get the
ROLR. 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 DTCX. ROLR. IREX. Oneg.
Forced a year and a half.
A man really just got on this app and said we don't call women losers.
Lived in a black neighborhood for quite a while. I saw how they treated white people. It's not very good.
See, this is dumb because I've only had a black person treat me poorly one time in my entire life. Actually, 2 times in my entire life. And the first time...
BLBX. VIAV. TXMT. MSGY. LE. DTCX. Ellie. Oneg. TXMT. Oneg.
So you're unorthodox, man. You trying to go in here? Let's go, nigga. You trying to get buzzed down in the saloon? Let's go, nigga. Let's go. What? You trying to get buzzed down in the goddamn saloon? Yeah. Come on, let's go. Open the goddamn door, baby. You go play. Are you that us? Open the damn door, baby. Show me. I'm gonna show you what that is. Nah, I think that we need to keep walking. Yeah, what? Yeah, let's keep walking. Oh, okay.
Oh, now she not ready. Now she not ready. Now she not ready. Now she not ready.
BLBX.
Now she not ready. Bitch, quit.
MYNZ.
Bitch, quit playing with me. Bend your ass over. Break your motherfucking back.
MYNZ. LGCB. VIAV.
So that's
couple
where
things.
you guys from. Y'all are not originally from the Middle East.
I actually have family from Spain. We are originally from the Middle
Spain
East,
is
but
not
also
the Middle East.
But also, my question to you is,
What said Spain like that was Middle East?
You lost a point for that. I have relatives from Spain as well.
DTCX.
But how did the Jews get to Europe? We just
No, the
sprouted.
bigger question is how did y'all get to Israel? You know, historically, y'all wasn't looking for Israel first. You know, y'all went to Haiti, y'all went to South America.
CING.
Africa.
NGNE.
Y'all was looking anywhere to go.
If you look at
If we go back to the Belfort Act and all of that y'all did, that's why y'all have that war in Palestine, because you broke every treaty that you even had with the Palestinians.
That's a whole separate conversation.
No,
In terms-
it's
in
you're
terms-
asking how did you get
TXMT. ACT. MLEC.
Oh, mwen pase wè, mwen gade. Oh, mwen sa fè yon bagay.
On went got to check it for the well. We still not like that. I'm a bill.
Oh, yes. Sa se yon VA.
ACT.
Yes. Oh, that's the one. No rear. Oh, no rear end damage, no front end damage?
No, no front damage. C'est pour on bouclier yo prend la même bagarre.
So there's no damage on the car at all?
No, there's no damage.
Oh my god.
Li pour bouclier, pour prend la même là. Et parce que les gars qui permettent. Et puis assurance, par contre, c'est pas assurance même pas.
My mom, okay, me top real low because my mom said si mwen se manke kob, li top use kob pou fikse mashin la, pou achete kob la, and next month na fikse mashin la. So panse. Yeah, point, really, so ka point, mwen kan nou ka jwen kob la. Okay, merci yon pil. Okay, and then water limb. Okay, and then water limb pour petit machine le parler.
Oui, non, là nous fin passer ça.
SPCB.
Okay, pas de problème. Okay.
M'a prendre pour trop cher, m'a veille moins si tu fais que nous pour capable de faire on le
Okay, pas de problème. Merci.
Parce que j'ai toutes les machines dans le pays, vous pouvez pour faire fond.
Okay, no problem.
Okay.
All right.
Oneg. Oneg.
V8 Hemi.
CING. MYNC. GCDT.
This person a would-be assassin who tried to murder federal law enforcement. Eyewitness News reporter Madison Wild joins us now with more fallout and what federal agents in Minnesota would have failed.
INMT.
I don't talk to any of my family members anymore. None. I don't. Not one of them. No. I have cut all my family members off my phone. Nobody. I'm blocked. Best part of the league cannot change their position. That's what they're trying to do. Beautiful smiling deep kicks.
DTCX.
Can I get in the picture? Can I get in the picture? No. No? No. Okay, get off my car then.
Trading is the best money-making skill that you can have, but it's not. You're not even want to get rich. It's almost like I have to get rich. You know? Hold on, you lock in real quick. I think I see something. Never mind. I just supposed to break out. Get rich or starve.
NGNE.
Trading is the best. How do you get in here? What do you mean? How did I get in here? I mean, how did you get in here? What do you mean? What do I mean?
MDWD.
Oh, that's fine.
Where are you from originally?
I'm half English, half Spanish.
Do you live in Barcelona currently?
I do.
Do you think dating is easier in America or Spain?
I've had experience with American men, and just to my knowledge, it's probably a very
Ooh, alright, see if I can pull him back a little bit. Yeah. Rich Tech is down about 4%, bruh. Wow. Look at that APLD shooting with Star coming back in the Bollinger Band. We're gonna wait on that. We clapped Intel, so we had to sell QSI puts because we don't, you know, we're gonna flip that back.
TXMT. CRGO.
I'm gonna take smart steps from now on.
Toro.
Experience with American men, I just
TXMT. FMST, TXMT. RNTX.
Absolutely brilliant. Burkina Faso turned mangoes into a national weapon of economic power. What people once saw as useless fruit lying on the ground, Traoré transformed into a serious industry. Every season, millions of mangoes were wasted. No factories, no buyers, no proper storage. Just fruit rotting under the sun. But Captain Ibrahim Traoré asked a simple question. If our land gives us so much, why should others earn from it? And the whole game changed. The government created new export routes, organized farmers, and improved cold storage systems. Within months, Burkina Faso climbed into Africa's top mango exporters and even moved up in the global rankings. A country nobody took seriously was suddenly competing with the biggest producers. Then Traoré made an even bolder move. He revived the Defani Juice Factory, a company that had been shut down since 2010. New machines, new workers, new production lines. Today, Burkina Faso is bottling its own mango juice, selling its own products, and keeping the profit inside the country.
Mob. MST. Mob. 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 CRBP. MICC.
They just need one true leader, bruh. That's it. And they got that.
GAUZ. Mob. MYNZ. GAUZ. Mob. Mob. GAUZ. Lucy, Lucy. MGNE. LSF. MYNZ.
Oh, snap.
Mob. Mob.
Sup, chat? We gotta do laundry, you feel me?
Mob.
Woo! We waiting for our setup. We waiting for our setup. Nah, G should do it waiting for our setup though. There's the queues. Yeah, if the queue starts to get to what 627, we'll take a buy entry there. We're just waiting for that. RSI is cooling off. We're good.
Mob. 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 Mob.
All right, man. This is nasty work from Rich Tech, bruh. Wow. Not nasty work, but let's mark these up right here. Okay. All right, so it's testing. Wait, what is this right here? Isn't this Oh, 390. Oh, we definitely gotta put that alert for 390. Hold on, man.
LDWY.
Uh, 390. Let's put March. Whatever.
ELAB.
There we go. Okay. All right, now we talking. Now we got that shit set up.
CRGO.
Ain't no party like a. Ain't no party like a. Ain't no party like a. Let me see. Oh, that's. Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
SPCB.
Let's get to the money, man. Let's get to the money. We are waiting for this. We are hawking down this buy entry right here, bruh. Hold on. Yep, it looks like it's about to take it. I'm watching it. This would be a sweet day trade. And this the move I actually want though.
GAUZ.
Word to your mother. Word to your oh, where's APLD right now? Jeez, okay. This could potentially drop.
Dogs.
And this is actually a new high, right? So this is what, 4161. Yeah, let's mark that. And let's mark that up. We'll take 4160. Boom.
RNTX.
RNTX. BBAI. Oh, MP. Dang, I have no alerts for MP. That's crazy, bruh. I'm for sure gonna miss the Jwett like that if I don't pay the fuck attention.
LGCB.
Booty, 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 booty rocking everywhere. I gotta make this bread. What's Bitcoin right now? Come on, Bitcoin. Reclaim this trend line, dog. What the fuck? We gotta get back to 100,000. What's the... From here to 100,000? Bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. This is not crazy, bro. Just give me this... Give me like a 10% overnight move, bro. Damn.
BOXL. BOXL.
Where's Tesla? Yo, if y'all got tickers, y'all want me to watch, just drop it in the chat, you know? I'll put the chart up. I mean, because I'm about to go on the little commission, you know? Y'all know what... Around this time, just so you guys know, around this time, I usually just go, you know, go handle my business, go eat a quick lunch, and then come back on the chart. So if you guys don't see me on the chart for like about an hour, I'm just, you know, handling some business and coming right back. So, but don't worry, that our commission, I have the little sports audio background going. Matter of fact, let me pull that shit up right now. The freaking page. If y'all a Patriots fan, I don't like y'all. I'm sorry. I'm a Dolphins fan. I hate you Patriots fans. Facts. I hate y'all. I hate that y'all won. What Stidham wasn't that garbage, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that, bruh. Hold on. Hold on. Where's... Stidham was not that garbage, bruh. Chill out. Well, I was watching the whole game.
Hey guys, it's your favorite dunk here. Go ahead and click that.
Stidham was not that garbage, bruh. What the fuck?
That button right here. Come for the sports, stay for the stories. Ah, damn.
Yeah. Take your time, huh?
To the Super Bowl.
Patriots is ass, man. We don't like the Patriots over here, all right? Boo! Let's go Seahawks.
Headed back to the Super Bowl. New England.
Let's go Seahawks. Let's go Seahawks.
It's their 12th appearance in the Super Bowl, 4 more than the next closest franchise, which happens to be, I think, us, isn't it? John's been to 5, Peyton went to 2, and Craig Morton went to 1.
Wait, we not worried about who went to what. I know who not going this year.
But
who went to what.
I know who we not going this year.
Hold on, before we finish. Hold on.
What the fuck? They stopped talking?
Ecor.
Okay.
Forever. I will love it. I'm a spoon. Forever. I'm in love with my spoon. My arms. All right. Tesla.
Man, this man doing? The Patriots beat the Broncos by the score of 10-7. Drake May, 10 of 21. I thought you had that jersey. I'm lying.
Hey, don't
That's the time. I really gotta start trusting my levels, bruh. This was a trade right here. Great trade.
Y'all hear? Man, I ain't got that jersey. That jersey don't mean nothing.
Hey, do me a favor.
We had a premium. Now, we talk about this all the time, Ocho. We say when you have the momentum, how much separation can you put between you and the team that you have the momentum of?
Yes.
They had all the momentum.
They gave zero separation, bruh. Zero.
By Stidham, and all of a sudden it's a 7-7 ball game. Now you got to fight.
Okay, okay. Spies moving. Hold on.
And the Broncos get the ball. I said, and I tweeted, I said, this is the Broncos' best chance. They had them backed up. The guy shanked the ball. They get the ball at the 35-yard line. And they can come away with nothing. Now, it's being reported now that Will Lutz, said that he might have been too close because they couldn't tell the distance between, where the yard line was, because you're supposed to be like 7 yards back, and it was shorter, and the guy got it tipped, and he got blocked. But I don't know why everybody was so confident in Stidham. He was in New England. He was supposed to be Tom Brady's backup.
Stidham wasn't that bad. I disagree. He wasn't that bad, bruh.
That's a prime opportunity. As a matter of fact, wasn't he there?
I don't think Stidham was that bad, or am I tripping?
So the guy that drafted him, Josh McDaniel, when he had him in New England, he had him in New England. Had him in the Raiders. Couldn't get nothing out of him. And I think Sean Payton started to believe that. He started to convince himself, because remember, Ojo, I told you, my coach used to tell us all the time, sometimes you gotta lie to himself, son. He lied. Not only did he lie to them, but he lied to himself. Because that's the only way I can explain him not taking the 3 points and making it 10-0. Go ahead, Ocho.
I mean, he had no choice. But
I don't know if it was that. I don't know. Maybe I'm watching a different game.
He had to lie to himself and lie to his actual player to give him the confidence that you can do this. Obviously, they didn't get blown out.
I don't think I've seen all of the game. What's this?
You just turn the ball. The dude just that big. Boy, you took the words right out of my mouth. You took the words right out of my mouth. And what they needed to do is, before that storm came in, we need to get as many points as possible, whether it's 6, whether it's 7, whether it's 3, and extend the lead as much as possible before the storm comes in. Because if you look at the day Drake May had today, because of the conditions, because of the elements, even though as a player you have to adapt to whatever comes your way, it was not in the favor of the Patriots at all. Stidham had what? Didn't even have over 100 yards.
He was 17 to 31 for 133.
Nigga in Ohio smacking shit.
Third play of the game to Marvin Mills.
Yeah, I mean Drake May.
It was 10 to 21 for 86 yards.
86.
Nah.
And he had a long of 31.
Yeah, he hasn't had a stat line like that. That's the stat line for offensive series for Stidham. I mean for Drake May. The way they played offensively this season. And another thing that we need to talk about, I know we had conversations throughout the season. For those of you in the chat, some of you, we talked about the MVP for the NFL this year. Many people said Matt Stafford. Obviously, Patriots fans are those who have watched the second.
Woo! Look at that fall from grace. This is why you wait.
And after what he's done,
this is why you wait, bruh. Right there.
A Super Bowl, and only his second year with Mike Vrabel's first year. I think about some of the teams that Drake May had to beat to even get to the Super Bowl, to even be at this point. Three of the top defenses in the NFL. Drake May, he had to beat the Chargers.
Look at that fake reversal. Nah, IONQ is.
He had to deal with
it is not an easy stock to trade. Ever since
that goddamn Houston defense, which is phenomenal. And then
ever since this sell-off, it's been.
Tonight or earlier today, the Broncos, who were the number 2 defense in the NFL statistically, and
damn,
to beat those teams.
The fuck did I just swallow?
Obviously, man, is it?
Ow, shit!
A tremendous feat in the sense for a quarterback that's in his second year alone. Sometimes you have veteran quarterbacks that stumble when it comes to playing top defenses like he did, 3 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I just think the thing is that.
Damn, homeboy, you got 3, homeboy.
Sean knows. Okay. You can lie.
Niggas not interested, homeboy.
Yeah, he lied to himself.
Only 3 viewers, homeboy. With 301 followers, homeboy. Y'all niggas gotta get like me.
I have a problem that going for it on 4th down. I got a problem with the play selection because you just scored on that. Right. You scored on that play where you half rolled it and you hit Courtland Sutton in the back in the end zone. So the one thing you know about the Patriots, especially when they got a very good coach, you're not gonna beat them on the same play twice.
You're not.
Yeah,
you're not.
And you're rolling into the short side of the field. And you rolling with a guy that ain't got no wheels. He can't run.
But you gotta understand, what do you want Sean Payton to do? You understand the limitation that your quarterback has. You understand the playbook, as if you had Bo Nix, the playbook changes completely. The offensive play calling changes completely. The things that you can do instead of you can't do with Bo Nix. You only had a week.
Okay, you on there? I ain't got no noodles. So guess what? I can't make you pasta.
Man, y'all be saying it, bro. That
so
shit
you
be.
Ain't got Bo Nix.
That
so
shit
you
be.
Gotta take.
So I be like, man.
That's good.
Yeah, because y'all not at that age yet, so it don't.
RNTX.
I'm trying to see what a nigga posted, bro.
There's a lot of shenanigans over there, bro.
Oh, I guess some nigga named Turnpike Lee, he reposted.
Yeah.
He reposted what Freezy posted, and he's like, "Yo, this guy." Cause I guess they accusing Freezy of like taking 2 D tackles or whatever, but Freezy was like, "Yeah," but Freezy like, "Yo, I was coaching these niggas when they was 5 at the Chiefs." Like,
oh yeah. But the nigga they got from the West, the
backup, right? He wasn't the starter.
Yeah, he was the backup.
In 4 different schools.
Oh damn. Oh shit.
SXTP.
Oh man.
SXTP.
I don't like that 4 different school shit, man. That's like Kevin Dennis. I don't like that shit, bro.
BOXL.
I don't like that shit, bro.
RNTX CD.
Even 3 schools is a stretch, but I'd rather be at 3 different schools than 1 every year, bro. To me, that's crazy.
Yeah, that's what this person put. He was like, "Parents, please do your research before having your son transfer to a power school. Talk with the coaches before transferring and see what they have coming back, and bring it in at your position. You can easily go from a starter to a backup. These coaches want
like that
on their roster, so you can't go to another program and compete against them."
Yeah, that's me, man.
That's green ass shit. You want to stack talent so the other team won't have comp against you.
Yeah, he's scary.
Man, that's what that shit came from. Like I told my mom, she was so mad because I was like, why we can't do it now? Because when y'all was going to pick up everybody else's kids, and you don't think Teddy wasn't paying, you don't think Teddy was giving money to these kids? Fuck yeah. Don't do that, man. Don't play like you don't know.
They said Teddy said he was giving them Uber Eats and Uber Lyft.
Yeah, right. That nigga was giving Uber Limos. That nigga was
that nigga Teddy said he spent almost $200,000 on recovery alone. You know,
on recovery, bro.
Yeah, recovering the players, the team. That's recovery.
Yeah, bro.
He recovered them from other teams and brought them back.
Yeah, bro. They took the 5-star from the 4 or 5-star from Kansas City last year.
I mean,
what's his name? Number 9.
That you even talking football.
He played DN, but he really was a linebacker and running back.
You shouldn't be happy.
Yeah.
He was like he was a 4.5.
I'm not even sure.
Yeah. You know what? Jordan Campbell or something like that. Campbell, I think his last name.
Jordan.
What happened to your Bronco role?
Yeah, he came from Kansas City. Yeah, you're right.
I don't want to.
They just forgot about that.
Where's the energy you had?
No, that's He was being Kansas City. His mama from Kansas City. He went to Kansas City.
Damn, the five main players from Indiana are all from Florida.
But it's okay. It's okay.
Three of them was from Miami.
Most of the players on that defense will be back. Y'all will be all right. But it's going to be a long time before that.
You never know. You never know. I was fortunate that we lost the heartbreaking game in '96 and then went back to back. But Ocho, you don't
Miami
know.
got all the talent, bro.
I mean, think about it. Dan Marino went to the Super Bowl in his second year and never went back again.
Nah, it's hard.
Never went back. You get guys, you get like Joe Montana go and win. You get ready to go.
I reduce all negativity right now. I reduce all negativity. Yes, you can.
But Aaron Rodgers went to one and never went back.
Yeah.
So it ain't no guarantee you're so close. Sometimes things just line up in your favor, and you need to take advantage of it. Man, look here. That better be great. Just can you imagine Patrick Mahomes was in this thing again? Everything in line up. All the heavy hitters are gone. We're gone.
Yeah, and you know what? The heavy hitters are gone. Most of them are gone because they didn't play well this season due to injury. Obviously, you saw what happened. Lamar.
Well, look, Lamar doesn't really play in the postseason, so we can't look at him as being an impediment to somebody. They got the big guy. That guy in Kansas City, they didn't play well all year long. That was the top that everybody in the AFC was having to get over. Not Lamar. And this is not a knock on Lamar. Lamar's been great in the regular season. He's a two-time league MVP. But Lamar Jackson has not looked like Lamar come postseason. So he's really never been an impediment. He hasn't really stopped Joe Burrow or Mahomes or Josh.
I ain't gonna lie to you, bro.
With that being said, Josh Allen got put out by the Broncos last week, and Joe Burrow didn't really have a chance because he got nicked early on.
Right.
So when things like when the road open up.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie though, but next year,
you got to take advantage of it. Obviously, Buffalo wasn't able to do that. And the thing is, with all these quarterbacks that we are talking about, and you talk about the Joe Marino, you talk about Dan Marino getting there one time. The difference I think about today's game with all these teams that have those elite quarterbacks, I think those teams will always be in contention every year. Those teams will always have a chance to go no matter what. Even though they fell short this year. Lamar fell short this year, they're going to be in contention next year.
Was Green Bay not in contention every year? How many times did Aaron Rodgers lose? He lost the NFC Championship game to Seattle. He lost to the 49ers twice. He lost to Tampa. So he was in contention. Did he get back?
I know, but I'm just the possibility. You know, the sense of if you're a fan of those specific teams, you just know at least we have a chance. There's some teams, there's some fans, no matter what, going into a new season, you know damn well you don't even have a chance. You don't even have a chance.
I think it hurts more to close.
But listen, I think it's even worse knowing going into the season you don't have a chance. If you're a Cardinals fan, well, hell, you know you ain't gonna see the postseason. You might as well book your goddamn ticket in January to go back home. If you're a Raiders fan, I mean, what the hell? What you expect? If you're a Vikings fan, hell, you don't even have a goddamn quarterback right now. What you gonna do? I mean, there are a few other teams as well. I think the Bills, the Seahawks, the Rams, the Ravens, obviously the Bengals, if you keep Joe Burrow upright. Some of the teams with the better quarterback play, the Texans, because of their defense. I know I'm probably leaving some teams off. All these teams will continuously always be in contention, whether they win and lose in the postseason or whether they make it to the Super Bowl. They will have a chance to make it to the playoffs and contend. Some teams can't even be afforded that opportunity.
I forgot his name.
Yeah, I think the thing is, what has the Bronco fans so upset is that Sean Payton knew this quarterback was limited. And he had an opportunity to take a chip shot field goal, 10-0. 10-0 gives you momentum. You make it seem like if you got that first down, it's not like if you got the first, it was a touchdown. I can see if you went for it and they stopped you. You still had to get more plays. So 10-0, the way you had been dominated, I think they had one first down, maybe like 7 plays up until that point on Joe. So 10 points might have felt like 14. Based on how you had dominated them defensively. But the one thing, all that being said, the one thing that he couldn't do is what he did.
But I think you got a good chance. But And
that's
change the game right now.
Next year, like at least
No,
the
that, you know,
playoffs. I'm not
that's
saying
what
go
lost
back to
the
the championship, but I think you at least the
Out of
playoffs.
all the plays they bring, nothing else matters except that goddamn turnover. That's all it came down to.
Playoffs,
you know, so I mean, it's unfortunate. I know you feel bad. I don't mean to pile on you like this.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm a realist. See, the thing is, if I'd have had Bo Nixon out of loss, I might have been.
Damn, I wish you would have won that shit, man. I was like,
I ain't gonna lie to you, Joe. If we'd have had Bo in loss, yeah, I'd have been upset. But having Jared Stidham, because I didn't expect to win.
Right. But yeah, I mean.
I just see some
it sucks. And what do you think the boys got a flight for Cancun already?
Because I didn't know. I think Sean had lied to them so well. They had convinced themselves because I heard the defense. Oh, we can win with Skitty. We can win the Super Bowl with Skitty.
South Florida though.
If the other team don't show up, y'all can win. But if they show up, y'all not winning with Skitty.
It was left.
Let's be real. I'm a realist, and everybody knows I'm Bronco country through and through. But I'm a realist also. Jared Stidham ain't winning you no big game.
But hold on. Now you know you can rely on your defense and still win.
If you get a pick six, or you create something like that, or you strip sack and you give them a short field.
All they got to do, you know, your chances of winning the Super Bowl, even with him, worse still.
Don't even worry about Joe.
Turn the ball over.
Because all you gonna do,
you take. Let's say you take the elements from the day out of it. The game's an even game. You take the elements out of it.
You can't, Ocho, because Drake May played in that. It wasn't like Drake May was in a phone booth or one of those. He played in the same conditions that Jared Stidham. The only difference is Drake May took better care of the football. And the one thing that the Broncos couldn't do, based on that, was turn the football over, especially in negative territory. You basically gifted them 7 points. And like I said, Sean has to know who his quarterback is. He has to know the weather conditions are going to change. He had to have known that. So why do you have all these analytic people? You have that on your staff. And so for Sean to forego those 3 points, like I said, I'd have called timeout to really assess what do I really do back. I mean, I don't have both. Points are at a premium here. 10 points is gonna seem like a lot. And as long as we don't turn it over, because if we turn it over, it's a top ball game.
Yeah.
It's not like a situation.
No, I'm saying, but like something like similar.
You turn it over, it's a top ball game.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
You got a 7-0 lead with a chance to go up 10-0 with a backup quarterback in your building, and the weather is going to get progressively worse.
Yeah.
What made it worse, Ocho? It was yes, everybody's gonna look and say Sean Payton got to know better than for go 3, but his quarterback didn't help him by turning it over.
Right.
If you forego the 3 and he doesn't turn it over, you say, hey, if they drive the length of the field against this defense,
do we have any receivers?
I mean, I don't know what you're going to do, Joe. I really don't. Because we got one of the 2 or 3 best defenses in all football. We can pressure the quarterback. But I thought Drake May used his legs a lot.
No, I'm not saying that, but like,
because
you know, like
he had to win a lot and scramble for first down. And on the last one,
we don't got that coming out right now.
He went to his responsibility. 52 got contained.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't even know those recruiting games like Kevin do.
Ocho, you got contained. Why are you trying to get inside? That's not your play to make.
Yeah, but he's not
trying to.
No, we don't need
like 6 feet.
You see, if I get beat doing my job, I got beat doing my job. I can't get beat trying to do somebody else's job.
That's a job, yeah. I call it playing hero ball.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but that's not far off of what you described. Like
trying to do 2 things at once.
6.
Oh man,
yeah. My car's a great slot receiver.
I love y'all. I've been very supportive of y'all all season long.
I'm gonna be able to put my sharp jersey on.
I tell you what, though, this
Oh, he had a little jersey. He got a little jersey.
Got 84, got real stitching, just like the official jersey.
Yeah. Well, he gonna have to hold off till next year. Then.
Put it on there. Yeah, that's what we want. I hope so.
You gonna have to hold on till next year, little buddy.
That nigga from.
Man.
Don't worry about it.
You say we getting a number of receivers.
They beat the number 1, the number 2, the number 5 defense.
I don't know who this nigga is.
No, it's Duke's number 1 receiver. We're not saying a number 1 receiver.
So
Duke's number 1 receiver. Okay, let me see. Hold on, let me go and mute this junk loud. Let me mute that real quick. Good Duke number 1. Hold up. Y'all know his name or not? Or his number? Any chance?
Nah.
SSSS.
Duke football.
SSSS.
Let me see if I can find this nigga. Oh, I think y'all might be talking about Jordan Moore. I might be wrong on that. Let me make sure. It's a white boy. Okay, hold on. Duke wide receiver transfer portal. Oh, okay. His name is Cooper Barkate.
That sounds like a white name.
Yeah, he entered transfer portal on January 22nd. 1,100 yards, 7 TDs, second team All-American, 8 performers. Okay.
But yeah, you think he coming there to be on the bench?
Nah. Hell nah.
To put this in perspective, with Santana Moss is one of my favorite receivers, but when he was at UM, y'all also had Andre Johnson and Reggie Wayne. Those are bigger receivers. Those are number 1 receivers. That's a crazy receiving room. I ain't gonna lie. At one time.
Dang, we getting the quarterback and the receiver. Oh, okay.
Niggas stealing from their own conference.
You seen
Let me go look at their
going
highlights.
crazy?
For what?
For what?
With the Ole Miss and the player.
Oh, he didn't want the quarterback to stay.
Oh, they I heard Duke suing the QB saying he can't leave.
You can't try. You can't tell a kid he can't go to another school. Niggas still a student.
Multi-year NIL. So.
Yeah, they gonna let him go. You just gotta pay that money back.
Oh, okay.
You violated the thing. They gonna let him go. You can't do nothing. You can't tell a nigga he can't go to another school, fool. Like that's crazy. Damn, niggas still a student.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like if we sign a contract and I'm paying you, I could tell you that. And that's where this shit gets sticky.
That's the crazy thing about college football right now.
It's like it's not really structured for real then.
Yeah, the contracts, what they call it, it's not enforceable. They could give you the money to the nigga, leave the right next thing. Now, what the fuck? Nah, that's fucked up.
Let me look at this nigga highlights, man. Hold on.
Hold up.
I'm saying.
That shit suck you out of a team. As soon as the season over, you gotta worry about if the nigga's gonna leave. That shit crazy. Niggas could have the best year. Niggas be like, yeah, man, I'm a ride for this team. They gone. Go to the rival.
But you gotta make the tackle.
You see Jordan Seaton, he left from Colorado. Gone, just left.
The first half, he's sure-handed here.
He left.
Damn, he a big body receiver, bruh. Shit. I mean, he don't got the burners, but he good enough.
Second down and 9 for Darian Mensah and Duke. Over 110, 15 yards receiving tonight. After the turnover by Duke, deep in its own end.
Oh, Mensa, okay. We already signed Mensa, right? Or it's still speculation? I said we already signed Mensa, the QB, or it's still like speculation that he might come here.
AVX.
Say it again.
Just don't want him to enroll for winter. That'll make his ass come down in the summer.
SRTS.
Making a reported $3.5 million a year. And Duke Benson steps up here.
AVX.
And finally knocked that play inside the 30-yard line. Mighty impressive from Dick Dorn's offense. And now Darian Mensa back to work. And he connects with Cooper Barkey. The Harvard transfer. 8-yard pickup for the first time. Cooper Barkey gets involved. It's been a shaky kicking game and he's outside of Tom Polito's range. To the finish.
I like Mensa. He look good.
Played in Colorado and in Vanderbilt, was a very talented wide receiver. Here's Mensa on the roll, throwing Barkade the catch near midfield. 14 carries, 61 yards. He's got a 49-yard touchdown run already. And now here's Mensa.
Mensa, okay, not bad. Oh shit, I'm good.
So Cooper Barkade into the end zone.
Oh, almost at the buy entry. Wow, okay.
Well, they hit him on an RPO here, and that's set up by the run game.
Mensa looking right, throws. That's
hold on, let me put this on the screen so they can see.
You see your boy stepping down, Uncle Luke.
What you mean stepping down?
Yeah, terrible coach. Yeah, that's what I'm telling Matt. I'm not even a UN fan, you know what I'm saying? But he's just an idiot.
Tight end to the left, 3 receivers on that side here.
The tractor fool. He's just dumb, bro.
Oh, okay. Cooper Barkade, that's not bad.
Everything is about him, yeah, bro.
And second TD pass from Mensa.
Yeah, I mean, Demetrius Samuel is in the coverage. He looks like he gets disorientated right there. And of course, you got Barkade, who just really is
Cooper Barkade.
We enjoyed talking to him yesterday. He's really excited to be close to home.
It's another receiver I think we got from the portal too. I forgot his name.
That was kind of his number 1 target last week. 3rd and 11 for Duke. Pressure comes. It got picked up. Mensa throws.
Barkade not that fast though. I mean, he can run, but I'm worried about his. I don't know. He's definitely a possession receiver.
15 more yards. Out to the 15. Some breathing room. Play fake and a throw across.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That nigga possession receiver, bro. I ain't gonna be catching that shit for real. That nigga definitely a red zone threat. That's for sure. Definitely red zone threat. Yeah, we gonna use that nigga in the red zone for sure.
What a catch by Cooper Barkade. He had Zeke masses all over it and came down with the ball. Well, this is good on good. You're going to see Barkade run a corner route right here. He's got a true freshman alongside Nate Shepard in the backfield, and he will send one into the right.
Let me see his speed. Oh, okay, he got some speed on him. He ain't that fast, but oh, he had to slow down.
All the way back on his side of the 50. And they come up with a big play right out of the gate. They waste no time. Up tempo. Swing pass again. Barkade gets a block.
I like Fu. He's good. He's good.
Watch the NFL all the time. You had a good one for Cooper Barkade. That's on a rollout. And so in room throws across his body.
Woo!
Into the red Mensa. He's going to put up Star Wars type numbers on you. Again, there's the hookup. Barkay, one-on-one with a stiff up for the 10-yard line. He's got 9. You know, it's amazing. You got a quarterback. Mensa's off to a 6 for 6. Now making a 7 for 7 start. Mostly to Barkay. Another move for Barkay on the screen. And a simple play becomes a chunk play to the 46 of Georgia Tech. Third down and 5. Simulated pressure. Mensa backing up. Mensa extending the play. Gets all the way up to the 10-yard line. Down the sideline. Barkay. First down. Oh, that was all Darian Mensa. Back to that point, we've got a matchup today of 2 undefeated ACC teams. A couple of losses for Duke as Barkay a little hook up the right sideline, steps out of bounds and preserves time in front. Gilmore sneaking down near the line of scrimmage again. Instead, Mensa misdirection the other way to Barkay. They're watching tape, using some of the analytics, the data that he had presented to them. There he is again. He said he wanted to go to Harvard and graduate. Caleb Weaver, both starters on the defense. Both Dartmouth and Sam Houston State. Mensa backpedaling. Mensa. Dangerous play to Barkay. Dropped it in with a flag in the secondary. Another 4-man rush. Mensa, another long throw to Barkay. He stays in bounds and gains yards after the catch. Inside the 40-yard line. Mensa, no look end zone. Extending the play, and just throws a jump ball in the back of the end zone. Is it caught? The officials converge. It is. But Barkay, watch his left foot. He's able to rise up again. We
He's definitely possession receiver, man. Definitely red zone threat.
Look at the left foot. From this angle, it is clearly inbounds. That's an amazing pitch. Absolutely amazing. Barkay in a play fake by Mensa. Coming back. Oh, look at this. Wide open. It's a bust in the secondary, and Cooper Barkay sets sail. And it is a long touchdown. 77 yards unofficially for Cooper Barkay and Darian Mensa.
AFYA.
Well, on second and long, Mensa on the deep out, Cooper Barkay on his second catch. It's the way it is at this time of the year. You are keeping tabs on everyone else in your conference and around the country.
Hey, they looking dangerous, boy. Cooper Barkay. Hey, must be the money.
And he runs this route to perfection. Mensa the snap. Carolina brings an extra man. Mensa the throw.
Man, you competing with me?
First catch of the day for Barkay. This is 3rd and 7. Barkay to the top of the screen.
NGNE.
Here's Mensa to his right, looking toward Castle. This is Barkay, first down. Yep. That cat's got 55 grabs coming into the game. 2nd and 11 after Castle lost a yard. Mensa going to throw, looking Barkay's way. Caught it on the slant. Cooper Barkay in the foot race inside the 30 to the 28.
And so, the Seahawks, my goodness. Could you get any better than this? Well,
could you?
Not much. If you're really picky, the Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl. They win it 31-27 at home. Jeff Darlington with middle linebacker Ernest Jones.
The support that you showed for your quarterback. He comes out here against this same team and absolutely balls. What is that like?
I won't say the words again, but I told you back then,
Man, I knew Sam was gonna come out here and ball. What do you have, 300
Oh, here it goes. Getting rejected off this key zone right here. How far could it go? First of all, I'm pretty sure my mouse is done charging. Yeah, it is. Alright.
Together team, not that the Rams are. Look, they gave 3 great games this year. Yeah. I thought the 38-37 was the game of the year, and really with the 2-point conversion, we said it last week, that were made in that game. Seattle was the one, the Rams.
There you go.
They had a long road. We'll talk about the Rams
Let's
in a
see.
minute. But where do we begin? Sam Darnold, he couldn't do it, right? 6 turnovers against the Rams the first 2 games. This time, let's see. 346, 3 TDs, no.
But I'll take you back a step further. Sam Darnold with the Jets, he was seeing ghosts.
Bro, don't do this, bro. Come on. Oh my goodness, bro. All of a sudden shit want to freeze now.
Goes to Minnesota. Plays well, couldn't quite get over the hump. Plays so well, they should.
I'm retarded. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is it doing, bruh. Man, that make no sense, dog. I'm like, come on, bruh. Alright, let's play the,
They didn't want to sign him back. Goes to Seattle. And here's a guy in the biggest game of his career last week, the oblique injury. He didn't throw the football well, so now he comes out in the NFC title game, and all he does is line up and deal. 25 or 36 for 346. Sam Darnold played the best game of his career. He was accurate. He led. He was precise. He had great decision making. And here's
alright, we are watching the Golden Zones right now. Let me mute this real quick. Yeah, so we're watching the Golden Zone right now. Ain't no real, not no real trades, but we're waiting for this to cross entry right here. Once this cross, we're looking to take a day trade. Try to make a quick 20% on those calls, and we out. Let me see. Let's put this right here. Alright, I'm gonna put the audio back on. And nothing like some sports audio and trading, baby. You feel me? Alright, let's lock the fuck in again, man. Let's tap in.
Both quarterbacks played outstanding. I think the biggest key to this game was the Rams secondary. Like the Rams defense, the front four, if the front four didn't get home, could the Rams secondary hold up? It's been their biggest weakness all year. Special teams. They fired the special teams coordinator during the season. They replaced him. Special teams an issue again. Today with the drop punt and the secondary. The front four has gotten home, but the secondary hadn't been able to cover anybody all year. And it's amazing when you get in the biggest
Yo, what is good with this shit, bro?
games. Your biggest weaknesses show up.
Shit acting fucking weird.
And here we are again today. What's the Rams' biggest weakness? Their secondary and special teams, and it showed up again today. And if you're Seattle, who knows them so well, you're going to attack them in those two categories, the secondary and the special teams.
Here's an interesting one on Coach Mike McDonald, who, young like Sean McVay, these are two of the best. And it was interesting, just like the AFC game, you have
OPRX
against the defensive group. I just throw this out there. This game could have gone either way. I get it. Yeah. But when his Seahawks, remember he's been there only 2 years, won 26 games.
Yeah.
When they play a team for the second, no matter what happens in the first game, second or third time, like the Rams, you know what his record is, seeing him again? 8-0.
Adjustments. Yeah.
8-0.
Pretty good. Hello. Pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, again, it's not like all better. No, it's not about that quick.
Alright, so we
it's about us.
I'm not gonna lie, Spy's looking good right now.
Okay, what didn't we do two against the
KZIA.
Rams a couple of times. And again, the Rams, I think, had more yards in this game, 479 to 396. So, wasn't like that defense of Seattle. The Rams.
Do I trust this Bollinger Band squeeze? I feel like I want to wait to the close.
And sometimes it's the subtle.
I like this Q setup better, low key, because you see a clear buy entry right here. At the same time, it's a clear buy entry over here too. Let's do this on the 5. Let's do this on the 5 minute.
They gave up a couple of yards early on, but they took the running game away and made Matthew Stafford play. That's what a good defensive coordinator does. I'm going to take one thing away from you and make you play the other way. Even the same way to a certain extent. No Charbonnet. Walker got loose a little bit early. This was a game where the quarterbacks were going back and forth and back and forth. And isn't it fitting on a year when Matthew Stafford most likely is going to be the most valuable player in our league that Sam Darnold outdoes?
All right, guys. Congratulations to Seattle. It's an excellent football team. And
I really want this move. This the move I really want.
The finality of all of it. Didn't ever really expect this. We came here with the expectations to win. We had our chances. They made their plays, and it was a great back and forth game by two great teams. But it's a couple critical errors that ended up costing us. But love this team. It's one of my all-time favorites. I'll be honest with you guys right now. Nothing but gratitude for these guys. Nothing but respect for the Seahawks. And I'm pretty numb. I think the finality of all of it, when you don't allow yourself to...
Yeah, we competing, nigga.
Just advancing. I felt like we were going to be the team on that podium, and we weren't.
And we don't like the Patriots. It's fuck the Patriots. Boo.
I love this group.
Seahawks, man.
I'm never really sure on words.
Sincerely a Dolphins fan.
It's tough, but this is sports, and you got to be able to deal with it.
Stand up. Never question him. I thought the Rams might run out of... They started this game with a lower gas tank than Seattle. What would that show up in the game? Would they miss a play? Would they miss... I don't know, but the path that they took after that 38-37 they went to Atlanta, they got beat by Bijan.
Oh, shit.
They played 4 quarters with the regulars just to beat Arizona. Had to play to the very end of the game to beat Carolina. They weren't counting on them.
Where's Bitcoin at right now? Nothing. Spy.
They come out of the frigid and then they go up to Seattle at a very rough place to play. I wondered whether I've actually earned more respect for them. I know they lost. They didn't win. Unbelievable respect. I really thought the gas tank would be too low.
Well, I thought the gas tank would be too low, but the gas tank wasn't. They played well. I mean, Matthew Stafford was outstanding. What you saw there is a coach who honestly thought they were going to win the football game. And the finality of the season, as he's walking to that podium, is hitting him square in the face. Season is over. Now come all the questions. What am I going to do at the quarterback position? Because in his mind, he knows this might have been his best chance with Matthew Stafford.
Yes.
So there's so many things running through his mind right now. You can tell it's kind of over.
Oh, there's also earnings weeks too. You can't forget that. So
let me see. From a guy who we thought was going to be ready in August with back issues to the NFC Championship.
This could be dangerous. Breaks $10.
Outstanding job coaching. However, in the end, if the Rams are going to get back here, they got to fix their secondary. They're going to have to figure out a way either get Matthew Stafford to come back, or they got to figure out a way to get Jimmy Garoppolo ready. It's a long season, man, and there are no guarantees that you're going to get right back here. Just ask the Philadelphia Eagles. And so when you see McVay right there, he's no. Because the finality of it,
627, and then it holds steady. And we start seeing like 627, 15, 627, 20. I'm like, all right, cool. All right.
I don't. This is me. We don't know what it took for Matthew. He may not be with the back of this.
All right, you guys. I'm not gonna lie. I gotta go take a shower. So y'all give me about 30 minutes. I'll be back on the charts. We're gonna leave this on the SPY. So we'll leave it on the SPY on the 5-minute chart. So what time is it? So yeah, we should definitely have time. We should be back in what, 40 minutes? We should definitely be back in 40 minutes. Matter of fact, just to be on the safe side.
They got to fix their defense.
Yeah, they're good. Not good enough, but they're not quite good enough. Do you think the coach makes a difference? You betcha. 10-7, the Patriots had never won a playoff.
And we are
Tom Brady lost to Peyton, once to Jake Plummer. Then there was a game in the 80s, but you know what? It's new history now for Mike Vrabel in the locker room.
Let's do resistance first. That's 0.3% move. Let's do that first. That's the first resistance.
Sometimes you gotta believe things.
I want to see the spy hold these levels and then pull him back. I don't want it comes and it pulls back and it fucks up the data and all this shit. No. Alright, chat. Give me a few minutes. I will be back.
Everybody's journey to the Super Bowl looks a little different.
Man, that's cool. It's pretty special. It's something that I won't forget. You know, Road Warriors. 9-0 on the road, playing for this team and finishing a victory formation. I head bumped Will, and that was probably the hardest head bump of my life out there after I got to pick up the first down. So, especially for those guys, I've been in that scenario a lot.
KPTI.
I felt like most of the first half we played on their the field. We didn't score enough points offensively or capitalize on that field position. The turnovers hurt us, and we had our opportunities.
30 minutes shot. We're coming right back. Hold up.
Position like that.
Oh,
the defense, they played their tails off tonight. It was pretty remarkable. I just felt like whenever I gave them the short field.
All right. Whoa. Okay, yeah.
Really
You coming
hard
back?
for me to swallow that one because I just put them in a terrible spot. So hats off to them. They played outstanding.
And of course, we all become experts on Stidham, who once upon a time was the heir apparent to Tom Brady, and you know where he went? Well, that was the play. That was the play that changed it. But for New England, Drake,
My bad. Since you guys are waiting,
but he ran for 60.
let me
And he ran at the right time, and there were no.
actually put some cool things up.
He got away with things that.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to First Take. Shay Cornett here with you, Ryan Clark, Dan Orlowski, and of course, SA has taken off the hat and the coats.
Stephen A., I promise you, me making fun of you for the weather is the least of your concerns today. I am gonna be all over you.
Go ahead.
All over you
First things first. First of all, today. First of all, I appreciate y'all being in the studio. Thank y'all so much. Good morning, Shay. How you doing?
Good morning.
Secondly, and Dan Orlowski, and more importantly, I'm proud of you for coming to the show with a decent suit on for a change and a decent tie. I'm not worried about you. I'm looking forward to it. I want the camera on you today because you're looking halfway decent. Now pull it up so your shirt doesn't look like it's tipping over the top of the tie, okay? Fix that tie, right?
He doesn't.
But trust me,
Not
I'm ready for you.
Tying a tie. Like tie. I actually got a text message from someone extremely famous that goes, "Hey RC, can you please teach Dan how to tie a tie on air?"
That's right.
Was that a name drop?
Right.
Sort
He's
of?
not talking about me.
He's only trained like the greatest basketball player that's ever played
KPTI.
basketall. And
GLSG.
another one.
GLSG.
Okay.
That's right.
By the way,
That's right.
Okay.
Dan wouldn't know. Dan wouldn't know who that is.
Okay, let's get to football.
Tim Grover.
Let's get to football. Because SA's here, he's in D.C., we're here in New York. It's time to talk football. Let's go. Yesterday, Patriots and Seahawks. Yes, they punched their tickets to the Super Bowl. And in the NFC, the Seahawks and the Rams met for the third time this season. Ironically, Sam Darnold lost to the Rams in the first round of the playoffs last year when he was with the Vikings. This season, though, he got the best of LA. Took care of business yesterday, passing for 346 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 turnovers. Here's head coach Mike McDonald and his quarterback after the win.
You can't talk about the game without talking about our quarterback. I mean, he just shut a lot of people up tonight, so I'm really happy for him. Should go down as one of the best performances in playoff history, I'd imagine. I mean, it's hard to stack it, but I can't imagine anybody playing any better.
Dan, has Darnold shut up the critics?
The critic. He has absolutely shut them up. And Sam's as about mocked and as maybe joked about quarterback that we have in the NFL right now. Not that he's dealt with as much adversity as others. And it's partly like his own doing. But if we think about some of the things that have been said about Sam Darnold, and not only is he going to the Super Bowl, but is a major reason why Seattle's going to that Super Bowl. He's absolutely shut those critics up. And Stephen A., Kwaku, let it ride. Let it ride so everyone can get reminded of some of the things that at least one person had a stance on.
Sam Darnold was balling out. I sat up there weeks in advance and I said, we gonna see when it counts now. We gonna see when it counts. Because you got about 6 years of history to look at. As the season wanes, how much am I supposed to believe in this, brother?
How many times does he have to win a game for us to finally give him the benefit of the doubt?
I can't sit here and ignore what happened last year against the Rams
KPTI,
and ignore again
CDT.
what happened yesterday.
Because I wouldn't allow it.
I still believe in Sam Darnold.
That defense is real.
Hold on.
That home crowd is real. A quarterback got the potential to mess it all up.
I believe in Sam Darnold. I think he's a top 10 quarterback.
I'll be damned if I'm not concerned about Sam Darnold and his potential to blow it.
That is such good work. Shout out to the production.
MTLS.
Just wait for you to finish.
Shout out to the
I'm just waiting for you to finish.
Yeah. Shout out to
I'm just waiting for you to. I'm just. First of all, it's shout out to. First of all, it's shout out to me. Because if I'm gonna tell you why. Because if I didn't want the production crew to show those clips, they wouldn't have shown it. See, I allowed that to happen. You understand what I'm saying? That's number one. I don't mind eating my words. I want to say to you, Dan Orlovsky, I want to say to Sam Darnold, congratulations. You damn sure proved me wrong. Phenomenal performance on the part of Sam Darnold. He shut me up, but I wasn't wrong. I said, look, I got to see it to believe it.
TTAN.
Damn it, he showed me yesterday. You act like I didn't have cause to believe what I believed. Did you think I was going to come on this airways today and say I was wrong about what I said about Sam Darnold leading into it? What I said was, the brother is no scrub, but the Los Angeles Rams were his kryptonite. I brought out ice from Minnesota Vikings, and they poured water all over him like it was champagne before the season finale against Detroit last year, when you had an opportunity to secure the #1 seed, and then they got rocked by Detroit, and then you went to the playoffs and got sacked 9 times, and got bounced out of the playoffs.
What are you doing right now?
This year, I'm telling you the truth.
Telling you why he was wrong, but he could have been right.
Telling everybody why I was wrong, but I won't say that I was wrong.
Time out. Wait a minute. Sam Darnold pulled out. The brother put on a show, a spectacular performance. Shut everybody up, especially me, because what I was saying was, I gotta see it to believe it. And he showed it. I didn't think it would happen against the Rams. I didn't think it would happen against a team they were 1-3 against. I didn't think it would happen against a team that he committed 6 turnovers against in 2 games. I did not think it would happen against them. I thought that Sam Darnold somehow, someway, they'd get to him. They'd force him to make a couple of mistakes. And as a result, Matthew Stafford would get the better of him. That did not happen. He deserves all the credit in the world. Props to him. Congratulations, but damn it, the skepticism that I walked into yesterday's NFC Championship game with was completely and totally justified. He was #1 in QBR before he went up against the Rams this year. By the time he was finished and the way everything went through the rest of the regular season, he was like 27. I'm telling you right now, the bottom line is, he shut me up. And he shut a lot of people up, but especially me. I'm #1 on the list, no doubt about it. I got to own it because he was spectacular, and he deserves all the kudos in the world. But I was justified in my skepticism.
No. You were not justified. You were not justified before, and I want to get our scene.
Totally justified.
Not justified. I just want you to say it. I just want you to say it. I was wrong about Sam Darnold. I just want you to say it. Please, God, dear Lord.
I was wrong about Sam Darnold.
HCHL. I will say before you go, Ryan, isn't Stephen A. kind of doing exactly what you did with the Chicago Bears? Remember when the Bears beat the Packers and you went into the whole thing about, I was right for most of the game, but then at the end of the game, that's when they showed up.
No, because if Sam had struggled for a majority of that game last night and then flipped it on, that would have been the lateral, but it wasn't that case.
You're so pathetic. No class. Go ahead.
Zero class and humility. That's partly why I love him so much. The narrative that Sam Darnold had something to prove existed everywhere but within the Seattle Seahawks building. Zach Charbonnet came on the show with us after the San Francisco game with SVP. And SVP asked him about Sam Darnold shutting up some of those narratives, and he acted like he had never heard of it. He's like, that's not something we talk about. Sam Darnold, after the game, when asked questions, was asked, okay, how do you feel? How have you dealt with this? Tell us about the journey. And he was like, I'm just in the moment. They haven't been talking about what Sam Darnold had to prove because he was their guy. John Snyder, the general manager, went out and pinpointed Sam Darnold, got rid of Geno Smith because he believed in him. And everything that the Seattle Seahawks have done since the fourth quarter of Week 16 has been to prepare Sam Darnold for this moment. Only one interception since Week 17 against the Carolina Panthers. Started to utilize Kenneth Walker III more. Kept him from having to throw with volume, so you cut down on turnovers. You cut down on mistakes. And then Clint Kubiak called the game like that narrative never existed. Late in the second quarter, what do? You're aggressive. You score with 25 seconds left to JSN on a post corner out of the backfield. And let's go to the last drive. The last drive, you throw it backed up on 2nd and 6 from your 10-yard line. You throw it on 2nd and 8. You throw it on 3rd and 8. And at 2:14 left in the game, you call a boot to put the ball into Sam Darnold's hands. So it's not lip service in Seattle that they believe in this dude. They are calling the game because they believe in this dude. Xavier Smith drops the punt, muffs the punt. The first play, you attack simulated pressure in 2-eye. They believed in Sam Darnold the entire season. The only folks that kept the narrative going about him was us because it wasn't them.
Let me put this into context for what Sam Darnold did yesterday, okay? So when it comes to shutting up critics, it's what you do and where you do it, okay? If you go to third downs yesterday, not just yesterday, in these playoffs, third down, Sam Darnold's QBR, 94.8. That is out of 100. Down in the red zone, his QBR, 95.2. For context, the only quarterbacks to go from the playoffs into the Super Bowl with above a 90 in both of those elements, Tom Brady, Drew Brees, Patrick Mahomes. That's how good Sam Darnold has played in this playoffs and in when it matters the most. What he did yesterday is not just silence critics, he dunked on them.
Oh, goodness. You know, this is the kind of stuff that bothers me, right? Because we get this age that we're living in, okay? We got to make sure we're politically correct. We just parse our words, whatever. The last time we saw Sam Darnold in a playoff game, particularly against these Rams, he had 9 points, got sacked 9 times, obviously committed 2 turnovers. They lost, they went home. He was 1-3 against them. He shows up and he balls out. But leading into the game against the Rams, it wasn't like there wasn't father there. It wasn't like there wasn't enough ammunition there to say, I got to see it to believe it. Now he showed up. They 7-13 on third down yesterday. 4 touchdowns and 5 trips in the red zone. Okay, not a single turnover. He showed up and he showed out. There's nothing wrong with acknowledging, yo, he was fantastic. He was great. He silenced everybody. But it wasn't like we were devoid of justification for being skeptical about him coming into the game. He was 28-4, 29-4 against everybody else in the National Football League. What did we say? We got to see it against the Rams. We got to see it against the Rams. Because that's who the hell he was going up against. And oh, by the way, if it wasn't it, listen, I don't know what would have happened if you don't muff a punt, okay, and commit that crucial turnover. And there's a lot of things that could have happened that could have went this way. But you give credit where credit is due because Sam Darnold was absolutely sensational yesterday. He showed up, he showed out. But he gave us plenty of ammunition for skepticism. And by the way, this is 4th team in 4 years. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people that didn't believe in him. So let's not forget that Orlovsky. That is the reality of the situation. He just showed up and showed out. And we sit here this Monday morning and pay homage to him and give him a boatload of credit. It's an incredible story. I think Seattle's going to win the damn Super Bowl. You got people like Will Smith, Charlie Mack, and the crew raving about what this brother did yesterday and how they picked it all along and all. Because Charlie Mack wants all the credit in the world. RC, you know that. Go ahead, I'm going to give it to him. But let's not act like Sam Darnold did not give us cause to pause, especially when it was going against the Rams. That's all I'm trying to say. And he proved us wrong.
Well, the thing is this, Stephen A., you are absolutely right. Anyone who was skeptical of Sam Darnold had enough film, and Dan knows this, you had enough film and experience to point to say that you needed to see it in the biggest moment. That is no issue, but I want to point to Joe Douglas, former general manager of the New York Jets. He had a quote when he let go of Sam Darnold, and he said, I believe Sam Darnold will be a star. It's not that we were, just paraphrase, it's not that I was wrong. is that we didn't have the right infrastructure around him. This is a dude that can succeed going forward. What this tells you is surrounding and supporting cast, the right situation, all of those things matter for these young, talented quarterback. And finally, Sam Darnold is in a place that has all of those things, and we got the very best of him in the most important moment until the net.
Resiliency, like mental toughness. We have seen young quarterbacks be in very similar situations that Sam Darnold was in, and it just breaks them. It breaks them, and they can never find their way back. Credit Sam Darnold, it never broke him. And then also let's credit a guy like a Kyle Shanahan, who took him in and started to rebuild him. And then let's credit a guy like Kevin O'Connell, who took him in and absolutely rebuilt him. And then credit Seattle and Clint Kubiak. And the way that they have just taken this player that was crazy talented and got him to play his best football.
Yeah, multiple playoff wins now for him.
Can I say this?
The Rams. Yes, go ahead, last word.
I want to take a moment to just say congratulations to another individual. His name would happen to be DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah.
And he's been in the league for 12 years in Dallas. He's a part of his first year away from the Cowboys. He's in the Super Bowl. Congratulations to DeMarcus Lawrence. I just want to say that.
Okay, that's fair enough. So Seattle is going to find their way to Santa Clara, where we will be on hand for the Super Bowl, and then they will join the New England Patriots. Let's go to the losing side of this, because it was a close game. We knew it was going to be between these two teams, a little bit of back and forth. The Rams, where did it go wrong? What happened, RC?
Well, the Rams lost this game in the same way they lost all six.
CEPU.
They have a special teams play or plays that lets them down. We've seen that continuously. And they have a back end that can't stop giving up chunk plays. Sam Darnold threw for over 340 yards. We had Shaheed with a catch of 51 yards. You had JSN with a catch of 42 yards. Bobo has one catch, and it's a 17-yard touchdown. Even a screen to Kenneth Walker that totaled 15 yards. This is what we've seen from them the entire year. And last week we were asking the question, does Matthew Stafford have to play well in order for them to win? And I said two things. Matthew Stafford has to play like an MVP, which in my opinion he did. I said Sean McVay has to coach like a coach of the year, which in my opinion he did. And those two things that have let them down the entire season, let them down again.
HLB.
You know why Sean McVay went for it on 4th and 4? Because he knew good and damn well that defense wasn't going to get him the ball back. You know who else knew that? The Seattle Seahawks. That's why when you're backed up on your 10-yard line, you'll drop your quarterback back because the 4-man rush ain't hitting like it used to hit. The pressures aren't doing what they used to do. And on the back end, you can't cover. And you can't cover anybody. It wasn't that you just couldn't cover JSN. It was that in every important moment, Sam Darnold was able to find an open receiver. And so when you are the Los Angeles Rams, who has this quarterback who is working to put himself in a conversation that not many people are in, a conversation of the elite, and he shows up like that, to allow yourself to lose in the way that you've lost the entire season has to be maddening for the offense of the Los Angeles Rams, because they were phenomenal.
DRMA.
Well, let me say this to you real quick. And I don't disagree. I mean, the football analysis is what it is. It's exceptional, so I can't refute that from either one of you. What I would say to you, however, in hindsight at least, we get to look at the fact that you did go for it on 4th and 4. You didn't kick a field goal to pull you within 31-30. And we get to reflect on that and say, was that the greatest decision? And here's why we say that, guys. Because you did end up getting the ball back. And when you got the ball back, although it was in a limited amount of time, you needed a touchdown to win the game instead of a field goal. If you had pulled within 31-30, but they ultimately get the, they go downfield, and let's say, for example, they score. You know what? You still would have needed a touchdown and the 2-point conversion, to tie the game,
CRBP.
whatever. All I'm saying to you is that I get to look at that. And I say to myself, I know the defense was bad. They couldn't stop anybody. It was Cup open. It was Bobo open. It was Smith and Jake. We get all that. But the point is at the end of the day, you just look at it and you just say to yourself, damn, what if they had kicked the field goal? What if they were within 31, 30? What could have happened? You do find yourself asking that question simply because it's Matthew Stafford and the way
DRMA.
That's
DRMA.
before Dan goes.
DRMA.
If they do
DRMA.
kick that field goal,
AVTX.
what we do know
DRMA.
is they weren't trying to kick the ball to
DRMA.
Shaheed. So let's just say
DRMA.
they get the football on the
DRMA.
35-yard line, and you have a drive
Elliott.
that ensues like the one we saw. They just kicked another field goal, and they're down 4 again when they get the ball. And so I do think Sean being aggressive was the correct move.
That's not a conversation. Going forward is 100% the right thing to do, but it's in the math of it, but also your defense can't get stopped.
All right, I am back. Sorry for the delay. Woo! We back, man. We back making this money, man.
They just kicked another field goal, and they're down 4 again when they get the ball. And so I do think Sean being aggressive was the correct.
Should be the MVP. You got a Hall of Famer, Devontae, who leads the NFL in touchdowns, and Puka, who's one of the best.
Okay, we are back, man. Let's see what's going on with the market. Oh, that's what I like to see from Spy.
So I 100% agree going.
We're watching very carefully.
God bless America. We got to get the ball to those guys in that situation. Credit Seattle for the defense. We don't have to overthink this.
9 in the coverage.
Yeah, but we don't have to overthink
DRMA.
this. They lose. RC's 100% right. They lose because the special teams.
HCHL.
Matthew
DRMA.
Stafford, the last 2 times he played
DRMA.
the Seattle Seahawks,
DRMA.
which is
DRMA.
one to get the 1 seed in the NFC and then to go to the Super Bowl, goes 51 of 84 for 831 yards,
DRMA.
6 touchdowns,
DRMA.
no interceptions, a QBR of 86, and he's 0-2.
DRMA.
They lose.
DRMA.
The Rams are not in the Super Bowl and likely
DRMA.
in the Super Bowl because the defense let them down. Point blank. Yeah, that's
LPR.
All right, man. We here, man. We here.
Special teams.
Despite 3rd and 4th down, though. This is his first playoff game for Matthew Stafford where he was 0 completions on 3rd and 4th down. So that's a bummer.
VIAB.
And Sean
BDRX.
Payton's decision to go for it on this 4th down in the 2nd quarter instead of taking a would have been or should have been an easy field goal.
ELAB.
Damn, that boy dropped way to the bottom, kid. What's that? What happened? What's going on, homie?
Completion in the direction of R.J. Harvey. Here he was explaining his thought process, the coach, after the game.
There's always regrets. You know, I felt like, you know, here we are 4th and 1. We felt close enough that, and it's also a call you make based on the team you're playing and how, what you're watching on the other side of the ball. So yeah, there'll always be second thoughts.
Okay, so second questions or second thoughts, second guessing. It is part of the game today. Rex, the analytics say that was the right decision, a clear and easy decision to go for it on that 4th down. That's what the analytics say. Sure. What do you say?
I say analytics. You know what I think about analytics. It's a tool, and it shouldn't be looked at as any more than that. All right? Because here's what analytics doesn't say.
BWEN.
You don't have Matt Stafford. You don't have Tom Brady. You have a backup quarterback. That's always going to be a backup quarterback. So to me, they don't take all those things into account. That's why I always say, what do we say? Coaching is an art, not a science. He should have kicked the field goal.
D. Wood, do you believe that Sean Payton made a mistake by not taking the easy 3 points?
Absolutely. Absolutely, because now instead of going and being up 2 scores, you're 10-0 with the defense playing behind you. Okay, they didn't convert. Then when your backup quarterback commits a turnover, which the Patriots convert to a touchdown, and now it's 7-7. It changed the whole complexity of the game. You gotta be able to, you gotta take the points when they're there, especially when you have a backup quarterback.
Listen, our Seth Wickersham just spent the entire playoff run with the Broncos embedded with them, and he just posted a piece about being with them and how Sean Payton had on the Bears-Rams game last Sunday night. And during one sequence of the game, he's yelling at the TV.
DRMA.
Kick the field goal for the Bears to kick the field goal. Why are these coaches bypassing the chance to kick field goals in the postseason? So he himself was saying it a week ago, and then did that yesterday. And we've seen it go on for seasons now. Coaches bypassing easy points. So here's the thing, look, Dan, I understand these are tough decisions to be made in the moment, and it's so easy sitting here the following day when we've seen what the outcome is to judge it. But last week's game, it makes sense to me. You're playing Josh Allen. That game is going to go into the high 20s, probably into the 30s. Threes are not going to win it. You're going to need sevens. Although, candidly, if Buffalo had taken a few field goal opportunities there, they probably would have been playing this weekend. But that's neither here nor there. But in this game, the way it was clearly going, the way your defense was playing, it feels to me like this was a bad decision. What did you think?
Yeah, I would have kicked that field goal in that situation because my defense is so great. We're playing at home, and New England's offense hasn't been great, Greeny. But I do think that if you watch the game, okay, I think one of the plays of the game actually happens the play before it on third down. So it's 3rd and 6. Marcus Jones is one of the heroes of the game because if you watch the 3rd and 6, I want everyone to pay attention to Marcus Jones here, okay? He's the nickel. All-out pressure comes from New England here. Just pay attention to him because you don't know what play actually wins you the game. He slips. His hand is on the ground. Jarrett Stidham's outside the pocket. Watch just his retrace and effort to go make a play on third down. Effort. Now you gotta go throw. Find a way to make a tackle. That leads to that 4th and 1. If he doesn't have that effort to retrace, 4th and 1 never happens. Now, here comes all-out pressure again. Low motion by the receiver. Look at the defender at the bottom of the screen. He has eyes on the back, realizing, I'm going to pass that guy off. I got to fight to get outside, and then Williams retraces to create leverage on the defensive line and force the ball out. And that's why in that moment, I love plays like that by Marcus Jones because you just don't know what plays actually win the game.
All right, you guys, I just took a trade.
And you guys know it far greater than I, but like the awareness to go, I gotta go.
Hold on.
It's so easy to like just maybe shove.
Yeah, so quick update. I took a trade on QQQ 628 buy call for next week's expiration on February 2nd. So this is what I got so far.
Ecor.
If y'all can see, that's my position so far. Alright. So far, so good. We bought right here, right at the golden zone buy entry. Held support, good volume coming in, 3 volume bars in a row. I like that. Definitely think we can make a move to about here. I could definitely see a move happening like right around there.
WBTN. NIVF.
Okay, we're watching that move. So far, so good.
MDWD. NIVF. MDWD.
All right, let's get back to the audio. All right, let's see this push upward. Come on, man. The Jwett got a glease, man. Jwett got a glease.
The rest is history. But this Patriots team, like when Rex talks about Mike Vrabel and the coaching, it matters. It matters. Like from the acquisitions they got in free agency to the guys that were already on that roster before Mike Vrabel got there. Just look at the improvement of the guys that were on the roster. That's why, to me, like, there's not a finer coaching job in the National Football League.
DRMA.
Absolutely. And if you ran that play one more time,
DRMA.
see if anybody can play harder.
Yeah.
Every single one of those guys are playing as hard as they possibly can, including those 2 big dudes that are running. And guess what they do? They get their hands up.
DRMA.
It's going to try to make the guy elevate the throw. Watch the effort. Look at those 2 guys.
GLSG. DRMA.
DRMA.
Why?
We're going to try to get the guy. Don't make an easy throw. This is taught right from
DRMA.
the culture in that building. Mike Vrabel's the guy that said it. But you know who I compliment the most? The players. Every single one of them bought into that man, and for good reason.
And to finish it up, Dan, the decision is the decision. you use an expression here a lot. The defense won the rep. You say that a lot, and I like it. In that case, the defense won the rep.
No, the defense won the rep. The third down is a win with strict effort, and the fourth down is win by a plan and high-level execution.
And so, just like that, the Patriots
MTN,
are back in the Super Bowl.
MTN.
After 144 days of football, we finally have our matchup for Super Bowl 60, and it is an appropriate number. Look at the odds on these teams in the preseason. For Super Bowl 60, they were each 60-1 to get there. It's the first Super Bowl in over 50 years between two teams that entered the year with odds that long. That's why I said it is the unlikeliest Super Bowl that we have ever seen. So, Dan, if you're going to get a quick big picture on it, here we're 13 days away from Super Bowl 60. But a quick big picture on it. You got Donald on one side, you got May on the other. Two coaches. You got an interesting contrast in styles. Quick big picture on the Super Bowl.
Yeah, advantage Seattle right now.
DRMA.
Defensive showcase between both teams, and both defenses are playing a high level. But with the way that Darnold has been playing and in comparison to the Patriots, LPSN kind of playoff run right now, you'd sit there and say you need more out of New England's offense because it has not been good enough.
See, my couple thoughts is I think Mike Vrabel's going to want Sam Darnold to beat him. I think he's going to try to take away Kenneth Walker III, who's been a big part of Seattle's offense. And look, we also got to look at the defense that Drake May's going against in the playoffs.
Yes.
He's going against the Chargers. He's going against the Texans and the Broncos. Those are like 3 of the top 5 defenses in the league.
Guess who's number 1?
Right, exactly. Yeah. So it's like he's like. That's no problem for Drake May, I believe. He'll know how to manage that.
But they'll need more out of him.
They'll need more, but I think I'm banking on Mike Vrabel saying, we're going to see if Sam Darnold can beat our defense.
Well, I think it is interesting because the best defense on the field might not be Seattle's. All right, New England, during these 3 playoff games, have allowed 26 points. All right? That's 3 playoff games, 26 points. You know when the last time that was done? That was the 2000.
CISS.
That defense is pretty decent. So to me, they don't get the credit that they deserve. And I think, look, the snow obviously is playing factors into it. I think Drake May will be just fine. They better help that left tackle who can't block me. And if they do that, they'll have a chance.
You're talking about Will Campbell.
Will Campbell.
What do you think of him at left tackle?
You know what I think of the left tackle. I could be a hell of a center on the left tackle.
Look, all things are relative, right? So Drake May has struggled in this postseason. He's gone up against, as you pointed out, 3 outstanding defenses. The Patriots' defense has been extraordinary. They've gone against 3 less than spectacular offenses, right? The Chargers were shelling themselves offensively pretty much all year long. C.J. Stroud had one of the worst games that we've ever seen anyone play in the postseason. And yesterday, Jarrett Stidham hadn't thrown a pass in 2 years. So I'm not trying to take anything away from what the Patriots did. I'm saying let's see what they do against Darnold and Jackson Smith and Jigba and that offense.
Yeah, and an offense right now that's hot, and an offense right now that is capable of doing whatever it wants, whenever it wants. The offensive line for Seattle played great. Kubiak was outstanding. They got 2 receivers that are big time, multiple tight ends, and now they have a quarterback that not only has this, at least from now or to this moment, a huge monkey off his back, but he's going to go into these playoffs into the Super Bowl as confident as a quarterback can be.
Shefty, final word. Yeah, I just know that when the Seahawks and Patriots play in the Super Bowl, when you're around the goal line, you hand off the ball. That's right. It is certainly a reminder, and we'll have it for you a little bit later. Take us back to the last time these teams played in the Super Bowl, one of the most famous plays ever made by Malcolm Butler. All right, so the last time Seattle and New England met in the Super Bowl, it was Super Bowl 49, and it will always be remembered for one of the most famous plays in Super Bowl history. Russell Wilson intercepted by Malcolm Butler at the goal line with 26 seconds left. D-Wood, forever to be remembered as the game where they just didn't hand the ball to Marshawn Lynch.
I think I would have just, man.
CRBP.
I can't even say
TTEC.
I mean, you as an offensive lineman, you don't hand the ball off to beast mode? Oh my gosh. I'm sitting at the house thinking, what the hell is going on out there?
Oh, we all thought it. And, you know, there's where coaching, somebody's trying to get his quarterback to be the MVP. All right, the offensive play caller, who now nobody remembers, I think it would. I don't even want to throw the kid's name out there anymore. But we're like, are you absolutely kidding? Get your dang ring. Who is going to stop beast mode?
It was one of themselves.
DRMA.
Oh, shit.
DRMA.
Ah, don't do that.
Championships and his total, and also the Seahawks. That would have been back-to-back championships. That Legion of Boom, that entire team, the way they'd be remembered now. When you win back-to-back Super Bowls, it completely changes everything that you see. So that's the last time these two teams played in the Super Bowl. You just saw how unlikely this Super Bowl matchup is. Both the Patriots and the Seahawks were 60-1 before the season began. First time in over 50 years that we have a Super Bowl between teams that were this long a shot as we get there. Upon first blush, what's your take on who has the advantage?
I'd say
DRMA.
Because one,
DRMA.
obviously it's a elite defense, and then the offense is really playing at a high clip. I mean, Sam Darnold has just consistently played good football this year, and specifically in the postseason. He's been awesome in the red zone. He's been awesome on third downs. I think the Patriots will need more out of their offense and certainly more out of Drake May, because if Sam Darnold is going to play the way that we saw him play last night, as good as New England's defense is, a touchdown is not going to win it for New England. Off a turnover, they're going to have to protect the quarterback better. He's going to have to make more throws. He's been very good with his feet, very good yesterday, making plays with his legs. But they're going to have to get more out of their offense.
Well, Drake May has gone up against three of the toughest defenses in all of football, and this will be a fourth. He beat the Chargers, obviously turnovers in that game. Then the next week they beat the Texans, and then they beat the Broncos, and now the Seahawks. So that will be some trifecta or foursome of defenses that he will be going up against here if he finds a way to beat Seattle in the Super Bowl. And so we'll see Darnold. Did Darnold put to rest any of those or trust him? Did Darnold lay to rest, again, the ghosts, if you will, which is the term maybe now it gets put to rest, but this is the team. It's a totally different, I should say it's the franchise. The Patriots, a totally different team. Coaches are different, players are different, and everything else. But does Darnold need to win this game a week from Sunday to forever put to rest the questions about him?
I think Mike Vrabel is going to force it. I think he really will. As much as we talk about the Seattle Seahawks defense, I think we're overlooking the Patriots defense and the job that they've been able to do throughout the whole season, in particular in the postseason. And when you watch this matchup against the Seattle Seahawks offense, I think Mike Vrabel is going to say, you know what, we're going to load up on this running game. We're going to take the running back out of the game, and we're going to force Sam Darnold to do it once more. Do I think Sam Darnold has dispelled some of those doubts? Absolutely. By the way he played his best game of his career yesterday. But he's going to have to do it one more time to conquer the mountaintop.
I think, and I know it's not the sexiest Super Bowl of all time. I think it's going to be a great Super Bowl. I really do. And both these teams, two defensive coaches and whatever, they're going to go at it. But here's the thing. I'm going to favor Seattle in this game. When I'm looking at a plus 230 point differential, that's a historically great season. And to me, I'm going to lean on that, take it. It shows me that they're balanced, both sides of the ball, offense, defense, and by the way, the edge to Seattle and special teams with the great punt returner they got from New Orleans. So to me, that's who I'm going with.
Yeah, I would agree with Rex. I think you're going to have two defenses that are incredibly well coached. They make you learn everything. They don't give you anything. They're very physical. Unsurprisingly, the two defenses that I would tell you are two of the top four most physical defenses in football this year are playing in the Super Bowl.
Rashid Sheen on Seattle, Marcus Jones on New England. Not bad on special teams either.
No, I know he's really good.
Phenomenal. Teams got here, they did it the right way. They don't make mistakes, they don't beat themselves, and they find themselves in the last game of the season.
It ain't about me today. It's all about the Seahawks and Sam Darnold and apologies. That's all. No. No buzz. Just all the apologies, like you said, that have to be shoveled out today. It'll be interesting to see if they're actually.
Can I get mine out the way? Oh wow! Let me get mine out the way.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Kenneth Walker, about
AVTX.
2 months ago, I said that you weren't as talented as you are. I think I downplayed your talent. Didn't say you weren't a good player. Obviously, you're a good player, but I didn't say you were a great player. And you showed today, shaking dudes in the backfield, you showed that you are a great player. So, given that there are a lot of apologies that are going to have to be given during the course of this show, let me start and get mine out the way and say, K9, congrats on the Super Bowl, a dog you are, and that's on me.
Shoot, not even great. He wasn't even that good.
I did.
That was my issue.
That was my fault.
I didn't even say great.
That was my fault.
He's nice. So
is.
you agree now?
I do. He went over 100 yards in the championship game.
Before that. He didn't get it before that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And if you can ball on this stage with this kind of pressure, you're nice.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, regardless of what you've done up until this point in your career, if in a championship game, you can ball 352 yards maybe, 3 touchdowns maybe, no interceptions, obviously you're nice, and everybody would have to agree.
Well, but wait, because Kenneth Walker didn't do that.
No.
He didn't put those numbers.
One of his teammates did.
Samuel
L. Darnold.
Oh, Samuel L. Darnold.
Samuel L. Darnold. So I'm just making sure we are all in agreement here.
What's the L for?
That if
Samuel's a black man.
He just handed.
I'm trying to figure out what we talking about.
He just handed your favorite team an L. That's essentially what happened. Samuel L. Darnold.
The L stands for maybe Ryan.
Yeah.
Maybe Leah.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what that L stands for.
Yeah.
So now that I've given my apology out the way, Shady McCoy, one of the greatest that's ever done it in the football field. The floor is yours, sir. Before we start this show.
What you want me to say? He's saying play well.
I got some important information for y'all. There's no better place to win cash while watching sports than Prize Picks. Football season is here and basketball season is here, so there's absolutely no better time to join. It's super easy to use. To create a lineup, all you gotta do, select a few player stats, pick more or less. That's literally it. Prize Picks is available in more than 40 states, including California, Texas, my home state, and Georgia. But my favorite thing, Prize Picks is gonna give you $50 in lineups when you make your first $5 lineup. What's that mean? Win or lose, you get $50 in lineups for free. Just download the app and use promo code SPEAKEASY today. $5 gets you $50 in lineups. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
You know, I ain't like y'all. Y'all got the pom-poms on. Not me. I think he played well, but I mean, if you really asking the real question, the real question is, where was the Rams defense at? Where was the Rams defense at? Where was the Rams special teams at?
They were there.
No,
Sam Darnold just made them look like they weren't. They was there on 2-5.
I don't even know the brother name. Number 19, when the first moment punt he had. I said, oh God, take him off. You catching punts on your back?
Yeah, that's
okay, that's one issue. And number 2 on defense. Yes, I know who's that quarterback for the Seahawks, Sam Darnold. I know his past, I know his history, I know his resume.
Yeah.
But you make him comfortable, he's gonna play well. The guy is a first rounder.
But Shady, before we move past it, because the question is, do we owe Sam Darnold an apology?
Do we?
I mean, by we, I'm just trying to be inclusive, really you. But I'm just trying to be inclusive. I'm trying to bear some of my dogs.
I don't let one game just.
It's a huge game, Shady.
He's going to multiple games. He's going to the Super Bowl. Shady. That's great. That's great. I'm cool with that. But I'm not. You want me to? What you want me to say? He's a great quarterback. I can't do that. What I'm saying is, when I watched the game, the Rams made it super easy for him. Right? They rushed forward all day, and they played zone. Right? The one play had was to Bobo. It was a corner post. They set the quarter blitz, right? And then they all went to JS inside.
Yes, sir.
That was a good pass. That was a good read.
Yeah.
Other than that, a lot of these were gimmies. The Cooper Kupp touchdown. He sat in his zone and gave it to him. Scored. The one at JSN on the left side, that was a cover 3 beer. That was a post, a flat, the best player on the field, or top 3 best on the field, JSN.
Yeah.
He motions over it. Nobody covers him.
But hold on.
Wait, no, time out.
I'm a cook after.
I'm talking ball. I know y'all want to talk about the stats and what it looked like. I don't want to do that because the last game, he had 200 yards and they gave him an MVP interview after the game. I'm not doing that. I'm just talking straight football. If you really watch the game, the way that the Rams played defense, it was gimmies. The first man coverage I seen all game was when it was like 4th down and they did the run routes to Cooper Kupp. Other than that was it.
Well, what about this, 2-5? Very first 3rd down of the game. 3rd and 5. 12 minutes left in the game. It's man coverage essentially because it's Rashid Shaheed on the outside and Sam Darnold throws a dot for 52 yards, 54 yards. So like before we even get to all the stuff you're talking about, Shady, we have to acknowledge that Sam Darnold came out the gate one-on-one, wide receiver versus the DB, and he was throwing dots. I'm not sitting here saying Sam Darnold's a Hall of Famer. No. Let's respect what he did.
All right, but listen, let's just like, dog, you telling me every starting quarterback, first of all, if you really watch the play, he beat him off the line of scrimmage like
he did.
bad thing.
Yeah, he did.
And he's a 4-2 type dude.
He is. He's a burner.
BDRX.
Anybody can make that pass.
BDRX.
Right? I'm did you play for? I'm asking you.
A lot of people can.
All right, bro, so let's come on, dog.
But Shady, we can't undermine. I know we don't just watch this.
I'm not undermining it.
But we can't undermine 346 yards passing, 3 touchdowns, no picks. When we've seen bad quarterback play for the last 2 weeks in the playoffs. Okay. Albeit weather mattered, but we saw Caleb Williams in the game with the pick. We saw Jarrett Stidham, obviously, first time starting. He wasn't great. Drake May the last 2 weeks wasn't great. CJ Stroud last game wasn't great. Hell, Matthew Stafford against the Chicago Bears wasn't great. We've seen bad quarterback play this whole playoffs, and Sam Darnold probably played the best game of a quarterback, all things considered, in this playoff game.
And I just told you that he played well. I'm not as excited as you guys are, but he played well. My thing is, I'm looking at the defense. Now, they didn't get no real pass rush on him, right? No rush on him, and then they made him comfortable. Sam Darnold, I don't know if he's a starting quarterback in the right situation.
Of course.
When I look at him, I say, yo, he's a starting quarterback in the right situation. All right, you put him in a situation, they ran the ball well today, and they made him comfortable.
Yeah.
When you make a quarterback comfortable, I don't care who he is, he's going to play well.
What about this?
Today, they didn't affect him at all, getting to him. And then if you're not getting no pass rush, Acho, you can't keep sending forward. Send some pressure to him. Send no pressure.
Let me establish this, at least in my mind, and I'm curious if you'll say the same. Sam Darnold has officially changed the narrative on being a big game choker. Last game against the Rams, last year against the Rams in the playoffs, choked. Absolutely. Last year, Week 18 against the Detroit Lions, choked. This year, Week 18 against the San Francisco 49ers, dominated. This year, NFC Championship game against the Los Angeles Rams, outdueled Matthew Stafford statistically dominated. Took the plays that were given and dominated. Sam Darnold has rid himself of that playoff and big game choking skin, and you have to have confidence in Sam Darnold to be able to win the big one after we just saw what we saw from him today. Is that fair? That like we no longer look at him from a seeing ghost playoff choking lens?
I can't say that. I think he had a good game. I watched Sam Darnold have really good games in the regular season too. I think that the game is a bigger game, so he's gonna think different. Because if he goes to Super Bowl and he has some bad moments, nothing's gonna change your opinion on him. You get what I'm saying? Like, nothing's gonna change his opinion. So I think differently. I think Sam Darnold had a really good game today. I thought that everything that the Rams defense did, he took advantage of.
Yeah, that's what I said.
You're not gonna sit on pressure? Cool. They get dumped. I'm gonna hit this guy. So if you're not gonna put the pressure on me, then I'm gonna deliver. And that's what he did. I mean, he is. See, the thing is, he's been so bad that you forget he was a top 4 draft pick.
Yeah. Like he should be doing this.
Like, bro, you
should be doing
you
this.
should be good. And the problem is, like, people get mad at me because I hold people accountable. I gotta hold a top 5 draft pick accountable. I gotta do that. So when I'm watching Darnold, I'm happy the way he played because from the circumstances you're in, when everybody's counting you out, they have a reason to.
Yeah.
But then you get the games presented to you, and the Rams defense, they didn't help themselves out by sending no pressure, sending no different looks. They didn't do that.
I guess what
he dominated.
There it is. Because I guess what I'm trying to say is, could the Rams have made it more difficult on Sam Darnold? Absolutely. And did JSN go crazy? Give him his credit. He caught the ball with one hand and one time.
That's another thing that we never do with the quarterbacks. Everything is all him. Yo, Jackson Smith is like that.
Correct. Like
so many times when he got deuce on and he still catching the ball, but he deuce missed.
Correct.
His separation is amazing.
Correct.
And we don't give him none of his credit.
You see, that's what I was going with.
Let's say the first 5 minutes of this show, the first person you talked about was Sam Darnold.
Rightfully so.
It has to be Sam Darnold, though.
But man,
he played at a level tonight that we have not seen him play at in his entire career.
Especially on this level. Like, we've seen Sam Darnold have 4 touchdown games. But we have to remember, Drake May, probably going to finish second, maybe first for MVP this year, and his nerves were rattling the hell out of him in the game we saw today. It wasn't just the weather, it wasn't just the Broncos defense rattling the hell out of
pressure
him.
too, though.
What we saw from Sam Darnold, to Shady's point, he took what the defense gave him, but if in a championship game, you don't make the crucial mistake, throw for 346 yards, no picks, 3 tugs, and you capitalize on every play. I watched him against the Niners Week 18, miss plays. Open flat early on, missed it. I watched him make errant plays last year against the same Rams team in the playoffs when he was in a Vikings uniform. So for me, it's seeing Sam Darnold make these plays. I have to start by saying Sam Darnold was probably the best offensive. Well, Sam Darnold, K9, and JSN. The 3 best offensive players for the Seahawks today, you can pick whatever order you want to pick. But because Sam Darnold had to throw the ball 46 times, I'm going to give Sam Darnold that credit. Care Bear, where you at?
Yeah, no, it's just Sam Darnold.
He had an incredible game today. And it's also, I understand the hesitancy about him. Against this Rams team earlier this year, he did have a 4-interception game. So I'm not here to say, like, oh, this is just unwarranted, the amount of slander that he was getting going into this game. But what we saw today was unbelievable. It was unbelievable. You had a guy go out there and just perform the entire time. From the very first play, like you said, that third down. Yeah, we got a video of it right here. That very first play from Rashid Shaheed, from then on, he was just hot the entire day, making throws all over the field. And it's not because he has a name. It's not because of anything else. And to me, Sam Darnold has just put himself in a position now to just silence all the doubt. And to add to this point, because I know you're excited to have this combo, Acho, this quarterback win stat nonsense, brother, Sam Darnold never looked like this when he was playing for 2 horrible franchises. When he was playing with the Jets and the Carolina Panthers. But now he's in a situation that does set him up well, that does have pieces around him, that doesn't ask him to go make all the plays and change the entire landscape of the franchise. And now he's hooping. You're seeing that top 3 overall pick.
Here's what's crazy, though, and this is why I have to stop and applaud Sam Darnold, is because crazy enough, they did put the pressure on him at the end of the game to make the plays. There were several 2nd and 7s, 4 minutes left. The Rams have timeouts. Common sense, football sense says, run the ball, make the Rams exhaust their timeouts. Common Sam Darnold sense says, don't let Sam lose the game. So for sure, run the ball and make the Rams exhaust their timeouts. We saw 3 times on 2nd and long and on 3rd and long when the Rams needed to take timeouts and you should run the ball, that the Seahawks trusted Sam Darnold, and Sam Darnold threw relative dots. There was that one dot to Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp ends up falling forward as a first down. DB is trailing and sprinting forward. If Sam Darnold throws that ball behind him or even at the numbers as opposed to in front of him, it's a PBU. Behind him, it's a pick. But here's a PBU. So the Seahawks had uncharacteristic faith in Sam Darnold, and Sam Darnold surprisingly didn't let him down either. That's what I'm just commending Darnold for, because had Darnold sucked, we would have said it. If Darnold played like C.J. Stroud, we would have been the first to Magic City him to death.
It would have been expected.
Correct.
It would have been expected. I think the thing is, though, too, with Sam Darnold in this performance, to be exact, dog, he had to go out there and do that for them to win the game. The Seahawks defense has been incredible against almost every team in the NFC except for the Rams. The Rams have their way with them. They were able to move the ball up and down the field. And although the Seahawks did end up making a great defensive stop towards the end of the game, dude, the Rams were putting him in a position where they had to go get 31 points to win this game. And he did it without a problem. It's unbelievable. I don't know. I think Sam Darnold deserves all the flowers because we were ready to give him all the hate.
I was.
We were all ready to give him all the hate.
Honestly, the world was. Because at the end of the day, you know what you have to do to overcome something like seeing ghosts? Like, at least now seeing ghosts won't be the most memorable moment in Sam Darnold's career. Now you're going to a Super Bowl. That will be the most memorable moment in Sam Darnold's career. Like, it's hard to escape seeing ghosts. You know, some dudes haven't escaped butt fumbles, dudes haven't escaped all types. Seeing ghosts is hard to escape. But now, let somebody clown Sam Darnold. Bro, I went to a Super Bowl, and he's 4 quarters away from being a Super Bowl champ. Clown him if you want to, but like, you know what I mean? Like,
Also, can I add this, though, as well? He gets a pass for the first half of his career because of how bad the teams that he was on. I think he should. There hasn't been a good Jets quarterback my entire life. There just hasn't. I don't think there's been a good Jets quarterback ever. You want to say Joe Namath?
He did have like more picks.
Bro, go look at. I mean, like, obviously it's a different game. I can't say the numbers and whatnot, but like, dude, horrible franchise. The Carolina Panthers. At the times that he was there, horrible franchise. He ends up going to 2 teams that actually have some sort of structure and offensive weapons around, and he has back-to-back 14-win seasons, and now he's in the Super Bowl. I think it's fair to close the chapter on the beginning of Sam Darnold's career and open up a new one. Starting last year, I think it's fair to hold that against him, but like, man, he's on actual contending teams now, and he's performing. He's in a Super Bowl. He could win a Super Bowl. Sam Darnold! What are we talking about?
That's crazy. Think about that. That does sound crazy, though.
Bro.
Like, Sam Darnold could win a Super Bowl.
Sam Darnold just beat Matthew Stafford in the NFC Championship to go to the Super Bowl. If I said this to you 3 years ago, you would have burned me at the stake for witchcraft.
I would have punched you in the face for lying.
Facts.
Yeah, but I mean, like, come on, some nuance to it, though, dog. You got the best wide receiver in football on your squad. You got a hell of a running game. Defense, for the most part, would be good. So, like, let's stay with this quarterback stat. Y'all talking like Sam Darnold just won the game himself.
He didn't, but he damn sure didn't lose it.
I guess
this
you know
is
what's
crazy.
Shady,
This is
I feel like 2-5. You're giving me the energy for Sam Darnold's last week performance. 12 for 17.
I said he played well. I told he balled out and played good. Y'all tell me this shit right here, this erases everything he's ever done is crazy to me.
But Shady, you
so
told
he
me
goes to the Super Bowl and he has a Sam Darnold, like, he comes back to life.
HCHL.
Then what happens?
I've been waiting for that all year.
Do y'all race? Because Mr. Karen's getting super crazy over there. So I'm saying, if he goes and it doesn't work well, it's like, my thing, I just want to grade him how he is. Like, he had a really good game this game. And let's stay there. I don't think we need to blow this more than it needs to be.
I guess you've taught me this. You've taught me how hard it is to win a Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. I used to talk at the other network about, man, if he don't go to a Super Bowl, he ain't done nothing. Right. And Shady said, Acho, stop playing with that Super Bowl thing. Like, Super Bowls are hard to do.
That's right.
So, with that being said, that's why I got these pom-poms on. Give me an S. Yeah, you got that S, you got that S. That's why I got these pom-poms on, because you've taught me just how hard it is to do, and Sam Darnold is doing it. Like, regardless of the defense, 346 yards in a championship game is astounding. Yep. It's astounding. I don't care if they zero blitzed you the whole time, if they ran engage eights the whole time. It's astounding.
I guess as a football fan, really watching the game, like the Rams didn't do no adjustments.
PTRS.
They rushed forward the whole game without getting no pressure. I was thinking, like, what are they doing? Here and there, they do a couple of stunts on the defensive line, but that was it. And then you got like simple things like, yo, you gotta watch. If you're watching the offense for the Seahawks, where is Jackson Smith at? Where's he at? I don't know, but I do give Sam Darnold credit. I think he played really, really well. I think I'm more disappointed in the Rams. You come from a winning team, a winning head coach, a team that's been there before. And you get a game like this, and y'all make it easy for a quarterback that's not used to playing in a comfortable environment. Like today, they made it comfortable for Sam Darnold. And when you made it comfortable for him, any quarterback's going to play well. And he played really, really well today. So I'm not taking nothing back from him. I'm just saying, if you're going against a quarterback that's known to struggle, put some pressure on him. Give him some different looks. There's some different pressures. They do none of that. They just rush forward the whole time. So I'm not hating on Sam because Sam played well and he deserves all the credit. I'm just saying, the game plan on defense, they made it easier.
Yeah,
that's Sam Darnold. That's all.
We left the speakeasy for about 5 days. It's probably the longest gap in speakeasy history.
I hated it.
It was awful. I missed it. But during that time, Shady, you went viral.
He did.
You went super viral. 3.6 million impressions on this tweet right here. You said, I'm gonna try to read it in his voice. It blows my mind to see all these garbage, trash QBs that was backups, talking negative about good starting QBs of today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the last one that.
But it's crazy because when I tweeted this, I do my ritual. I'm in the bathroom, take my little shower, then I use the bathroom.
Yeah.
And I'm on Twitter. And I'm like,
hold on,
wait,
too much information. We didn't need to know it. He didn't need to know it.
I'm telling you,
I didn't need to know your process of tweeting. I was in the bathroom, I was showering,
I'm sitting there, I'm taking this
toilet.
shit.
But
now
I'm here. I don't want to be here.
No,
I don't want to be here.
Let's
start over.
You're on your phone. Let's start there.
So first time television.
Okay, I'm having my breakfast.
Thank you.
All right.
I got some important information for y'all. There's no better place to win cash while watching sports than Prize Picks. Football season is here and basketball season is here, so there's absolutely no better time to join. It's super easy to use. To create a lineup, all you got to do, select a few player stats, pick more or less. That's literally it. Prize Picks is available in more than 40 states, including California, Texas, my home state, and Georgia. But my favorite thing, Prize Picks is going to give you $50 in lineups when you make your first $5 lineup. What's that mean? Win or lose, you get $50 in lineups for free. Just download the app and use promo code SpeakEasy today. $5 gets you $50 in lineups. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
And I'm scrolling down, and a lot of people that I'm like cool with, like people just talk about these quarterbacks.
NYNC.
Like, we're cool. We ain't like friends, but we cool, respectful. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Boom. And I seen it like weeks ago, and like now it's got crazy. I'm like, yo, listen, man, I get it. the quarterback didn't play well, just say that. Because you can't say that.
NYNC.
Because if I start pulling your tape and I start just, well, damn, what was you doing? Why would you just, you know what I mean? You gotta answer to that. And I think sometimes, like certain players can take criticism from certain other players. And certain players can respect certain criticism from somebody that's critiquing the game. But when you coming too hard at a player and you want like that, that's tough for me. I'm being honest, that's tough. And another thing, I was going to talk more about it, but I don't really tweet for like, you know, likes and subscribes. I don't do all that. But a lot of these elite quarterbacks, I know like I could text them, I could FaceTime, I could talk to them. And when I talk to them, they be speaking on some of these dudes that be hating so crazy, and a quarterback can't get on Twitter and Instagram and talk how they feel. So some of that was me talking to quarterbacks that are really, really good that people were bashing, right, a certain way. And then I'm reading what you say, I'm like, yo, you weren't even close to that. How you? So I just had a moment.
That's
you know what I mean? I'm being honest. So it's like, and I'm not saying it was really wrong. I didn't say who said it. I didn't say what person. I'm just saying like, yo, it's hard for me to take you serious when I watch you play the same position and nobody talked about you nowhere near this, and then the quarterback you talking about. First of all, y'all not even gonna speak because he's not gonna speak to you like that. He might wave and keep it moving, but y'all weren't even in the same class, and it bothers me because I really take, and it's hard for me to say this, but when you're a good player, it's hard to be good in the league, and when you're not that good, that's everybody for real. You know what I'm saying? So when you're speaking like that, it's just like hard for me to take that. That's all. That's all that was.
Does it bother you more if somebody that was a former player that wasn't as good as the player that they're critiquing says something, or when a fan who's never played the game at a high level at all may say the same thing, but they're coming from a fan perspective? Yeah, which bothers you more?
Well, I never, like when fans say stuff, I never really care for that because they fans. They love their team, they speak how they feel. You know, that's cool. But the other people, you play in this league. You know how hard it is to do this. You've been there, you put the cleats on, you've been in practice. You know how hard it is to play in this league. So when you bash a dude a certain way, and y'all played the same position, and when you played it, you was like
SLGB.
You know what you was when you played it. Yeah. You know what I mean? And that's hard for me to, and if you think a quarterback that's a good quarterback that's playing bad, then speak about it. When you start acting like he like the bottom of the barrel, it's like it bothers me though.
Yeah, can I tell you what I took it as? I saw that tweet and I thought it makes sense.
NYNC.
When a player isn't as good, I think they have every right to talk about the goods and bads because they made it to that level. From a fan's perspective, I look at it like that. Like, yo, you're a quarterback in the NFL. But whenever that player that was in the NFL starts saying stuff like what we saw Dan Orlovsky go out there and say, have to go back and backtrack and apologize, like CJ Stroud, 31 other quarterbacks would have been bad. That's out of pocket. Like CJ Stroud has never been worst quarterback in the entire NFL. Bad. He had that game and he looked bad, and we all make jokes about it. But also at the same time, for you to sit there and say that he's the worst quarterback in the National Football League, that's a stretch.
Now, before we go, Karen, real quick, and this wasn't even to Dan. You know, I didn't say Dan's name. Yeah. But he must have felt some type of way, but I don't know. Yeah. But he actually he went on TV and he was like, you know what, I apologize. Because even if he said, yo, man, this is one of the worst performances I've ever seen, I'm okay with that. Yeah. Because it was god awful about CJ Stroud. Yeah. But when you said 31 other, it's like dog. And that's why he apologized, because you know that's like CJ Stroud, he's not what we thought he was. He's not. But he ain't like garbage. Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
And even I think you gotta be intentional about how you speak. Because I was like, yeah, was I tripping? I said, what? His play was an abomination to the game. I didn't say CJ was. I said that his play, because we can collectively agree, his play was awful. It was real bad. And my problem was like, saying bad was disrespectful to the word bad. It was worse than bad. Yeah. I'm just being honest. Like, I really had to sit there and think about it. Like, it was so bad. It was like I can't even call it bad. That would be like bad. You don't deserve to be described as that. It was that bad. Yeah. But I do feel feel like I wouldn't have said like 31 others would have done it. You know what I mean?
All, yeah.
And I'm also mindful of like, I would never say like this guy sucks.
Right.
Played like he played off. Even when I tweeted about Tariq Woolen, and I said something about Tariq Woolen, and I said like, oh, like that play was dumb, or like this was dumb stuff. I'm not gonna say you're dumb,
Right.
but like what you did, that was dumb. I guess though, Shady, let me push back because a lot of people would suggest, okay, well, if you never played quarterback, who are you to talk about quarterbacks?
Yeah.
If you never played receiver, who are you to talk about receivers? If you never played, you can't be eliminated from talking about something just because you didn't play it or you didn't play it at the highest level. How you respond to that?
Yeah. Well, I didn't play quarterback. Well, I did play quarterback actually when I was little league. but I mean, you learn the game. Like, there's times when you see, I'll give you an example. So, in football, if you're not like a starter, you gotta do special teams.
DXST.
I was in the league at 20 years old. I never did none of that. I never, catch me on special teams doing nothing. Andy Reid would have me in the quarterback room so I can learn the offense. So I know why these checks are being made. So when I got to my freaking second year, I'm like, oh damn. Oh, Mike Vick's about to check this play because the 3 technique or the safeties. You know what I mean? I learned, so I knew how to play quarterback because Andy Reid was teaching us, right? So now when I'm in the room and I'm learning this, okay, damn. So I go from McNabb, okay, now I got Vick. Okay, cool, damn, learn about these guys. Okay, then I move on. Then I get Tyrod Taylor and Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes so I knew all this stuff. It got so crazy when I was with the Buccaneers. I wasn't even playing. Tom Brady would have me be coach the running backs. Hey, Shay, take the running backs. Hey, teach them this. You know what I mean? So now, like, I know the game of football.
But wouldn't you?
Because there's running back coaches, there's wide receiver coaches, there's quarterback coaches that now become coordinators or head coaches. So if you know that, like for example, I always tell people, you don't have to play the game to know the game. But if you've been in there studying long enough, preparing, coaches' sons be the best. They can't play a lick. Yeah. But my dad, since I've been like 5, been teaching me football and teach me the word play of football, teach me all the positions, the defense, the offense. When I get 25, I'm gonna know it. Yeah. That's why all these young coaches is being head coaches. Because they've been coached since they've been little.
But then the alternative is if you sitting in a quarterback room allows you to know quarterback, don't you think the backups that sat in quarterback rooms their whole life?
Yeah.
So is your issue really with how aggressive they're going, or with that they're saying anything at all?
Well, 2 things. One is I have a hard time. It's hard for me to like understand bad players. That's just me. I'm just being honest. It's hard for me to like understand like bad players. That's one. And number 2 is it's how you saying something. So I only mind if you speak your mind. Cool. Hey, bad performance. Look, this and that. Third was terrible. It was awful. It was one of the worst I've ever seen. I'm cool with that. But when you start going too hard, not just me. Everybody's like, hold up, man. Oh, hey, time out. You can't deliver the message. I love the message, but you can't deliver it. And it's how you deliver the message. Everybody will understand that. So, it ain't like I'm taking a shot, but I'm not going to let you talk about certain players who's good and it's hard as hell to be good in the league, and you was never that good, ever, and it's way you talking. So, if you're not that good, then speak about what you seeing. Speak about the game. Hey, man, hey, bad performance. He's late on the throws. He's throwing picks. One of the worst performances I've ever seen. God, he's playing like the worst quarterback. Say he's playing, you know what I mean? But when you start going too crazy, I'm like, I gotta step in. And then when I said this, the crazy thing is when I said this stuff, I had 1 million players that's good agree with me. Truth.
I mean, I understand where Shady's saying, obviously.
And then you know me, too.
Of course.
You know what I mean?
Backup speaking. I understand where Shady's saying, but simultaneously, I do understand those who are like, bruh, if I know the game, I'm going to speak on the game. Now, you can only go so hard about it, especially if you start fucking with that line of being disrespectful.
Let me ask you a question, though. I heard what you're saying. Let me ask you a question, though. So, when these guys, and you know what I'm talking about, right?
Of course.
When Lamar Jackson see these dudes, and let's say Brady, no, let's not use Brady, Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
NTRP.
Phillip Rivers says the same thing that the guy says, right? When Lamar Jackson sees Phillip Rivers he gonna speak to him.
Yeah,
Sir, like, yo, what up? You know what I mean? Then why you say, yo, when Lamar see the other dude that's talking like that, what do you think he gonna say to him? Let's ask him. Okay, let's keep going. Josh Allen, for all that, they sounds about him and all that, you don't think, because they don't say it on Twitter, they don't say it in interviews, you think it ain't mine, they not thinking it's Chase, I'm thinking, you don't think that these dudes, when they hear these guys talk about it on circle TV, you don't think they think the same thing in their mind?
But agree.
The difference is, I just spoke on it.
But should it change the way they speak? Meaning, Stephen A is the biggest personality on television, has been for the last 15, 20 years. He averaged like 1.2 points in Winston-Salem.
Yes.
Basketball. I don't even know what level that is. I don't even know if it's 1, 2, 3. I don't even know if it's A-League. 1.2. Biggest personality on TV. Stephen A don't know half the stuff that these guys say. Yet he has the biggest platform. Earned the biggest platform. Stephen A said that the defensive coordinator, Terrell Williams, I think, defensive coordinator for the Patriots, is still calling the defense. Dude is battling prostate cancer as a So how can a guy like Stephen A then 2.5 or Skip Bayless or anybody, Colin Coward or Nick Wright, Chris Broussard?
But that's stuff for TV, because the real ball players ain't taking them like
seriously.
And I'm not even trying to say that. You know what I'm saying? Where if Stephen A say something about a full player a certain way, they're not really tripping on that. Because
but Gary Wilson is. You saw what Gary Wilson responded after Stephen A said, Dante Moore shouldn't even play for the Jets.
But hold on. He said, the first thing he said was, this shit is lame as hell. Right? You know what I mean? So some of these guys, ain't really taking it, you know what I mean? A certain way. A guy on TV can say something about a player. Now, everybody's, they love their craft. So you're going to talk about it. Yo, damn, you ain't that good? I'm going to respond, all right? But if Charles Barkley says something about a certain player and Stephen A, I guarantee you, no matter who responds first, what's going to hurt him more is what Charles said. Of course. Because they know how to play the game.
HCHL.
These guys on TV talking about football, whatever, right? If another guy says something like a Nick Wright, right? Because Nick Wright, he's a big guy, Yeah, they might feel it, they might not like it, but it's going to mean more than the player that said it. Because the player is the one that really put the cleats on, went out there and played, and you know how hard it is to play in this league. So you know what's the difference between this quarterback and this quarterback. You know the difference, right? Regardless of what the results are. That's my thing, is when you speak about certain players, we played the same game, we played the same field, so you know how hard it is to do that. You're not no fan, you know what I mean? You're not a guy that's trying to play, but you know what it is. That's my issue. And then even when you speak your mind, are you really speaking your mind, or are you trying to go extra? Now I know why Stephen A is trying to go extra. I know why Nick Wright's trying to go extra. Now why are you trying to go extra though? Because we both played the same game. That's my issue. Does that make more sense?
That does make sense. Because essentially what you're saying is they have the credibility, they have the history, and they have the know-how to know better.
That's all.
You know better.
Because
a fan, you don't know better. You ain't never put the cleats on. You don't know. Yeah,
bro, and it's okay. It's okay.
It's interesting what Shady's saying, because obviously I'm speaking from the lens of a backup, and I'm like, I don't know how hard it is to play quarterback. But y'all know, when I start talking about defense, I'm very particular about who we call generational, who we call this. So I'm like, I know defense.
See what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? And if I go hard in the defense, there's a reason I go hard in the defense. Or for the most part, I know how to keep it. Quarterbacks, I don't know quarterback. I know what a quarterback should do versus a defense because I know defense.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I know the weaknesses of cover 2, cover 3, cover 1. So I know hey, you're weak if you ain't attack this. If you're not throwing a comeback versus cover 3, that's the weakness of cover 3.
For example, though, right now, also, you ain't had the best football career, right?
NIVS.
Or NFL career. There's so many times where dudes are hitting me up in DMs about stuff you saying. Because it matters, because you know the game.
Yeah.
And they don't be like, oh, he ain't this. It be stuff like, man, yeah, man, tripping, man. He know this and that, man. Da-da-da.
Yeah, they be explaining themselves.
Because you know how hard it is to play the game.
NIVS.
You know what I'm saying?
MDA.
You said somebody D coordinator. Yeah. Now, if Nick Wright says somebody D coordinator.
That's a good point.
Hold up. Nick Wright said about D coordinator. Or Colin.
Coward, yeah.
Colin, you know what I mean? I respect these guys, so, But if Colin says something about a defense coordinator and all that, they might not like it. Because nobody likes to talk bad about somebody. Who likes that? But if you say it,
I got to call.
You play defense. You play linebacker.
I got to call. Steve Wilkes called.
Do you see the difference?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. You should know better, man. You should.
Yeah.
You should know better.
And to Shady's point,
know better, dog.
I spoke on Steve Wilkes 2 years ago. He got my number maybe from Fred Warner, maybe from whoever, and he literally called.
Come on, man.
Because he was like, hey,
let's talk.
Yeah.
And now everybody was calling him out. Everybody's calling deep coordinator out. Everybody, every station you turn to. But he ain't calling me because it's like, all right, dude, cool. You got your opinion. All right, man, I don't like it, but it's cool. But you put cleats on and you tackle dudes and you play defense.
Yeah.
You should know better.
Even to that point, there's a reason why Shador and his brother probably called me. You know what I mean? Obviously, they talked to Shady first.
They called me. Yo, what's up with your man? Because you should know better how it is for a rookie to come in there.
And they try to explain themselves.
Compared to, well, I don't, but what is other guys? One of the guys said something, and Shador called me. And we was like laughing, like, man, he don't know what he's talking about. Because he didn't really play. He didn't play football. So I ain't gonna argue with you, you know. Because nobody wants to be embarrassed to the public. So the guy was like a public figure, like, you know. So he didn't like that. But it was more of dudes that know the game. It's like in your field.
Yeah.
Him like,
it's almost like respect at the end of the day.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Come on, you know, hard to go out here and play this game.
You went out here today, and then you're gonna be you having fan takes whenever you've actually been there and done it.
That's the issue.
That's crazy.
Speaking like a fan when you are a former player.
And that's why
even more disrespectful.
And that's why Dan say, you know, I'm tripping, dog.
Yeah.
Because I played this game, and it had nothing to do with how Dan's performance was when he did play. It was more of like, you know what, CJ, you had an awful game, dog. But I should have said 31 did this because I know how to play this game.
And it's not true.
He even said during that apology at the beginning, like, I told myself whenever I was going to step into this media role that I would not be doing the trashing quarterbacks rhetoric. And
and it's just not true. Like 31 quarterbacks weren't going to play better.
There was other quarterbacks that definitely would have stunk it up like that.
Absolutely.
When you got forces and stuff behind you that are like, yo, go out there and do what we need for clicks.
But you know, I will say this, man. Let me get this off my chest because I'm not at that network anymore. I've been in those rooms on Get Up. Orlovsky said it if I'm not mistaken, where you have a pre-production meeting. And in your pre-production meeting, you sit around a table and they try to hear, okay, what's your take here? What's your take, Shay? What's your take? What's your take? And they're like, all right, Nacho, you lead because you're leading with the hottest take. Those shows don't care if you say something clickbaity because they get all the clicks and you get all the trouble.
Yeah.
I remember one time I was speaking on the University of Texas. We were going to a ball game and I was saying like, bruh, when we played in the Natty, they were saying, hey, you get $1,000 if you get a pick. Acho, you lead this topic. I'm the one that got the call from the athletic director in Texas like, Acho, why the heck would you say that, bro? Because da-da-da-da-da. Get Up is like, yo, if you say that, we go viral, we rate, we get clicks. Now you deal with the aftermath.
Yep.
And so there are shows that make a machine of like, oh, wait, Orlovsky, you're going to say that 31 of the quarterbacks would have played better than Stroud? Okay, you lead this. Make sure you say that.
Yeah.
We don't get the clicks, you don't get the wrath, and we win, and now you deal with it how you deal with it. So,
Baker Mayfield not rolling out the red carpet to welcome his former coach Kevin Stefanski to the NFC South. Baker responding to a tweet saying that he failed in Cleveland. Here was his response: failed is quite the reach there, pal. Still waiting on a text call from him, Stefanski, after I got shipped off like a piece of garbage. Wow. Can't wait to see it twice a year, Coach. Coach, your reaction?
It's like Baker being Baker. Right?
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is, and I don't love it. You don't
love Baker's response?
Well, look, I don't.
Coach, you did it wrong. You're supposed to be like, I don't like it. I love it. It was awesome.
I find it hard to believe that Kevin was solely responsible for shipping Baker off, just like he's not solely responsible for getting Deshaun, and he probably wasn't solely responsible for getting Shador, or Johnny Manziel was before him. I'm sure he wasn't responsible for that either in Cleveland. So that's to put it all on Kevin, I think is unfair. However, I would imagine Kevin probably would have rather have texted him in retrospect or called him. Sometimes you go through a learning curve with events like that where you could have handled it a lot better. And I think Joe Thomas came out today and said, and kind of presented the other side of it, to where Baker could have also reached out to Kevin and said the same, kept the communication going.
Yeah, but I want to respect for Joe Thomas.
I didn't write the article, I wasn't interviewing the guy, I was telling you what he said.
Yeah, no, Joe Thomas said phones work two ways, but this wasn't a mutual parting of ways.
Right.
This was one guy got turned, and listen.
Joe was his teammate and an all-pro.
Listen, I got shipped off like a piece of garbage.
It's the NFL. Get over it.
Well,
He
he has to call him, doesn't he? You gotta call him.
Well, it's surprising that there wasn't communication. That really is surprising that they didn't communicate in that time period.
I mean, I would, cause look, I don't know what their relationship was like. It was probably frosty, but
It sounded like it was great.
right. I doubt though it was terrible because Baker, I don't think he'd still be upset or the first thing he says is to call. Like he seems like he was expecting a call, and if Stefanski just clearly hated him and didn't like him, he probably wouldn't have expected a call. So I like Stefanski, but you just have to call a guy in that situation. I also think, look, Baker wasn't really bad in Cleveland. I mean, they've had one playoff win since they went back in 1999, and he got it. You know, and his best years weren't really under Stefanski. But still,
if they kept him, they probably would have been in the mix.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I think Baker, you know, look, it'll be great theater next year when they're playing all the time. But I agree with you. That was a mistake, bottom line, by the Cleveland Browns. Huge mistake.
So I totally agree with you, Coach, in that a lot of things that happen with the Browns, we have an idea. Or I'm going to speak for myself here, not you. The owner's meddling and screws things up, and then the GM and head coach, in varying ways, have to eat it and take it. And I think that has made that job a very difficult job for a very long time. I think that can be true, and that's why this graphic of Baker, of the quarterback since the Browns, that you can be an offensive mastermind head coach, oversee that, and still be unemployed for 3 weeks before you get your next head coaching job, because people don't put that on Stefanski. And I think that they're like, the owner wanted Deshaun Watson, the owner wanted this stuff, you made the most of it you could. That part's fair. The things that you certainly can put on Kevin Stefanski are what I consider some of the softer touches that I have seen from afar. I think in his next job he needs to be better at. I didn't think it was slight at Shador specifically when he didn't give him a game ball after his first career win, because he also didn't do it for Dylan Gabriel. But the answer to that is probably, if you got a rookie quarterback who's a mid-round pick, whether it's Gabriel or Shador, build him up a little bit. Some of the press conference stuff. And this, nobody likes having to make these types of phone calls. Nobody likes if someone
gets a text,
whatever it is. No, but my point is, but part of being a leader and an adult is calling and being on the receiving end of somebody's anger or whatever it is and letting them vent. And so that's areas that I think is fair criticism.
Can I just also say, like, as you go into this job, there's no like manual on how to do it, and so you make a lot of mistakes. And as an executive, making a lot of mistakes, you know, that happens all
SXTP,
you know, constantly, 24 hours a day. So yeah, look, I've made a ton of mistakes in relationships that I wish I could have back, but that's part of the learning curve, and I'm sure this is one that Kevin would like to have back.
Before we go, Coach, I'll ask you. Baker says he is still waiting on the text. If you were Kevin Stefanski, would you text Baker today?
I don't know, because Baker will probably put it on Twitter the second I text him. Like, if I could have I would not want that to be the way the relationship.
But also,
it should be a call too.
No.
The other story is chip on his shoulder, Baker officially back.
Mike McDaniel eyeing the Chargers offensive coordinator job. If he doesn't land a head coaching job,
SXTP.
I think the Ravens are still in play. If he doesn't get it, he's going to go to LA. What do you, Nick? You don't love this?
No, I like Mike McDaniel, but if the question is, well, you were supposed to ask what this means for Herbert.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert is obviously incredibly physically gifted. He has good pedigree, he has good size, he has amazing arm talent, all of those things. I also think the following two statements are not opinion, they are just objective truth. Statement one, he has played his worst football in his biggest spots, most notably his 3 playoff games, the last 2
which were, for different reasons, historically bad games. And the other one, I guess, is a little opinion, but I think the numbers back it up.
HCHL.
He does not appear to have improved, and in fact, he might have gone a little bit in the other direction since his second year. So much of Justin Herbert is this guaranteed superstar is based on his first year, he set the record for touchdown passes as a rookie, and his second year threw for 5,000 yards. It's like, oh my God. And those first 2 years, he averages 4,600 yards, 7.5 yards per attempt, and almost 3-to-1 touchdown interception ratio, which again, touchdown interception ratio now is still 3-to-1, but higher volume, obviously, and a better rating. And then in the 4 years since then, the volume has gone down and the efficiency hasn't gone up. Usually if we're going to cut the volume, we're going to become hyper efficient. That hasn't happened. And so he now gets another offensive coordinator, and this one, Brew, everybody thinks is an offensive genius. Head coach, mixed results. But you are running, if it looks the way it has looked every year of Herbert's career, flashes of brilliance ending in massive disappointment, you're running out of people to blame, is my reaction.
Well, I was going to say, I wrote down, no more excuses.
Sure.
All right, for Justin Herbert. First it was Brandon Staley.
No, first it was Anthony Lynn.
Before
Anthony Lynn got fired.
Then Brandon Staley with some crazy, wacky moves. And then, he got fired for a reason. And then the offensive line being all banged up. And so now...
And Greg Roman. It's Greg Roman's fault. Fire him.
Take the ball out of his hands and stuff. So now, with, like you said, a guy that everybody believes in as an OC, and you still have, like, a great head coach. So McDaniel's not the head coach. You got a great head coach. You got a great offensive play caller and all the talent in the world. Like, 3 bad playoff games is enough, to where people some may be writing him off or whatever. If they should make the playoffs next year, and it's a 4th straight bad playoff game without any good ones under Mike McDaniel, then it'll seem like he just doesn't have it in these big moments, which is odd because in regular season big games, he plays fine. But in the playoffs, he just is not himself. And so, no more excuses. If it doesn't work with McDaniel and you're healthy, then it's like you just don't have it.
Yeah, I agree with both of you guys. So this will be his 5th OC in 7 years. Started 7 year. And with, it's going to be interesting to see if McDaniel goes there, how that's going to fit with Harbaugh. What system are they going to run? Is there going to be a fusion? Is there going to be a learning curve? So that dynamic's got to play out.
PAVM.
The 6 years that Herbert played, he's had double-digit interceptions. And one of the 2 years where he didn't, he missed 4 games. He had 7 picks that year. So he could have had 10 interceptions or double-digit again that year. And when you look at the OC, so maybe Greg Roman was a problem. But Greg Roman with Jim Harbaugh went to the Super Bowl and went to another NFC Championship game, and that was with Kaepernick. So I don't know if you feel that Justin Herbert is more talented, less, well, however you feel, but was something that he achieved with Jim Harbaugh. So typically, quarterbacks like this, and we talked about this with Stafford, they get offensive coordinators to lead the team, but it's because they're getting head coaching jobs.
CISS,
Not getting fired. And he's gotten so many people fired. At some point, it's like, maybe it's you. Maybe it's you.
Are you surprised that Jim Harbaugh picked Mike McDaniel as his offensive coordinator?
I think the meeting room is going to be fun. With those 2 guys.
RGTZ.
Creativity between them. I mean, Jim has only had Greg Roman, so this is his first OC in pro football. Greg was his OC the whole time he was with the 49ers, so it's going to be really interesting to see how that dynamic unfolds.
So that's just real quick on this. So that's what I find. Nobody has been a bigger supporter of Justin Herbert than Jim Harbaugh. But I think it's fair to say, you guys worked with Jim. Jim had a very close relationship with Greg Roman. He worked with him in 2 places. And it felt to me like, I don't think anybody thought going into that playoff game, man, Greg Roman's done a terrible job this year. I didn't think it felt to me like that playoff game was so bad and Herbert's performance was so bad that somebody had to fall by the wayside because of it, and Harbaugh picks Roman. I do wonder what that does to the Harbaugh-Herbert bond. That's like, man, this has been my guy forever. I ended up firing him because what our offense looked like, and now with that, I'm interested in that. Because last year after their playoff loss, Harbaugh said, our whole job is to get up to the level of Justin Herbert, even though he threw 4 picks. This year it felt a little different.
Patriots have never won a playoff game in Denver. Drake May saying, I haven't played in Denver in the playoffs yet. That doesn't have anything to do with it. Coach, you expect Drake to struggle in his first road playoff game.
Yeah, well, let me just put some things out there. So you got the noise, and that's one element. You got the silent count, and then with Denver's defense. So they're number 1 in the league in sacks. We talked about that before. They're also number 1 in the league in knockdown percentage. So what that means is the throw got off, but they knocked the quarterback out. So they're number 1 in that. Then they're also number 1 in hurries. That means that either the quarterback had to throw it quick, or he had to escape from the pocket. So combined, all those 3 things combined, that's 30% of the plays the quarterback is either getting knocked down, sacked, or hurried over the course of the season, which is a problem. Then you add to that the fact that they pressure 28% of the time, so they bring some kind of blitz 28% of the time, which is the 6th highest in the league. Now, all those things can be really problematic, especially for a guy who's being sacked at double the rate in the postseason that he was sacked in the regular season. You add noise, so it's harder for the offensive line to communicate. Yeah, I think there's going to be real challenges for him in this environment. Now, the great news, Wilds, is how he's dealt with pressure. And if we could bring this up, because I was interested to see how well he's responded to when they bring blitzes. And you can see in the regular season, he was at 129.2. He's gotten better. Yeah, this is truly against the blitz, so, which is going to be about 30% of the time that Denver brings it if they stay. So yeah, so he's been outstanding against the blitz, which is what is the most encouraging thing to me about Drake May and Josh McDaniels going into this game against what they're probably going to see.
Yeah, look, I think he's going to have some bad moments because he's playing a great defense, and like you said, Coach, he's going to be under pressure. I don't think it's going to have much to do with the road. I just think you're facing, this team that gets the pressure on you so much. They didn't struggle. But the thing I like about Drake May and the thing he's shown in these playoffs is he's countered his bad plays with spectacular plays. Some deep throws, and he's one of the best deep throwers in the league. So I expect him to have overall a good game. He might probably have a turnover, whether it's a fumble, whether it's an interception or whatever. But I'm saying he's going to have 2 touchdowns and a solid game. And I actually think, look, he faced Houston, which was obviously a great defense last week. I kind of think that's prepared him for this week to some degree, just because you're facing another good defense. You just beat one, and now you got to face another. And I also think, Nick,
this team does get to the
more
harasses the quarterback 10% more than Houston had over the course of the season.
Yeah. So it's a little better in that regard. And I'm not trying to channel Wilds, but I think him having gone through all these turnovers in these first 2 games.
At least drops too, yeah.
It can just make him relaxing. Like, look, I've done that. We've won. I've gotten criticized for it. I'm fine, and I think he'll be a little looser than maybe he was in his first 2 playoff games, or at least his first one.
So, I think if Drake May's the most important player on the Patriots this weekend, I think number 2 with a bullet is Will Campbell. And I think where home field advantage will truly matter, and Coach, tell me if I'm out of school on this, is if the Patriots have to go to the silent count, what that means for the get-off on the pass rush for Denver versus how quickly Will Campbell's able to get in his pass block set, that difference, I mean the difference between a quick pressure strip sack and a guy holding up. And I think that is the biggest element, other than a dome team playing, in the snow. The biggest advantage my experience watching playoff football of being at home is it's not just the crowd noise making it, there might be miscommunications. It's how much that helps the defensive pass rush versus the offensive pass set. And that would be my concern. That would be my concern, because I do think I think we'll be able to struggle this postseason. Maybe it's because he's coming off an injury, maybe it's because who they're going up against. But having Nick Panito and Jonathan Cooper coming off each edge, that would concern me greatly.
Yeah, so they're 100% going to have to use a silent count. And that stadium is ridiculously loud. Seattle's loud. This place is ridiculously loud too. And it's not just that the silent count part of it, but it's getting the plays from the sideline, hearing those, then communicating it in the huddle. Oftentimes that leads to getting out later in the huddle, which means that the play clock gets lower, and then defenders know as the play clock goes down, the ball's got to be snapped. I mean, there's not a lot of things you can do. Now maybe they go no huddle or something like that to try to, get them up the line of scrimmage and force them to declare what they're doing.
Not gonna struggle.
Why?
Because he's undefeated on the road. He's best against the blitz, and I don't know if he's best against the blitz, but he's pretty fast against the blitz. He's got the most yards per pass when under pressure since 2018. So his bad games are other guys' great games. I don't think he played well against the Texans at all. He threw 3 touchdowns. I don't think he played well against the Chargers at all. He threw for 270 yards, and we won by double digits. It's just
KW, there's no quarterback in the league who his game against the Chargers or Texans would have been a great game. Nobody.
3 touchdowns against the Chargers?
You can't.
Excuse me, against the Texans?
That's not the entirety of his game. There's no quarterback in the league that game would have, no good quarterback, no star, who's that game against had great moments, but there's no quarterback in the league that has 4 fumbles, 2 lost, and a pick, and when the pick's unlucky, that's fine, but the 2 fumble recoveries are lucky, and that's a great game. And sacked 5 times. That's not a great game.
His struggles are other QB's good games. How about that?
TTEC.
Throughout the regular season, yes. Throughout the playoffs, I don't think that's been the case. I don't think those are good games.
Someone else should throw for 3 touchdowns.
Yeah,
against the
I
Texans,
think he had good games.
The Texans were an unbelievable defense that I think had won 8 games in a row.
It was under major duress.
Nobody could beat them. Drake May came in and threw 3 touchdowns on them. I dropped the ball a few times.
CJ Stroud looked like.
CJ Stroud, well, we didn't score any point out. Drake May did not take any of those turnovers and turn them into.
No, but the point that I think one of the reasons more veteran quarterbacks didn't have 3 touchdown games against the Texans was because they had the wherewithal to not hold on to the ball and they're like, you know what, hunting this play might end up with the ball on the ground.
How'd that work out for them?
I understand they won the game, and the Patriots. The fact that Drake, in my opinion, Drake May has not played well yet this postseason, and they've won both games by double digits, speaks to how great the team has played. But in my opinion, presenting these 2 games as good or great games, I think it's not what I saw.
I said his bad game.
Would be someone else's good or great games. I disagree.
And I think this could be another opportunity for New England's defense to prove that they're just not a sideshow here. They've been playing pretty well.
They've been playing
very well.
Excellent. Bills owner Terry Pagula met with the media. Lots of highlights or lowlights. I got 3 of them before we listen to some sound. Number 1, he fired Sean McDermott because they had hit a ceiling. Classic 2.
Yeah.
Number 2, he insinuated that drafting Keon Coleman was a mistake. Keon is still on the team. Number 3, that mistake was not Brandon Beane's fault. It was the coaching staff's fault, who he had previously fired. Take a listen.
I felt like we hit the proverbial playoff wall year after year. 13 seconds, missed field goals, the catch. I'll address the Keon situation. The coaching staff pushed to draft Keon. I'm not saying Brandon wouldn't have drafted him, but he wasn't his next choice. That was Brandon being a team player and taking advice of his coaching staff.
Your reaction to this press conference?
A bunch, so I'll just very quickly. He also said that he decided to fire him because they lost the game.
Yeah. Also, that was a catch.
And
so
but also he said they lost the game because of the refs. And so if you're Sean McDermott, and listen, Brandon Beane was very adamant and talked about his wife being emotional about people saying, you know, that he stabbed anyone in the back and questioning his character. I'd be upset about that too. What's also true is someone had to tell the owner, that's not my pick, that was McDermott's. And so like him saying, the Pagula being like, hey, just so everybody knows, Sean never wanted the player who, again, is on your team at a position you don't have a lot of guys at. This, I agreed with Danny yesterday, Brew, that this was the best job opener. This press conference, we get that. Well, yeah, because it's not like I thought this and the Ravens is close enough. And Bisciotti is out there like just wheeling and dealing, and it feels like they know what's going on. I didn't like this. And it's not because I loved it. I just didn't like it.
No, look, I will give him this. He said we hit the proverbial wall year after year in the playoffs. And whether we all think Sean McDermott's a good coach. Nobody thinks he's not a very good coach. But that's true. For various reasons, they did hit that wall. And even though, look, we talk about, we kind of removed the Chiefs. They shouldn't have lost to the Bengals that year, 27-10. They shouldn't have just lost to Denver. But let's even look at the Chiefs. The owner is saying, we beat them 4 times in the regular season. Why can't we do it in the playoffs? Maybe it's because our defense, which is generally either top 5 or top 12 or something like that, gives up 33 points a game in the playoffs, or at least in our last 6 playoff losses. So I thought that part was legitimate. I do, look, so I was fine with the firing of McDermott. My only issue is keeping Beane because he's, you know, you said it yesterday, Coach, 56, I think, draft picks, and he's got 2 Pro Bowlers since then. And so, and he came in right after McDermott. So they were kind of a team. They came in the same year. And so why'd you keep one? It clearly, there's no question, when you look at the reporting, even when you watch this press conference, that the GM played the political game. And he got in with the owner, and McDermott wasn't. DTI. And that's really what this came down to.
I love when owners do press conferences. It is seriously, it's the best because
it shows what you got to do.
You get a window into kind of conversations that happen on a regular basis and things that you have to navigate through as you're trying to push things forward in a very sort of organized, structured way, and some of the challenges that can present, and some of the communication gaps that can exist between ownership and coaches. And when you look at this, when Sean came in, I don't know if it was a 15-year drought or an 18-year drought, it's something like that, and then suddenly they go to the playoffs and they win the division. And then when this ownership group took over the Buffalo Sabres, there's a lot of celebration, the hockey team, and people were excited about it. And I think subsequently now there's a 13-year playoff drought. They fired 5 head coaches and 4 GMs. So maybe let the guys that, you know, that was doing a pretty good job continue to do a good job, and maybe not make an emotional decision in a moment where it's going to affect the trajectory of your franchise for years to come when you've got an MVP caliber player, and take a step back and let things, the emotion come out of it, and make a more informed decision. And then I just say with Bisciotti, you got a good look at him. He's going to hold people accountable. He does. Every week he meets with guys, holds them accountable, but he's not there every day. That's not his thing.
But the other thing, again, if you believe what he said, that they made the decision when he walked in the locker room and saw the devastation.
That's what you said.
Well, if you believe exactly what he said,
and again,
came out of his mouth.
If you believe it,
I believe it.
Yeah, it does speak to
AKAN. AKAN.
And I was trying to give me 20 seconds here, Dustin. I was not trying to be like some like I'm a talk show host who wears makeup.
NRT.
One man, yeah, they
AKAN.
professional football players. So I wasn't like trying to like be like alpha male. You shouldn't cry. The reason I focused on the crying part was it was an outward signal that that team might be, at least in the moment, broken. And the owner is saying he saw that and felt like we have to make a major change to get over this loss. That's what the
I
owner
think
said.
if they were in the locker room laughing, that team would be broken.
Well,
The fact that they're crying, to me, shows they actually might have.
But if they were locked in, if they're like, man, if the people weren't crying.
There's a gap between laughing and crying.
Well, I just think when you fumble the ball away with 16 seconds left and you make other bad decisions and you miss wide open throws and you're supposed to be Superman, yeah, it probably really hurts to the point where you're like, I disappointed a lot of people and setting a lot of people on their way.
If you're calling it a catch, which means you thought that you caught the ball, you thought you had done enough to win, and your coach had coached well enough to win, and the refs screwed you over, why does the coach go that?
Thanks for watching. Subscribe here to get more from the show and to check out clips from other shows on FS1.
As predicted, we are on the doorstep of destiny.
You know what I did there? The fireworks. Live from, oh my goodness, it's super early. I was not expecting this, guys. Oh my goodness gracious. I come with an offering.
An offering.
A pair of sunglasses that you can put on. Brew, I know you had the Texans, and I know you don't believe in the Broncos. Nick, you certainly do not believe in the Broncos. You both need AFC teams. I welcome you. I invite you. I implore you to put on the sunglasses, just like I am beloved in Kansas City, and join me in walking through the door of destiny. You don't have to do it now, you certainly can, but this door will be here perhaps all show. They're here for you. You know it's happening. We introduced the door of destiny months ago. Everyone's like, oh, that's a funny thing. We got a door. Next thing you know, we're in the AFC Championship against a backup quarterback who we know isn't good because he was on the Patriots. Nick, can I entice you to put on the sunglasses?
Can I see it?
Yes. These are the good ones. See how they feel. See how they feel. Oh yeah. Put them on. Put them on. Oh! Get through the door. Get through the door.
You know what I'm saying?
Get through the door.
Jared the Javelin. I'm saying.
I told you. You should know, wow.
I'm telling you. You notice my jacket?
You're a Broncos
Maybe I'm
fan.
starting to believe in the
You're a
Broncos a
Broncos
little
fan
bit.
now.
Bo Nix played pretty well this weekend, didn't he?
He's not on the
I understand. Well, Sean Payton coached him up. I'm not taking your stupid glasses and I'll walk through your stupid door. Can we start the real show?
Shots at their good glass. We are starting with the controversy of the Bills game that may have cost Sean McDermott his job. Tied at 30 in overtime, Josh to Brandon Cooks to Jaquan McMillan sets up the game-winning kick for Denver.
AKAN.
Look, we did turn the ball over 3 times, but not 4. Did Josh and the Bills get robbed of a win?
No, the whining about the officiating is embarrassing. I don't know if it's more embarrassing than the whole team being teary-eyed after a divisional round loss on the road, but it's pretty embarrassing. And it is par for the course. The Bills can't take playoff losses. Lose the 13-second game, change the rules, NFL, and they did. Last year, we got those first downs on the tush push. We did.
That's right.
We got those first downs. I've watched it. I know. I crossed my heart and hope to die. We got those. And this one, an odd but obvious interception is what else could it have been? It certainly wasn't a catch, and it certainly wasn't an incompletion. It was an interception. But they did all that because they were hurt and they were wounded, and the only person who got why the game went the way it did was Josh Allen, who Josh Allen has more comfort and more ability in putting the blame on Josh Allen than seemingly anybody in the media who claims to love Josh Allen. They lost that game because their superhero quarterback, who I thought was going to win, who I had believed in all year long, who I was wrong, Wilds was right, that the plan of don't worry about the turnovers, make superhero plays would blow up on him. You were right. If he 4 separate times, even if you remove one of the fumbles and that pick, lost him the game. And it's in sequence. We'll show it in sequence. The fumble before the end of the first half is as bad of a fumble as you will ever see from a veteran quarterback. And I got to listen to experts this morning giving more flack to the lineman for not falling on it than Josh for fumbling. That's the end of the first.
That's actually true. Wow. Somebody said that.
That's the end of the first half. Then, in the midst of the comeback, after Bo makes, and Bo played great. You said it earlier, Brew. He was the best quarterback of the weekend. Credit to him. Josh does this. Now, is that a great defensive play? Sure. Do you need to make this throw when you're on the cusp of field goal range? Certainly in Mile High, you might already be in field goal range. Of course not. And then 2 times had the throw to win the game. Do I think he would have scored a touchdown here if he would have caught it? Well, I don't know. He scored a touchdown. But he hops it to him.
Yep.
That's to go up 8 points. And it's a very rare incompletion that we know what would have happened if it would have been a completion. And then this one, again, that would have been a great throw, but I've been beat over the head for 3 months that he's the most talented quarterback in the history of the league.
And dude is wide open.
Listen, I have a ton of respect for Josh Allen. One of the reasons I have a ton of respect for Josh Allen is he understood it. He was the biggest reason they lost. Was he the reason they are the Bills? Yes. Was he the reason they were in that position? Yes. But he had 4 turnovers and 2 missed game-winning throws. That's why they lost, not because of the Calvin Johnson rule. That's what happened.
Well, first of all, the calls, you guys know, I don't want to hear you complaining about calls. I get it. That call, as well as the pass interference, is debatable and all that stuff. We've seen worse, unfortunately. It's unfortunate that there are calls like this, but all these calls are judgment calls. And Sean Payton has actually been on the wrong side of worse calls.
Yeah, that's a good.
So, so nobody wants to hear that. If they want to bring it up, fine. But for Josh Allen, he said he felt like he let his team down. He did not let his team down because he is the team. Without him, they're not in the playoffs. They're not a contender. None of that. So he can't let his team down. But that said, this loss is on him. There were 2 losses this weekend that are on the quarterbacks. We'll get to C.J. Stroud later. Those 2. A lot of quarterbacks had turnovers this weekend and didn't play well. Those 2, though, the losses were on them. And Josh Allen does have to wear this because the number 1 job of the quarterback is to not turn the ball over. And he did it 4 times. Now, if you look at every single game, the team with the fewest turnovers, the quarterback who had the fewest turnovers won the game. Now, Drake had 3, but the other quarterback had 4.
3 is okay.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, whoever had the most turnovers lost.
What are you gonna do?
Right, and you went through several of his miscues, which I was going to do anyway, but it cost him 9 points. All right, so 3 of his turnovers led to 3 field goals, 9 points. You lost the turnover battle 5-1. And you lost by 3 points in overtime. With all due respect to Denver, Buffalo was the better team.
Yes.
They just kept giving the ball away. And so, yeah, this loss is on Josh Allen. Now, look, he's been too good in the playoffs overall for us to say he's a choke artist or anything like that. But, so it doesn't diminish him in my view. He blew a tremendous opportunity. And that is why I think Josh, Deion Dawkins, Brandon Cooks, those are the 3 I saw. I don't know if anybody else was crying. But that's why. Because they knew once the Chiefs were out, they were like, this is us.
Maybe they shouldn't have, but that is clearly why this loss was so devastated.
And I've been telling you the Bills were overrated all year. That is not a championship caliber defense. In order to
No, but
put up
don't you
points,
think they win if they don't? If Josh doesn't, if he has 2 turnovers?
No, but yes, but in order to generate points, Josh has to do remarkable stuff. And in order for him to do remarkable stuff, he has to live in the margins, and that's not gonna go your way the entire year. I just want to push back on that. It's wide open. Mahomes wasn't there. They were going to go into New England and lose. We already saw them play the Texans. If that game got flipped, they would have lost to the Texans. And then the next round, that Seahawks defense, they would have lost.
I mean, KW, you
Go ahead.
very well might be correct on that. And Brew might be correct that they didn't feel that way.
That's fair.
That they felt like the Chiefs, the Bills.
Not that it was gonna be easy,
right? But
but
that they felt. I think the Bills feel like if Patrick Mahomes had chosen baseball, we'd be the dynasty.
Yes.
Yeah.
That we already would have 3 or
With good
4.
reason.
Right. And so, but here is the pushback. Listen, Josh Allen obviously is an all-time great quarterback, and again but you guys used to say it was like straw man when I was saying this guy said that Allen's better than Mahomes. It has become maybe fairly because of how Patrick played this year. The almost certainly majority, if not universal opinion, that's the best player in the league. That's the best player in the league. That's the guy. And so when that is what you are called, then the fine-tooth comb comes out. And it doesn't take a fine-tooth comb to see the 4 turnovers, but he has been flirting with these big turnover games in the playoffs the last couple years. Last year against the Chiefs, the first 2 passes of the game hit Chiefs in the hands. Romo was like, oh my God, he almost threw 2 picks to start the game. And he fumbled 3 times, and they recovered all 3. In his career at this point, he is the greatest wild card round quarterback ever.
DTI.
We can show you that. It's undeniable. And the numbers after that round are not the same.
IONC.
It's 9 fumbles in 8 games. It's 4 interceptions in 8 games.
Not fumbles lost.
No, correct. Just fumbles. But like that it's a game of chance whether or not you get them or you don't. Those aren't like bad numbers. 280. The win-loss record's bad, but
the fumbles.
But the left-hand column is what creates the amazing postseason stats, and the right-hand column.
In the game, the 13 seconds.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm about done feeling like, man, the Bills were going to win that game.
The
13-second game? Yeah. Oh. You know what? Like the coin toss. Can we see Josh Allen and the Bills win one single overtime game ever?
That's weird.
So the 13-second game, they didn't get the ball. Every other overtime game he's played in, they got the ball. They've gotten 3 points in those 6 games, and here's Josh's numbers in those 6 games. In overtime. In
the overtime.
Yeah, of course, just in overtime. So there's always been this, oh man, they were gonna, and he was playing so great that game, maybe they would have. Maybe they would have. But I know that they had the opportunity in this overtime on Saturday. They got the ball, and they got 0 points again.
Here's the other thing that's interesting. And, when they've lost to the Chiefs, it's been like, okay, the Chiefs are better. Mahomes, they're the champions, all that. His 2 worst playoff games since he became Josh Allen, after his first playoff game. They were losses that most people expect. I don't know if they were favored. You might know. Cincinnati, you're supposed to win that game in Buffalo. Yes. It's snowing. It's one of his worst playoff game until this one, and then this game when
they weren't favored.
Yeah, but a lot of people felt like they're gonna beat Denver. He's Josh Allen, and he plays. So it's almost like when they're expected to win, he has not been at his best.
Which is and now he's at 8 playoff wins, and this is tough. I agree, bro. That's right. That's hitting the alarm saying we're going too long in this, but I still haven't dropped a banner yet. It's now, listen, he's got 8 playoff wins. The other 30 quarterbacks with at least 6 have been to a Super Bowl. So without a Super Bowl appearance, the most playoff wins by a quarterback, it's Mark Brunell, Danny White, Phillip Rivers, and then a 3-win gap to Josh Allen. Which is what, and so now part of that is not a bad, like winning 8 playoff games is amazing. Those numbers are amazing. He's the defending league MVP. I think, KW, it's fair to say, he's the best to never do it. Listen, you think that's too mean?
I don't know.
You don't like that one?
Lamar might.
Odd debate.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to Victor. After the game, Josh Allen went to the podium with tears in his eyes, largely blaming himself for the loss. The organization disagreed. This morning, Sean McDermott fired by the Bills. Cameron Wolf reporting that Bills players were shocked. One text said, WTF. Here's McDermott's resume. Win percentage, second best since he joined the Bills. 7 10-win seasons, 8 playoff appearances, 6 division round appearances, second best. But then he had a long drought before he showed up. So, changes in Buffalo. Did McDermott deserve to be fired, bro?
Look, Sean McDermott's a very good coach. I think they had made the playoffs once in like 17 years before he got there, and they made it 8 out of 9 or whatever it was under him. The reports are that he wants to coach next year, and I'm sure he'll get a job. He's a very good coach. And you guys know a few years ago, 22-20, after that loss to the Bengals, I've been saying he should have been on the hot seat.
Yep.
I stopped saying it last year because I didn't feel like they had. I was on the record, they'll make the playoffs, but they're not a contender.
You thought they overachieved.
And they overachieved, I thought. This year, the same thing. So I think that he's done a good job, very good job, his whole time there, but particularly these last 2 years. However, here's the thing. He has had 9 years with the Bills, 8 years with Josh Allen, and hasn't even reached the Super Bowl, let alone won one. And the standard's different in Buffalo. It just is now because you're a contender every year.
From 12 years to 1, bro.
Don't
Wow.
give me if you're the Jets. Oh, we'd love to have Sean McDermott. Yeah, you would, and you'd love to be in that position. But once you get to that position, it's about getting over the hump. And I do think there's reason to believe he can't or won't get them over the hump to win a Super Bowl. It would be hard. You saw the emotions in that locker room to come back next year and just, let's do it again. I mean, you could, but hey, let's do the same thing. Here's the deal, Nick. His last 5 playoff games this year blew a 4th quarter lead at Denver. Last year, blew a 4th quarter lead at Kansas City. The year before that, blew a 4th quarter lead at Kansas City. Year before that, blown out by Cincinnati at home. Year before that, blew a 4th quarter lead at Kansas City.
Are they blowing leads or is Mahomes coming back?
I think they're talking about
Their last 6 playoff losses. This defensive team has been really good several of those years. Have given up 33.5 points a game. So look, so I think it's justifiable that you moved on. I wouldn't have raised a lot of noise if they hadn't, but I think it's very justifiable. The thing I'll add, I think Brandon Beam, the GM, should have gone with it.
Instead, he got promoted.
Right. Yeah. I think they both should have gone because Bean has not. You got this all-time great quarterback, but you don't want to give him a great receiver like you had in Stephon Diggs, and look at Diggs now.
So, listen, I
feel like playing some skate.
Those playoff losses, like the last 3, they did have a 4th quarter lead. The other team did retake the lead. The Chiefs last 2 years, and then the Broncos Saturday. But in all 3 of those instances, they then also had the ball with plenty of time, with Josh having a chance to answer, either in regulation. In 2 years ago in Kansas City, they got the ball back with 8 minutes left, down 3 points, got 0 points. Last year in Kansas City, they got the ball back with 3 minutes left, down 3 points. And this time, they got the ball back in overtime, if we just want to put it there, and had a chance to just, in sudden death overtime at that point, to go win the game. And they did. So, yes, they blew the lead, but also they had a chance to go back. Danny said Friday that if they lose a game like this, you should be fired. And I was surprised. I was like, that's a fire. Like they had a good year. No, people didn't look at them like they already won a road playoff game. So I didn't go into this game thinking his job's on the line. But the emotion of that game, maybe they had decided they were going to fire him if they lost beforehand. But if they hadn't, the fact that that game left that team in shambles, and him being Sean McDermott in shambles to where he's making the unprecedented move of calling reporters from the team playing to complain about a call well after the press conference meant it was untenable to run it all back. It felt like this was the type of catastrophic defeat, even though I don't view this as some catastrophic defeat. I view it as pretty simple. Your star player turned the ball over 4 times and you lost. I don't view it as they got robbed. And I also don't view it as, this wasn't the Super Bowl.
You lost to the 1 seed in their building.
In a game where you didn't play your
to them, it was chips were gone.
I think that's what they thought. And it is, here's the other thing. Because the last 6 years, they've led the league in everything. Except for the only thing their fans actually care about. It's stunning. Most points scored, fewest points allowed, the best record. They lead the league in all those categories. They are last in the league in Super Bowl appearances and wins. Makes it tough.
All right, head to Chicago. Caleb Williams made one of the most amazing plays in NFL history, and then threw a game-losing interception to Cam Curl that led to the Rams' victory. What do you make of Caleb's performance?
He threw 3 interceptions, had a 59 passer rating. And I left that game thinking, he played a good game. I mean,
you agree, KW?
Now I have an announcement.
Let Brew go.
First of all, I felt like he outplayed Matthew Stafford in the first half. Even though that had been an issue for.
Draw. RGTZ.
Kevin Wise, oh my goodness.
QBTZ.
Should I play some FIFA?
The Wizard. No problem. Wizard Kelly.
What's Bitcoin doing right now? 88,000.
Yo, bring that man. The man was over there with his. Let me tell him about his deflate game.
Draw.
Ooh, somehow I'm breaking down. Wow. I'm not gonna lie, we're gonna keep the stream short.
RGTZ. QBTZ. CBB. CBB.
Okay, not bad.
My donuts.
I think I might
Murphy, dale, pa. Vete, vete. Come on, vamos, vamos.
RGTZ.
Alright, 6:29. Let's see, 6:27 break. There we go.
Draw.
Alright, play some FIFA. And we at 27:05. Okay. Who should I go with?
KLSE.
Up all night. Up all night. Alright, we're only down 3%. That's good.
A talented tactician, this is a manager loved by the fan. Well, it really should be a nice football to look forward to here at the home of Manchester City. I'm Derek in the commentary box, and joining me to provide expert analysis is the former England attacker Sue Smith. And it really should be an energetic league phase contest this in the Champions League. It is Manchester City facing Bayern.
Oh, that's bullshit.
Great to be here. I think it's important that both teams are focused from the off there when they start quickly. I'd love to see some goals. Hopefully I've not just cursed it.
And so the starting 11 for Manchester City. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts. Nathan Ake plays alongside John Stones in central defence, and handed the task of playing up front is Erling Haaland. Well, the manager is entitled to feel confident based on previous history.
Yeah, he's got a good record, but every match is a new battle, and we'll see if we can keep this going.
That was, no, they cheat, man. That was for the other guy. Whatever, dog.
Damn, bro. I would have gotten that right.
City have possession once more. City pushing forward with options available. Bernardo Silva.
He didn't even have possession. You didn't even have full possession, bro. Fuck out of here, dog.
The defender can't really allow space like that. Palacios. Moving it nicely. Jonas Hofmann on the ball.
Damn, bro. Go back.
Phil Foden, a player who I think was born to wow the crowd. What do you think we might see from him in this game?
Let's go. said 72 what?
72 points was scored in that game.
What game?
In that game. Between
Are you talking about Seahawks and Rams?
No. There's a game going on right now, Pacers and Hawks.
Phil Foden.
Phil Foden.
Now a decent position.
Yeah, what you know about Phil Foden, man?
Foden! Oh, what a header! Stones! What a header! And I'm playing on Legendary too. They added a new mode, Ultimate. That's crazy.
Phil Foden. That's a good pass.
That was a bad run for me. That's my fault.
Hoffman. Palacios on the ball. Shit. He's on the run. Didn't go to plan in the end. Right, let's quickly join Alex Scott because Alex, I understand, has been a goal at Stamford Bridge. Alex with the info as ever.
Alex Smith?
I'm not sure.
And he has options available.
Better get that tackle. Oh! I should have scored. That's my fault.
Palacios. Garcia with it. Very alert defending to cut off the supply.
Bullshit.
Good pull one back here.
Fuck was that? They tried to cheat me, bruh. That's crazy. They really tried to cheat me. Thank you. Trying to figure out why the fuck I wasn't moving last time.
Intelligent threaded pass here. So the action continues and City really cantering to victory here. Andy. Berenguer. And now Garcia. And he did well to cut it out. Rodri. Lewis. Phil Foden now.
That's bullshit. That's not where I passed it, man. Come on, bro.
Bernardo Silva. Phil Foden now. Silva.
Oh, what a goal! Yeah! Foden!
Well, here's the replay, and it's a nice through ball to split the defence. And all the forward has to do is get on the end of it, which he does so well. It's a really nice finish.
Awesome goal by Foden.
So on with the game, but I do wonder, has this match already slipped away from them?
With a pass from Haaland.
The fourth official confirming that we'll have one additional minute. Until the half-time whistle is sounded. So back in business with City very much the dominant side. Can they repeat that in the second 45? Ryan Ait-Nuri. Phil Foden now. Andy. Jonas Hofmann on the ball. Given away by Leverkusen.
Bullshit. I double tap triangle, dog.
Ezequiel Palacios. And now Garcia. Leverkusen are able to retain possession.
They're just with leaving the days on.
Well, this is the home of live football, EA TV, and we have more action coming up from the Premier League for you. It's Manchester City taking on Liverpool. Teammates available. Hofmann. How do they let that attack come to an end? Chance to finish.
That's my fault.
You know exactly what they were looking for?
Reinders.
Yeah, what the fuck is going on?
And news of a goal at Stamford Bridge. Alex Scott has all the information for us.
It's a second goal for Chelsea. They're ahead by 2 now with 56 minutes played.
Cheers, Alex. Palacios. Andy. And now Garcia.
How about Pedri?
Couldn't quite find his teammate.
Huh? No Pedri?
Pressure gets high. Lewis. Lewis.
That's bullshit, bruh. Oh my god. Give me that fucking ball back. Fucking cheating asses.
Silva. Now with Reinders. And the through ball. Offside it is, and he needed sharp eyes to make that decision.
I thought he timed his on perfectly here. Incredibly close, but just about the correct decision, I think.
Grimaldo. A long way from the perfect pass.
Yeah, can't give it away like that. That's a frustrating error.
Bernardo Silva. Decisive pass. Could be it. Strong hands to push it clear. Excellent goalkeeping. A City corner it is. Trying to pick out a teammate. Strong goalkeeping after the corner had been delivered. could really help the cause. Garcia with it. Shit. Just put it away. And it's a touch. No wonder for the opposition to contain him. And no wonder he got celebrated. Ryan Ait Nuri. On to Rangers. Nice looking pass. Rangers still on. Right over for now, it seems. Silva. Well, nicely cut out. Now what can they do with the ball? Garcia. Here's Patrick Schick. That's a good ball. Liverpool unable to hang on to it. Significant acreage for City to run into.
Let's go.
STKH TSQ TSQ
Just to finish, he does really well there.
We're inside the final quarter of an hour now. Now, options are plenty. Fine work from Leverkusen to win back possession. And they won't complain about this.
DTS
Of course they give him a perfect goal, bruh. That's what they do. They want him to come back.
Well, a goal to update you on. Let's hear about it from Alex. Alex keeping us right up to date. Nathan Keller. Palacios. The tackle taken away. Omar Marmouche. The match has restarted, but we do feel that is that. Garcia. Well, no two ways about it. City absolutely cruising to victory today.
Well, they've been excellent and thoroughly deserved to win this. Some of the attacking play has been a pleasure to watch. It just looks so dangerous when they go forward. If I was a defender, I definitely wouldn't want to play against this team.
Goalkeeping to hang on to the shot like that. Lewis. Here's Ademola Lookman.
Look, man.
Given away by Leverkusen. And if you're wondering about out of time, 2 minutes it'll be. Oh, great vision. Wilting under the pressure, and now they try to go forward.
Ah, bullshit. Beep. Yeah, man, 173. That's good.
Trying to bring girls.
Just a quick couple of questions.
Dogs.
Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. Ooh, Liverpool. It's gonna be a big one. You want the best of the best out there right now. Oh, perfect. Classic uniforms. Let's play ball.
What happened?
I'm about to play Liverpool now.
The home form has been nothing short of remarkable. But today a worthy opponent stands in their way. And the manager faces a genuine test of his team's resilience.
every month. So if you're suffering from
Good evening and welcome. There's so much to be enthused about going into tonight's contest here at the home of Manchester City. I'm Derek Ray, and sharing commentary duties with me is Sue Smith. And it's all about action from the Premier League in this case. It is Manchester City taking on Liverpool.
It's a pleasure to be here, anticipating a good game today and an atmosphere to match. Certainly been buzzing here ahead of kick-off. Hopefully we're not disappointed.
Yo, who you be using? Manchester City?
Mm-hmm.
Good, huh?
Yeah, Manchester City.
That's what they call it. That's what I got called last week, man. Not you. Manchester's right.
This is Salah. Well, I don't think people would complain about a restart so early in the game.
Hopefully that's what we see today, Derek.
Bad choice.
Very timely interception.
Yeah, what a goal!
Yeah, what's going on out there, bro? Are you cheating out there?
them perhaps. Brian Grafenberg. Salah. It's a good Liverpool move in the making. Salah. Oh, that is a wonderful piece of challenging.
Yeah, good endeavour there, wasn't it?
PCTX.
Ruben Diaz.
That's bullshit. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Reinders. Salah.
Nope.
Disappointed with that, just like any sort of composure. It's a simple save at the end.
Bullshit, man.
Ibrahima Konate. Gakpo. Kepke. Find an opening. Possibility from the centre. Moving it nicely. Searching for the angle.
Yeah, nigga, get out of here. Good shit.
I'm not sure he'll get many chances better than that to even the score. He's going to be disappointed he couldn't put that one away.
Reinders.
Bullshit, dog. Oh my goodness, bruh.
A decent position for Liverpool to be in.
See that shit.
Now with Williams. And that is defending of the highest order. Jeremy Frimpong. Trying to find the right time.
Fuck out of here.
That's over the byline and a corner. And over comes the corner. Good work from Liverpool to win it back. Very effective play in possession. Oh, disappointing for that. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack. Gakpo. Alexis McAllister. Milos Kerkez. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. He could be onto something.
Yeah, he didn't have long to react, but you have to praise his reflexes.
And there's the delivery. Crystal clear.
That's bullshit, man.
Well, that's really strong play to keep hold of the ball.
Yeah, smart play there to hold it up.
Could be troublesome. Top class defending.
Got him. Got him! Got him!
Konate. Alexis McAllister. This is Salah. And with that, the attack fizzles out. Nico Williams. And Liverpool regaining possession here. Florian Wirtz. You can sense the threat is there.
Wow.
Frimpong. On to Wirtz. I'm underway again here, and Liverpool now find themselves within touching distance. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. And just one a real opening now.
That shit fuck me.
Really top quality defending. Oh, moving it nicely.
I think I'm playing some guy from Turkey.
And so
The connection is just insane.
So back in business here, City with the lead, but they won't be taking anything for granted. Oh, this looks useful.
Bullshit, bruh. I passed the ball first. How did you doing that, dog? Look at that fucking shit, bruh.
Not going to go down as the prettiest passing sequence we've ever seen.
Fucking bullshit cheaters, bruh. Hell, you got the ball.
Phil Foden. And the pass deftly cut out.
Yeah, he was certainly on that in a flash, wasn't he?
McAllister.
Nope. Wow, bruh. That's crazy.
Taking on Newcastle United. Having been turned into town.
Did you see what they had the Patriots at?
He didn't even get the ball. Give me the... Bro, that's crazy, bruh.
And Liverpool could get in behind the defence. Good challenge and a time coming up. Florian Wirtz. Chance for Peter. It's there. And this really takes you through the line. A top back and a half. Foden. On to Silva.
Look.
Zakanyi. Oh, that's brilliant play. Slips away. Zakanyi. Now with Rangers.
Wow, bruh. Come on, man.
And we very much hope you'll join us for more live Premier League action on EA TV. It's Liverpool facing Nottingham Forest.
Yeah, really
Oh,
looking
so, a chance. Still work to do. And it's in. Liverpool. Is there a way back for the opposition now?
Well, this one starts with the delivery into the box, doesn't it? Absolutely begging for someone to get onto it.
Fucking cheaters, man. They're shit, dog.
Now Mo Salah. Jeremy Frimpong. And he's in. Oh, it's a terrific challenge.
TSQ.
Zakanyi. Phil Foden now. Excellent vision. And now a chance for them to run at the moment. McAllister. Well read to win possession back. Lunis. Now a potentially dangerous position for City. Well, couldn't quite find his teammate. 20 minutes remaining. Decent looking pass. Pass play.
That's bullshit, bruh. Oh my god, dog. What bullshit, man.
We find ourselves here in the
The fuck out of here,
England
bruh.
at the Etihad Stadium. I'm your match commentator Derek Ray, and sitting alongside me, ready with all her tactical observations, Sue Smith. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It is Manchester City taking on Liverpool.
I think it's so important that both teams start on the front foot, take the game to the opposition, and an early goal would certainly settle any nerves.
Lunis. Now for Rangers. Credit to them for winning back possession.
Oh, it's brilliant positioning, shutting down the attack before it started.
And a look at the starting 11 for Manchester City.
Yeah, a 4-5-1 or a 4-2-3-1. A lot of coaches are adopting this nowadays. It does give you those two holding players, while you've still got plenty of threat from the wide wingers.
And this is how Liverpool start the
Look, instead of reacting to the ball, he stands there. That's what I'm talking about, bruh. Come on, bro. Nigga just standing there, dog. Come on. Look, look, look. Bro, I've been...
Ryan Gravenberch. Thoughtful play. Took a really smart piece of defending to stop them.
Yeah, it was nice up to a point, and they just lacked that bit of quality, didn't they?
A good idea. And in with a real chance. And a goal! An early boost for them. The first goal of the game. They're off and running.
RGTZ.
So City get things going again, and the onus is on them to erase the damage done by that concession.
Bullshit, bruh. Come on. They would time my run perfect. When I speed, they know exactly when I speed. They know exactly when to come up the lane. That's bullshit, bruh.
Liverpool might be able to cash in. Released it nicely. And cut out nicely.
Look, 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 look. Everybody's Ronaldinho now. They can all get in the box now.
Yeah, I love that tackle. It's a cracking bit of defending.
Salah. Here's Isaac. Plenty of support here. Will it be? today is the Etihad Stadium here in Manchester. I'm Derek Ray, and joining me for commentary is the former England international Sue Smith. And it's all
No foul?
from the Premier League.
Wow! Wow, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. No foul, no nothing, bruh.
To be enthused about going into tonight's contest here at the home of Manchester City. My name is Derek Ray, and sitting next to me with her tactical chart is...
Look. Somehow they're able to time this shit. I speed, they know the exact angles, exact pass lanes to top. Stop, bruh.
It's great to be here. I think it's important that both teams are focused from the off there when they start.
And bullshit, dog.
To see some goals. Hopefully I've not just cursed it.
Well, they'll see it as very disappointing to give it away as cheaply as that.
Yeah, can't give it away like that. That's a frustrating error.
And this is how Liverpool will line up. Alisson begins in goal. Virgil van Dijk plays alongside Ibrahima Konate in central defence. And the attackers
That fucking good.
Alexander Isak.
How they be getting the ball? I have no idea, bruh.
Well, making contact with the ball, but couldn't quite keep his header down. Lookman. City moving the ball forwards. What can they do from here? Is this the moment? They didn't plant the seed of fear on the goalkeeper's mind, that's for certain. Frimpong. Diaz. Gakpo. On to Kempkes. It's a neat move. Has a go. Well, only just wide of the post. Lookman. Holland. Reinders. Pass. Verdict is offside here. Gakpo. Oh, good looking run. Credit to him for the recovery. Really good ball there. But the flag is raised, and that brings this move to an end.
And he's held on to the ball for far too long there. He's got to release that sooner.
CISS. TSQ.
Diaz. Now with Gravenberg. That's a good looking pass. Can he deliver? Neither had it covered. So a throw in here for Liverpool. And options in the centre. Trying to tee it up. Liverpool have given it away. Well, they might be able to launch a counter-attack. Alexis McAllister. Now with Diaz. Beautiful pass. Real chance. Well, it lacked power. Not that the goalkeeper was complaining.
Yeah, it'll be frustrating because it was looking good. He just couldn't find the finish, could he?
Bullshit.
Who was going to win the race? The answer, the goalkeeper. Reinders. Oh, I thought they were onto something there.
Yeah, that looks really promising. They'll be disappointed, you know.
City.
TSQ. Well, it's been all Liverpool over the last 15 minutes or so. They've been bossing the play in the middle of the park, set up some really good chances, and if they continue the same way, the goal must come soon.
And he put it away, and denied by the keeper. Impressive. A good tackle, and that is how to beat your opponent. Well, he couldn't quite keep it on target, just wide.
QBTZ, RGTZ.
That's bullshit, bruh. What the fuck, dog?
Van Dijk. On to Gravenberg.
MCRP.
Isaac. Could be dangerous.
TSLQ.
Oh, he wasn't necessarily favourite to win that challenge.
Come on, bruh. No yellow card? Wow! Unbelievable, bruh. Unbelievable they gave him that tackle, dog. Wow!
Van Dijk. Well, it's one pass after another.
Yeah, they're keeping it so well, aren't they?
TrillMoneyEmpire's. Credit to them for winning that possession.
DNA on.
Holland.
PCTS.
Encouraging move from Liverpool. Isaac. Marvellous anticipation.
QBTZ.
Perhaps they can counter from here.
Bullshit! Oh my god! Wow! Wow! Holy crap! They cheat like that?
Can he find the right pass?
Wow, bro! Wow, bruh. I hate that magnetic shit, bro. How in the hell, bruh? That's crazy, dog.
Oh, good idea. He's got into an illegal position, unfortunately.
TSL.
Oh my god, bruh.
1 minute of stoppage time.
These niggas here, bro.
And the second time of asking, just what was required.
They're fucking cheating, bruh.
And that is going to be all for the first 45 then, here at the Etihad Stadium.
They fucking cheat, dog.
And the second half underway. Liverpool looking to build upon a largely...
Somehow the nigga magically stopped me from shooting the ball. That's crazy, dog.
Oh, that's a super piece of defending.
TSQ.
To open up the defence. Followed by Van Dijk. For number City, can they find an equaliser?
Well, the crowd is certainly trying to motivate the players to get the equaliser. This is a big chance.
It's going to be a City ball. He's been influential today, but the manager decides to make a personnel switch at this point. TrillMoneyEmpire's. Gravenberg. Beautiful pass.
TSLQ.
Now Liverpool can get ready for the set-piece routine, hoping to increase their lead. And there's the delivery. And the conclusion, he's missed the opportunity.
QBTZ.
Reinders. Oh, fine play, and maybe it'll set something up. Well, we always enjoy bringing you live action on EA TV and Premier League action coming up. It's Manchester City taking on Newcastle United. Oh, really disappointed. Promising.
Wow, bro. Come on, man.
So Bosloy. That's a good-looking ball. Salah! And it goes! Delighted to be two in front. Things look good for them now. Lookman. Given away by City. Genuine chance.
TSQ.
To increase their advantage to 3. Can they be stopped?
Well, look how he gets round his mark.
Look what he's doing, bruh. That's what I don't like about FIFA. He's just doing this. Oh, come on, bruh. Come on. Fucking hate that shit, bruh.
We find ourselves here in the northwest of England at the Etihad Stadium. Derek Ray here in the commentary position, and sitting next to me is the former England international Sue Smith. And we've got Premier League action coming right up. It is Manchester City taking on Liverpool.
It's a real pleasure to be here. It's been buzzing ahead of kick-off. Let's hope the football lives up to the atmosphere.
The effective goalkeeping to touch it over. Corner kick played in. Superb defending. We lost Kepke. Now Mo Salah.
RGTZ, AKN. TSLQ.
Oh, I thought they were onto something there.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen a bit more quality in the final third there.
Isaac. Liverpool in a position of menace.
CISS.
To take the lead. That is a perfect tackle.
CISS.
Good looking move. Oh, a touch too heavy there. Milos Kepkes. Now with Gravenberg. TrillMoneyEmpire's. Good through ball. Makes his way in field. He dealt with the threat posed. Holland. Isaac. Now with McAllister. Flowing here.
KLFC.
McAllister.
CISS.
Oh, useful ball. Oh, halting the attack just like that.
Bro, they're such cheaters, bruh. That's crazy to me, dog. Like, y'all mean, dog.
CISS.
Using all his defensive acumen to cut it out. Frimpong.
TSLQ.
Jeremy Frimpong.
CISS.
Here's Isaac. Might be onto something. Well, nothing comes of it. It looked promising.
TSQ. TSQ.
And he takes it on.
CISS.
Well, it wasn't quite as dangerous as I thought it might be.
CISS. TSQ.
A fraction of the overplay.
Oh, it's unlucky that just overhit it.
QBTZ.
Salah. Ryan Graffenberg. This is Salah.
TSQ.
Oh, that's splendid play. High quality defending. What a crucial intervention inside the box. Doesn't seem to be under any real pressure when he's conceded the corner. And taken short. Oh, that's a clever ball.
RGTZ.
Liverpool doing well to win back possession. Can he deliver? And pushed away to safety. On to Kempkes. Chance to shoot. Oh, what a save! Over it comes. And the header just over.
Hello? Yeah.
CISS. 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 CISS.
Okay, back and forth. Okay.
CISS.
Okay, and then what's the machine law? Oh, please drop down from there. I'm just saying, okay, back and forth. Okay, alright. Yeah, okay. Okay, no problem.
MCRP.
Yeah, it's a good delivery as well, and he manages to get on the end of it, but just lacks that little bit of accuracy.
Given away by City.
Well, Liverpool have seen a lot of the ball over the last 15 minutes. They're dominating the tempo of the game, carved out several opportunities to take the lead. They just need to add a little bit of composure when they're through on goal.
And threading it through. But he drifted into an offside position.
Yeah, he did. He's delayed, and you can only hold your run for so long. That's why the flag's gone up.
TSLQ. QBTZ.
High quality defending.
MCRP.
And it's opening up. Now they've broken through. 1-0 here.
Well, the pace on the counter's so dangerous. They moved on from the back with real intent, and then he hits it with such power. It's just impossible for the keeper. What a quality strike.
Ping pong. Now with Vietz. So nearing the break, and City hold the edge. How about your critique of what they put into the game so far?
Well, they've been impressive going forward. They've created some good chances too, but they've just got to make sure that they're going to keep it tight at the back.
Very effective pass. Very alert defending to cut off the supply. Now a decent position.
fucking cheat, bro. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god, bro. Oh, come on, bro. Getting bullshit, dog. Bullshit, bruh. All of a sudden, bouncing up. Man, come on, bruh. Fuck out of here, dog.
So the referee's whistle and into the second act of the drama. Running with confidence. And options in the centre. And the chance slips away. Well, they're allowing him to run and run and run. Milos Kerkez. On to McAllister. TrillMoneyEmpire's. Really good build-up, but no end product. Osala. And support available. An utterly disappointing cross. Goal kick.
Ray.
Lookman. On to Williams. Nouri. City pushing forward with options available. Nico Williams. Unable to keep possession.
Look. Able to bring it back and come on, bruh.
Now with Gravenberg.
CBL.
On to Gravenberg. And he's made headway. Well, he was through, but denied by the frame of the goal.
He's just got to compose himself, find the corner. It's unlucky, but you've got to score there.
Lookman. Nunes. That's a good-looking ball. The flag has gone up here, offside the decision.
MCRP.
TrillMoneyEmpire's. Delightful pass.
MCRP.
Isaac. To give them the advantage. And in! Oh yes! Exactly what they were hoping to produce. They delivered the goal. Rodri. Nouri. Gvardiol. Was unable to pick up a teammate. And that'll be a throw.
NEXA.
Frimpong. Liverpool have given it away. Well, a swift challenge and a throw-in coming up. Fields. Given away by City.
You fucking cheating, bruh. Wow. Oh, wow. Come on, bruh.
MCRP red.
Out for a Liverpool throw. Could cross it in here. Well, this could really help the cause. Well, they have the ball again.
Oh, that's exactly what you need. Standing firm, not giving an inch.
So Bosloy. Good use of the ball as they look to Kirby. A stunning piece of goalkeeping.
Yeah, that's a real confidence booster. Just knowing your keeper can handle those crucial moments.
Can they make something of this now? Oh, good looking run. Oh, that's a super piece of defending. Lookman. On to Holland.
MCRP.
Now we're inside the final 15 minutes.
Well, as soon as they won the ball back there was an almighty ball. The fans are trying to push the team forward and get an equaliser.
Chance for Liverpool to use Jwett to good effect. Oh, had to stop that one. Deserves credit for winning the ball back.
Yeah, it's great awareness that. Positioning was spot on there.
Oh, danger here. Real chance. And that is defending of the highest order.
Now, they haven't been at their best, but this game's far from over.
See how I bin press triangle? Fucking cheaters.
I think that they'll have at least one more decent chance before the final whistle.
Plenty of support here. Jeremy Frimpong.
MNTN.
Very quick thinking there.
MNTN.
Possibilities for them to counter. Plays it well. Well, he couldn't keep himself onside.
He can't hold on to the ball for that long. He has to see the pass area and give it.
TSQ.
Milos Kerkez. And a good challenge to bring that attack to an end. Super pass.
Fucking bullshit.
And couldn't put it away, and that really looms large.
Oh, well, that was the opportunity to equalise right at the end. I can't see there's going to be another one now.
Isaac. The attack looks promising, but timely defending when it mattered. Time was against Manchester City, but still they could hit back. The referee has let the advantage accrue to Liverpool. Well, they could break at pace.
TSQ.
Through the middle. So 2 minutes of stoppage time here. Lookman. Rangers.
TCS. TSQ.
Defensively, job done for now. And so the referee blows for full time, and it's disappointing.
JRSH.